Chapter 9. Coruscant. The planning for the campaign against Singe went better than Grand Admiral Makati had expected. Izard was uncharacteristically willing to give him free rein in requesting ships, equipment, and personnel, including the elite 181st Fighter Wing that had seen only limited action since the defection of Baron Fel. When he submitted his final plan to her review, he'd braced himself for the usual series of line-by-line criticisms masked as suggestions. Instead, he received only a set of broad suggestions that, rather than working against his existing plan, fine-tuned certain points and perfected what had already been his aim anyway. It was almost like the review had been written by someone else entirely. Makati had thrown himself so fully into his campaign planning that he barely had time for anything else. After receiving the review from Izard, it felt strangely relaxing to return to his penthouse, take off his uniform, take some brandy from F4GR, and read over the fleet activity reports. It was a big galaxy and there was a lot to report, so mostly he skimmed the entries. A lot of them reported skirmishes between Izard's forces and the rebels. A Corellian corvette and a squadron of X-Wings had been destroyed during an attempted raid at Paculis, while an Imperial Star Destroyer and a few support ships had been captured by the rebels during the retreat from Milagro. There were also reports, second-hand, of skirmishes along the border between Singe and Terradix territories, including rumors that Terradix Crimson Command had destroyed one of Singe's destroyers at Belderon. Another note said that G-Rec had moved Vengeance out of the Sullust system, current location unknown. Makati was about to put the report down and look up blitzball scores when he saw a report from Bautelaise. The planet was out of the way and lightly populated, but it did have a ubiquitous data storage center. The rebels hadn't attacked it until now, but they must have ferreted out its location. He called up the full report and read it. 8 X-Wing fighters had arrived, chasing a shuttle carrying ISB operatives into Bautelaise orbital station. The fighters eventually retreated, but not before blowing several large holes in the boss, one of which had apparently killed the station's commander as well as the ISB agents, whose identities had never been officially verified. According to the report, they'd attempted to run in their shuttle and been vaporized by the X-Wings right before they fled. Something didn't smell right. Makati contacted the ubiquitort and requested a full damage report from the attack on their facility. For a normal officer, that kind of request could have taken days, but Makati was a Grand Admiral, and he spent only 10 minutes pacing in his study and fending off F4GR's questions before he had the whole thing. The report was thorough, as expected. Attempts had been made to analyze the debris left after the attack. Mu-class shuttle debris had been found in space, but there had already been 2 of those in the station's hangar when the rebels blew it open. The report noted that the fleeing shuttle had been hit at close range with 2 proton torpedoes, but could not identify end of the shuttle debris conclusively. Nor had the corpses of the 4 human crew and 2 Bothan prisoners been identified. Bodies had been flushed into the vacuum during the attack and ruined by decompression, making them very difficult to identify, though by some stroke of luck, the station's commander, one Hayaman Drake, had been spared the torture of the vacuum. When the compartment he'd been in had been blown open, everything freestanding had been sucked into the vacuum except for Drake himself. His body had been pulled beneath the console and stayed there, awkwardly wedged against the deck until rescue crews and vac suits examined the area. Drake's body had still been damaged by decompression, but medical examiners believed that the tear around his throat had been made by a sharp object, possibly shrapnel. The examiners took images of the dead man's body before and after his autopsy. Vacuum-bloated corpses were always ugly, but Makati forced himself to give Drake's remains a look over. His eyes naturally revolted at the horrific face and swiped downward, to his uniform. Then they locked on the dark liquid stain that stretched halfway across Drake's chest. It looked like blood, but not human blood. He wasn't sure what effects open space would have on body fluids, so he patched in a call directly to Bautalay's orbital station. It was almost midnight in Imperial City and the boss's internal time was synced with the capital's. A very tired-sounding tech answered Makati's call, then became very attentive when she realized who she was speaking to. 5 minutes later, Makati was talking with the chief medical examiner who had handled Drake's corpse. 5 minutes after that, the examiner stepped away, and 10 minutes after that, the examiner reported that he had just tested the blood sample on Drake's uniform. It was not human. It was Emily. Makati thanked the medic politely and shut off the connection. "How very strange," F4GR said behind him. It nearly made Makati jump from his chair. The droid, though, ignored his master's alarm and continued, "I'm sure no such alien was serving on the station's crew. Perhaps it was an escaped prisoner." Makati made a mental note to contact the boss about their detention center, but he was already near certain what the answer would be. He shifted in his chair to face F4GR and said, "There was no Bothan blood. And no Bothan corpses." "Excuse me, sir?" When the battle started there was a shuttle with 2 stormtroopers, a human in ISB clothes, and 2 Bothans in stun cuffs. After the battle there's no sign of any of them. Only blood from an Emily. Emily are large creatures, sir, but I believe one could fit inside a stormtrooper uniform, although it would be a tight squeeze. Very clever. Makati smiled against himself. You have to give the rebels credit where it's due. They raided an ubiquitous data storage facility and almost got away with it. Oh dear. If they have all the data from that base, they might have records of the requests you've been making about Bandomir. They might even figure out where our next offensive will be. I had the same thought. But sir, what good would it do them? That planet is, for the moment, securely in Sinja's hands. If it's a tempting target for us, it will be tempting for them too. Makati, suddenly full of energy, got to his feet and started to pace. A three-way battle at Bandomir would be... well, it would be very messy, sir. You forget, Forger, the rebels try to avoid a head-on battle when they can. Do you remember what happened to Sinat Kashyyyk? He was fed intel by people claiming to represent Teradik, offering assistance. Sin planned for backup but backup never came and he got obliterated by the rebels. And Grunger and Pitta? I've analyzed all the records Grant took at Dralis. What Pitta did with his torpedo sphere, wiping out Grunger's fleet, that should have been impossible. But he did it, and the only way I can see how is that he had a spy on aggressor feeding him data on Grunger's fleet, so he'd know exactly when and where to strike. But sir, there is no proof that the rebels were behind it. And Grand Admiral Grunger, well? Grunger and Pitta killed each other, but someone helped them along. Just like someone helped kill Sin. Sir. I don't mean to be alarmist, but does that mean someone is after you as well? Makati took a deep breath. Of course the rebels would be after him. He'd be stupid to assume otherwise. But it felt different, knowing. For a second he felt a trill of fear, and he thought about calling off the Bandomir offensive. Then he pushed it aside. The Emperor had made him a Grand Admiral and it wasn't because he shirked his duty whenever he got spooked. This was a problem but he could solve it. The rebels might come for him but he could beat them. If he couldn't, he didn't deserve his white uniform. Sir, said F4GR, I hope you know I would sacrifice all my plating and circuits to keep you safe. A sudden emotion took Makati, a little boy's love for his metal friend. He patted the droid on his battered shoulder and said, I appreciate that, but if the rebels try something like they did with Sin, I don't think you'll be much help. Nonetheless, sir, I hope you'll allow me to remain by your side. You belong nowhere else, forger. But right now, I think I need help from elsewhere. And where may it be, sir? Makati thought but said nothing. He could muster only a few options, none of them good, but if the rebels were going to intervene at Bandomir, they might be the only thing that kept him alive. Kinless Rees was used to having ISB customs agents skulking around his dock, but he could tell in a second that these guys were a different league entirely. There were two of them, both human, one with pink skin, the other brown. Both were dressed in the black uniforms intel agents wore, but without rank badges, which was a bad way to start. Keeping his voice as calm as possible, Srees asked, "Can I help you, gentlemen?" "We have question about a person of interest," Pinkskin said. He didn't introduce himself, but these kind of agents never did. That's what Srees had heard, anyway. He'd made it through life without having major run-ins with Imperial authorities and he wanted this one to be as short as possible. Brownskin said, "We believe the person in question boarded your transport yesterday morning." "Really? And how do you know that?" That stared at him balefully. Cursing internally, he said, "Well, it doesn't matter. Can you give me a description? Human? Non-human?" "We'd like to pull your passenger records for that trip," said Pinkskin. "You do register all outbound personnel in your computer, don't you?" "Oh, yes, of course I do. It's required by law after all." He paused. Technically, legally, these guys were required to present a warrant before they searched his corporate records. He had a feeling this was the wrong thing to bring up. He went over to the computer and brought up the passenger manifest lists. "You said yesterday morning, correct?" "That's right," Brownskin nodded. "Where was the ship headed?" "It was going up the Hydian, like all our transports. We run limited express services, so we stop at Koryulag, Champila, Pakwelas. Used to stop at Chandrila and Brentale, but, you know." He leaned forward and whispered, conspiratorially, "Rebel scum." Brownskin seemed unimpressed. "So your service stops at Pakwelas?" No, sorry. Stops at Coruscant, actually." He hadn't wanted to tell them about Coruscant because it was de facto Sinj's territory. Then again, if he was a law-abiding citizen who only heard what was on the official news nets, he wouldn't know that. Then again, they'd know about Coruscant anyway the second they looked at the passenger manifest. Brownskin interrupted his chain of internal profanity by holding out a datastick and saying, "Please, load every manifest for the past 2 days." "I thought you just wanted." "Oh, never mind." "Of course, sir. You'll have them all." Srees tried very hard to keep his hand from shaking as he took the data card, plugged it into his computer, and transferred the manifest catalog. It only took a second. He handed it back to Brownskin, put on his best polite smile, and said, "Is there anything else you need, sir?" "We'll let you know," Brownskin said, very ominously. He pocketed the chip, turned, and walked out of the room, Pinkskin right behind him. He peeked through the window of his booth and watched them go. They'd been gone for a good 5 minutes before he finally stopped shaking. "We'll let you know?" Laron said as he and Brightwater stepped inside their ship. "What were you trying to do, terrify the poor Bart?" "Just playing the part. Aren't we supposed to be creepy ISB agents or something? It was like you were channeling Nevermind." Laron bit his lip. He still tried very hard not to think about the ISB agent he'd shot back on Accuser. "What's the score?" Grave stuck his head out of storage room down the main corridor, where he'd been going over the weapons stockpile the Grand Admiral had graciously supplied them. We got the data from the transit company. Brightwater took the data card out of his pocket. Now let's plug it in and see if Izzard's tracer led us to the right place. The three of them climbed the ladder up to the second deck, where Marcross was examining the galley. Quiller clambered down the ladder from the small cockpit on the third deck to join them. Quiller had never flown a Mandal Motors ship before, but he said the basic control layout wasn't that different from their old Soontir freighter. Once they'd all convened in the galley, Marcross took the chip and plugged it into the room's main computer terminal. The display screen brought up a long list of names matched with destinations and times of registry. "Firefek," Grave muttered, "how are we supposed to make sense out of this?" "Bring up the one from yesterday morning," Laron told Marcross. "Got it. Looks like. Oh, lovely. 852 passengers. Can we get more on them besides names?" "Let me see." Marcross leaned in close and typed something into the console. "Okay, here we go. Links to the info from everybody's identicard. Includes name, species, height, sex if applicable, even planet of legal residence." "Well, she's clearly going to be traveling with a fake ID," said Brightwater. "They've got pictures too," said Marcross. "That doesn't mean much. I'm sure she's changed her appearance. You know, cut her hair, maybe dye her skin. Probably get retinal lenses. She might even be disguised as another near-human species. Yeah, but her ident probably marks her as female. That's usually harder to hide." "Might narrow it down a little," said Marcross. "What about height?" "That can't change too much." 162 centimeters, Quiller said quickly. They stared at him. He shrugged awkwardly. "Give or take." Brightwater rolled his eyes. "You know her other measurements too?" "No, stop it. Don't make me sound weird." "Yeah, don't want to give people the wrong impression." Ignoring them, Laron leaned over Marcross' shoulder and asked, "Does that help any?" "We can filter the results, so actually yes. Now we can try going through the photo records." Identicard photos were of notoriously poor quality, and the ones stored in Sri's Transport Limited's passenger database were no exception. Each image was two-dimensional, highly pixelated, and for some reason monochrome even though they should have been full color. But it was all they had to go on. They let Quiller lean in to get a better look as they flipped through the images, one after another. They were almost through with the pile and Laron's confidence was finally starting to dip when Quiller said, "That's it. That's her." They all peered over his shoulder for a better look. It was a human woman with dark cropped short, nothing like Wenceslas Flair's famous gold locks. Her eyes were brown and her expression dour. "Are you sure that's her?" asked Brightwater. "Yeah, I think I see it too," Marcross muttered. "The shape of the nose, and the cheekbones." "Didn't know you were a fan," Laron said. Marcross blushed, just a little. Quiller added, "Height checks out too. Says she's getting off at Corson." End of the line. "It's like the Grand Admiral said. She's trying to run from Izzard even if it takes her into Singe's territory." "Maybe," said Brightwater. "Or maybe she just bought the longest stride so she could throw people like us. You know, get off Apaculis instead." "There's no way we can know for sure," Laron shook his head. "We have to assume she's going to Corson." Brightwater patted her shoulder and said, "Let's go back. Sri's might have more on what's she going as?" "Raina Wolverine," Quiller supplied. "What kind of things?" asked Marcross. Brightwater shrugged. "If we're lucky, bank account info, though I bet she paid with hard currency. He can at least tell us what she was wearing, what kind of luggage she had." "Good idea," Laron nodded. The rest of you, start plotting a course. See if we can figure out the fastest, safest way to Coruscant. I bet we can get there about the same time since we're not making extra stops. He and Brightwater hurried out of the ships, back to the landing port. They barely remembered to tuck their black ISB uniforms straight before going back into Sri's office. When they stepped through the door, the Togruta was bent over the counter, talking to a pair of squat blue Merlsai customers. When he saw Laron and Brightwater, his eyes almost popped out of his skull. He recovered quickly, though, and ended his business with the Merlsai with a polite smile. As the chattering little aliens left the room, Brightwater stepped forward. Sri stood his ground and held the counter tight with both hands. Well, he smiled, businesslike, what brought you two gentlemen back? We'd like to question you further about a passenger. You registered her as Raina Wolverine. I see. Well, give me a moment to check the register. It should refresh my memory. The Togruta scooted over to his computer and called up his records. Laron saw his eyes go wide again. Sri's looked at the two humans and said, yes. Yes, I do remember her. I take it her name isn't Raina Wolverine? Did you suspect she was using a fake identity card? Laron shouldered next to Brightwater. Sri's head wagged back and forth. Oh, no, definitively not. I'd have never allowed her on my transport if I did. He paused, then added, the customs agents, they didn't stop her either. I mean, they inspected her case, but that's all. She had one case? Asked Brightwater. Only one? Yes, only one. Not a huge one either. He waved his hands, shaping a rectangle a meter wide in the air. I thought that was, well, a little unusual. In what way? He blinked. I don't know. I just did. What was really unusual, though, was that she didn't pay with a card. Credit chips. That's right. She was going all the way to Coruscant, which isn't a cheap trip. Most beings use cards for those kinds of purchases, you know. Laron exchanged looks with Brightwater, then asked, can you remember anything else? Or do I need to remind you of the penalty for abetting a fugitive? No, no you don't. She said she was going to meet her husband on Coruscant, but maybe that wasn't true. Sri's added, defensively, there was no reason not to believe her. She didn't seem to be doing anything wrong. And I'd feel terrible, you know, harassing a pregnant woman. Pregnant? Blackwater's surprise slipped through. Oh yes, definitely pregnant. Not just fat. The Togruta waved both hands in front of his own paunched belly. She said she only had a month or two left before spawning. Laron ran through quick calculations in his head. She'd probably gotten pregnant just before Baron Fel went to Brentel and got captured. He might not even know he was having a kid. He had a feeling that was going to make things a lot more complicated. Sri's continued, she was wearing a dress, I remember that. A brown dress, plain and loose. And a black shawl over her shoulders. No jewelry, I don't think. Does that help? Laron added sternness to his voice and said, it suffices for now. We'll let you know if we need her assistance again. Sri's nodded dumbly as they walked out of the office. You have to admit, said Brightwater, this is kind of fun. A little, Laron sighed. You want to tell Quiller his girlfriend's spawning or should I? If you don't mind, I'd like to take the honor. It was only a short jump from Coruscant to the garrison planet Nexus, but it felt like he was leaving the Empire entirely. When Grand Admiral Makati's shuttle reverted to railspace, over a dozen Imperial-class star destroyers ringed the world with violet seas and blue-green continents. Not even Coruscant had this many defenders standing by, though by all rights it deserved to. As his shuttle curved around the planet's orbit, the superstar destroyer Whelm slid into view. It was a beautiful gray and black dagger, 19 kilometers long, bristling with weaponry, as deadly and graceful as its sister ship Executor. To Makati, its beauty seemed like an insult. His shuttle set down in Whelm's auxiliary landing bay, which was still more vast and cavernous than any other ship's main hangar. Over 100 stormtroopers stood at attention as he walked down the landing ramp. It was a fitting greeting for Grand Admiral, but it all felt hollow. Admiral Keyes was there too. Azure Hammer Command had been Grand Admiral Teshik's until his death at Endor, then it had fallen to his second-in-command. Keyes was less than 40, trim and healthy, and while some said his promotions had come from family connections, Makati knew the man was a capable soldier. Once, a long time ago, Keyes has gotten his start as first officer on Makati's command ship. Keyes snapped a salute and said, "It's an honor to have you aboard, sir." "At ease, Admiral," Makati said. "I came here for a private conversation, not a parade." "Of course. If you'll follow me, sir, we have a conference room prepared." As Keyes led him past all those rows of white-armored soldiers, Makati wondered what the point of the show was. A sign of respect, perhaps, or maybe a bit of bragging on Keyes's part. No, the Keyes he'd known wasn't the braggart type. He did, however, note to show strength, and make his point clear without using words. The choice in conference rooms was a case in point. Its forward viewport looked out toward Whelm's Bow, some 13 kilometers away. Anix's surface glowed to one side, more star destroyers glistened on the other. "You must be very proud," Makati said as he sat down. "We make sure the soldiers here are always alert. Regular full combat drills, intense training, all of it. You're battle-ready, but you don't seem keen on fighting a war." Keyes chuckled easily and dropped into the chair opposite. "Makati, I know why you've come here, sir. You only know some of it. And don't call me sir. All right, then. Afshin, you want this ship, don't you? Izard has some grand new offensive planned and she wants Whelm to be the centerpiece. The offensive is all mine. Izard only approved my plan." Surprising. In my experience, that woman is an insidious micromanager, despite the fact that she doesn't know a damn thing about how to fight a war. Makati couldn't bring himself to honestly object. Instead he said, "Keyes, I think the battle ahead is going to go 3 ways. Whelm would be a critical advantage." "3 ways? You, the rebels, and who? Singe? Teratic? Jirek? Or does Izard want revenge on Krell? You can't expect me to spill my battle plan." "All right. So you, the rebels, and someone with a very big star destroyer?" Makati gave the tiniest nod. That was telling enough. "Well, I can see why you would want this ship. It's not just that, Fett." Makati leaned forward. "What are you doing here? What's your plan?" "This is Anix's. This garrison is here for one purpose, to defend the core." "Exactly. If the rebels breach the core, my ships will be needed. The rebels have breached the core. They're sitting on Brentail right now. No one asked for my help at Brentail." Makati gave a long, deep sigh. It was an open secret that Izard had let the rebels take that world to humiliate Pestage as a prelude to deposing him. That might have won her the regent's throne, but it didn't win her much love from the military. They also knew that the dirty, Stupid games those schemers played with soldiers' lives had started long before Izzard. She just happened to be better at them than most. On one level, Makati could understand Keyes' reluctance to join the greater battle. But on another level, a deeper level, it was utterly indefensible. Makati straightened himself and looked Keyes in the eye. "Do you really think Grand Admiral Teshik would have stayed here, sitting on his fleet while the Empire is struggling to survive?" Keyes flinched. Keyes had stepped up to fill the gap Teshik left behind, but they both knew he could never match the Grand Admiral's tactic genius. Apparently, Keyes couldn't match Teshik's resolute loyalty either. "Teshik is dead," Keyes muttered. "The decision is mine now. I'm trying to do the best I can with what I have. I didn't come to beg, Fett. You shouldn't be begging at all. You shouldn't be fighting for Izzard. You're better than her. I'm not fighting for Izzard. This entire galaxy is tearing itself apart. Hundreds of thousands of men in the same uniforms as ours just slaughtered each other at Dralis. Rebel anarchists are capturing entire worlds. Do you remember the Clone Wars, Keyes? I was a child then." The Admiral avoided his eyes. "The Clone Wars ruined my world, and hundreds of others. I know that. Palpatine wasn't a perfect leader, but his death was a disaster. Andor let loose a wave of destruction that will ruin this galaxy. The Clone Wars will be nothing in comparison. We have to stand against it. The center must be held. That is our duty, as soldiers of the Empire. You can't stop a wave, Afshin. You have to ride it. So what will you do, then? Sit here with your fleet and wait for the wave to come to you? I'm not sending my men to die for Izzard. They're not." Makati stopped and shook his head. "I'm sorry. This is pointless, isn't it?" With sympathy, Keyes said, "You can stay here, if you'd like." "On Whelm? It's not like Izzard's in a position to come and take you back. Frankly, Fett, I'm surprised she hasn't tried to kill you by now." "What makes you think she hasn't?" Makati opened his mouth, closed it. He shouldn't have been surprised. "You know I won't stay with you," he said at last. "I do. But I wanted to make the offer." He looked out at the glowing planet, the gleaming star destroyers, the 13 kilometers of stretched-out superstructure. With a fleet like this, taking Bandomir would be easy. But he'd known it would never happen, even before coming here. He just wanted to see his friend and be rejected face to face. Makati sighed and stood up. "I should be getting back to Coruscant. I have a campaign plan to finalize. I'd prepared a meal." "Thank you, but I don't think I have the appetite." Keyes rose too. They stood on either side of the table, staring awkwardly across it. There was nothing to shake hands over, and there seemed nothing else to say. Makati turned for the door and Keyes followed. They walked back to the shuttle in silence. Chapter 10. Onagr. When Grey Wolf reverted to Relspace, the planet sitting beneath left Captain Nere's markedly unimpressed. He was no expert in reading biomes, but even he could see this planet was sick. Most of its surface was a dark violet-brown color, the few large lakes and inland oceans on its surface were a muddy gray-blue. White cloud wisps were sparse. He spotted only a few patches of land that looked healthy. As usual, Thrawn hadn't explained why he'd taken them to this obscure system on the far edge of Hutt space. Nere's hoped that now, at least, they'd get some answers. The Grand Admiral was sitting in his command chair, white-gloved hands templed in front of him. What his red eyes saw when they stared out at the ugly world, Nere's had no idea. "Sir," he asked, Is there anyone you wish us to hail? No need. Prepare a shuttle and a guard. You'll be going down there yourself? Indeed. I'd like you to accompany me as well, Captain. I see. He looked back at the planet below. I take it here are some inhabitants, sir? On the small patches of inhabited land, yes. They'll prove quite valuable to us. It doesn't look like natural devastation. It isn't. This planet was once fertile. Then a vessel crashed here during the Clone Wars, ruining its ecosystem. The Empire has been managing things since then, but I wanted to pay a visit to make sure things are still on track, given everything else that's happened. Are we here for the planet, or the inhabitants? Both. If we are not managing the situation on the planet well, the inhabitants won't be of any use to us. Sometimes he really wished Thrawn would come out and say what he was talking about. Who are these inhabitants, sir? They're called the Nagri, Captain. I believe I've mentioned them before. Neeraj nodded, suddenly understanding. The Nagri were as skilled assassins as you could find in the galaxy, and they'd loyally served Darth Vader for decades. Several years before, Vader had passed command of the Nagri commandos to Thrawn in return for a favor. Now Vader was dead, and as for the Nagri, there was no telling whether their allegiance remained. The race supposedly held a deep sense of honor, but like everything in the galaxy lately, one couldn't depend on how things were supposed to work. Does Izard know about them, sir? I'm sure she's aware. I've no indication that she's attempted to coup their services in my absence, but we must be certain. Do you have a mission for them as well, sir? The shuttle, Captain. Thrawn's voice tinged with impatience. Of course. Right away. It took 15 minutes for the crew to prepare a Lambda-class shuttle and a squadron of stormtroopers. Neeraj handed command over to Lieutenant Viral and followed Thrawn onto the shuttle. Once they entered the atmosphere, Onagra only looked worse. They flew over a seemingly endless wasteland of violet-brown grass, mixed with patches of chemically polluted water. When they finally arrived at a patch of fertile land, Neeraj felt almost relieved. When the shuttle set down at the center of the village, Neeraj understood why Thrawn hadn't bothered hailing them. The place was a shockingly primitive collection of wooden roundhouses and huts. Torches rather than glow lamps flickered in the twilight gloom. As they marched down the landing ramp with their stormtrooper escorts, a cluster of short, gray-skinned aliens gathered to watch them. Most had their bodies hidden beneath brown woven robes, and on first sight hardly looked like skilled assassins. But over the past 4 years Neeraj had learned to look beyond first appearances, especially when it came to aliens. He saw the strong, long-fingered hands, the way the Nagri held their heads high and their feet spaced and staggered. He saw forearms knotted with muscle and eyes with vertical slits like a predatory Kitarn's. The Nagri, some 24 in all, stared at the newly arrived Imperials. Thrawn was at the head of the column, and if he'd been expecting them to bow down in obeisance, he hid his disappointment when they did nothing of the kind. When it became clear that the Nagri were waiting for an introduction, Thrawn spread his arms and said in Basic, "Your Imperial benefactors have arrived at last. Please, I wish to speak to your matriarch." Neeraj didn't know what that was, but it must have been a leader of some kind. The little gray-skinned aliens, however, kept staring wordlessly. Neeraj wondered whether these creatures understood Basic at all. Their planet was clearly technologically backward, and it was probable they'd never had contact from the outside galaxy at all until the Clone Wars. Such a primitive species might have seen off-worlders as gods, but if they'd been impressed by Darth Vader, they didn't seem to share that opinion of Thrawn. There was a muttering from the back of the crowd. Neeraj tensed. If these Nagri were truly as good at fighting as claimed, They should have brought more than a dozen guards. The Grand Admiral raised his voice and said, "My name is Grand Admiral Thrawn. Command of the Nagri was passed to me by your savior, Lord Darth Vader, 3 years ago. I spoke with the matriarch of Clan Bacter then and confirmed your loyalty. I wish to speak with her again. The Empire is calling on its debt." There was a shuffling in the crowd, and one Nagri hobbled forward. Its hair was white and it used a long stick to help it walk. It looked up, blinked those vertical eyes, and said in thickly accented basic, "I am of Kavem, Grand Admiral Thrawn. I require your matriarch." "Where is she?" "In the Grand Duchy, as always." Ovkavem jabbed the tip of his cane toward what seemed to be the largest roundhouse in the village. "Then take me to her." When no one moved, Thrawn added sternly, "I have come farther to be here than you can imagine. I am giving you an order as speaker for the Empire and Lord Darth Vader. I expect obedience. You owe the Empire a debt for its effort to rehabilitate your world. Will you defile your honor by ignoring me?" "We know our honor," Ovkavem said. Nearez caught a slight tremble in his voice. "And we know our obligation. Come. I will take you to the matriarch." The crowd parted in the center, giving them room to pass. Nearez leaned in close to Thrawn and whispered, "He's uncertain." "Defensive." "Very good," Thrawn nodded. He threw a hand over his shoulder, flicking up 2 fingers. A pair of stormtroopers stayed with Thrawn and Nearez as they followed Ovkavem, while the rest stayed with the shuttle. "Do you know why?" "I'm afraid I don't, Captain, but I'm as eager to find out as you." It wasn't often that Thrawn admitted to being in the dark. Unfortunately, it didn't make Nearez feel any better. As subtly as he could, he placed the palm of his right hand on the butt of the service pistol holstered at his belt. He had no illusions that he could take one of Darth Vader's famed death commandos in a fight, but if it came, he didn't want to die without a weapon in hand. The inside of the Grand Duchy, as Ovkavem had called it, was a broad open space, sparsely decorated. It probably served as a gathering hall, perhaps for religious ceremonies or clan meetings, but at the moment it looked markedly empty. At the far side of the room was a low stage, and atop the stage was an empty throne. Sitting at the base of the throne, so hunched and small that Nearez didn't notice it at first, was a Nagri even older than Ovkavem. "Matriarch," Ovkavem called, "the Empire has sent us a visitor." The matriarch picked up its head and stared. "You are Grand Admiral Thrawn," it said in basic. Its voice was rasping but sounded, to Nearez's ears, distinctly female. "You know me. We have met before." Thrawn took 2 steps forward. One hand remained at his side, palm facing back, signaling for Nearez and the stormtroopers to stay where they were. "We have," said the matriarch. "You pledged your loyalty to me, as you did to Darth Vader. Does that loyalty not hold true? Or has your clan broken its honor?" "We have broken nothing." "Then why am I not being greeted as I deserve?" Thrawn let anger seep into his voice. Ovkavem glanced at his matriarch as thought he wanted to say something, but he held his tongue. The matriarch straightened her back, though she remained seated before the throne. "You are from the Empire," she said, "and as such we owe you for your work restoring our land to plenty. But you are not Darth Vader. Darth Vader is dead. He passed command of your people to me. Do you deny either of those things?" "We do not. We know Darth Vader is dead." "Who told you Vader had died?" If Thrawn was as surprised by that as Nearez, he hid it well. "The new Vader came to us nearly 2 years ago," the matriarch said. "He called a convention of all the clans and told us what had happened. He said he was the leader of the Empire now, and requested our obedience. We gave it to him. Neres has read the data file on Onagra before coming down here and knew that 1 year here was only 200 standard days, in other words, not long after Vader and Palpatine had died. Who is this new Vader? Thrawn added a sneer to the title. He came to us wearing black robes and bearing a sword of red light, the matriarch said. He worked wonders as Darth Vader did. He could move stones with his will, and touch the minds of the clan leaders. A Jedi, then. Some said the rebels had a Jedi on their side, but the Emperor had employed a small cadre of tame Force users as well, and one of them would be more likely to know about the Nagri. Lord Vader assigned you to me, Thrawn insisted. Did you hand over your honor to an interloper just because he told you to? He told us you were dead, Ovkavem spoke up. Slain, in the same great battle that killed Darth Vader. Now Neres understood. These primitive beings couldn't tell if they were seeing a god descended or a ghost resurrected. You can see that I am clearly alive, Thrawn snarled. Have you been serving him this past year? Some of our commandos are in his service now, the matriarch said. She bowed her head low to the floor. Please forgive us, Lord. We did now know the new Vader was deceiving us. When he told us, we all believed. Force magic, most likely. Neres had never seen a Force user in his life and mostly been grateful for it. Now he had a sinking feeling that his luck had run out. Did this new Vader give you a name? Asked Thrawn. Or did you throw away your honor without his asking for it? He only called himself New Vader, the matriarch's tone was almost apologetic. I recall his acolytes calling him High Inquisitor. Ovkavem added. Describe his acolytes, said Thrawn. The matriarch raised her head. One had white skin, and long tails from his head. Another was a female, with short gold hair. A young one was with her. All of them had swords of light, just like Lord Darth Vader. And this new Vader, said Thrawn, did he see you with his eyes? No, he had no eyes, but could see us still. Neres was starting to feel sick in his gut. He'd never met the man the Nagri were describing, but there was only one person it could be. And you say he has commandos with him now? Thrawn pressed. Yes, from different clans. If I find this new Vader, if I force him to admit his lies, will your people bear witness and recognize my rightful place as ruler of all Nagri? The matriarch and Ovkavem exchanged glances before the old woman said, I cannot speak for all clans. But Clan Bacter will witness. Then select 2 witnesses to come with me now. Have them ready within the hour. I don't suppose you know where the impostor has taken them? The stars are vast and unknown to me. Very well. I will find him myself. Thrawn turned and looked at Neres for the first time since getting off the shuttle. He said, loud enough for the others to hear, Captain, let us return to the shuttle. If these Nagri do not prepare 2 witnesses to accompany us, we will raise the village. Neres swallowed. Understood, sir. 1 hour, Thrawn repeated, then spun and marched for the door. It was all Neres and the stormtroopers could do to keep up with them. Neres didn't attempt to talk to the Grand Admiral until they'd retreated inside the shuttle and closed the landing ramp, sealing them inside with 8 stormtroopers while 4 more remained outside. I should have foreseen this, Thrawn said, voice betraying rare anger as he stood in the cockpit. I should have taken efforts to preserve our presence on Onagra and ensure the Nagri's obedience. Sir, there was no way you could have known the rebels would kill Darth Vader. Perhaps not, but command of the Nagri was delegated to me, and me alone. Sir. How do you intend to find Inquisitor Jirek? Thrawn looked out the shuttle's viewport at the village. Small, brown-robed Nagri were moving about, giving the parked shuttle a cautious berth. When the Grand Admiral didn't answer, Nereus ventured, "Perhaps we should contact Director Izzard. She may have an idea where he is." Grek is currently pretending loyalty to Grand Moff Kane of the Pentastar alignment. Nereus was about to suggest they approach Kane, then held his tongue. Assuming the Grand Moff did know where Grek was, he wouldn't be likely to give information on his ally to Thrawn. "But you are right, Captain," Thrawn said with a restrained sigh. "Izzard likely has military intelligence keeping an eye on Grek. How do you intend to get the Nagri back from him, sir?" "I am considering that." Thrawn's red eyes narrowed. "Have you ever met the High Inquisitor, Captain?" "No, sir." He didn't say he was glad he hadn't. He was a Jedi, back when there were Jedi. He threw his lot in with Palpatine, of course, but his only allegiance has always been his own design. The Emperor sent us on several missions together. He wanted someone looking over Grek's shoulder. An ambitious Force user, then. Lovely. It sounds as though he's gathered followers, sir. He has. Do you have any idea what he might have been using the Nagri for? I can think of many possibilities. Grek has not tried to carve out territory like the other warlords. He has a different design. A Jedi design, sir? Quite likely. Thrawn stared pensively out the window. To fill the awkward pause, Nereus cleared his throat. "I've never met any Jedi, sir." "Is that they say true?" he finished lamely. "Grek is a very powerful being. I have no doubt he used the Force to affect the minds of the Nagri clan leaders into giving him their allegiance." "So you've experienced his power firsthand?" "His and other Jedi's." Thrawn's eyebrows drew together. "Some have suggested that the Force brings madness to those who use it. Given my experience with their kind, I have always thought that possibility. Quite likely. Can we use that to our advantage, sir?" Thrawn turned to fix Nereus with his red glare. "I believe it is the only option we have." At the hour's end, 3 Nagri approached the shuttle. The ramp was lowered, and Thrawn and Nereus walked out with their stormtrooper escorts. The Nagri in the lead was Ovkavem. The old creature bowed, then raised his head and said, "These are Clan Bacter's witnesses, Ikrakar and Akron. They are 2 of our best warriors and will serve the Empire well." "I welcome them aboard," Thrawn said, voice softer than before. "I assure you, when they return to Onagra they will tell you that I have only said the truth." Ovkavem bowed his head again, but made no reply. Thrawn waved Ikrakar and Akron forward. The 2 Nagri bowed, then threw brown hoods over their heads and walked up the ramp. Once everyone was inside, the shuttle ramp closed and the craft prepared for liftoff. The Nagri were placed on crash seats in the rear hold while Thrawn and Nereus joined the shuttle's 2 pilots in the cockpit. As they watched Onagra's ugly surface fall beneath them, Nereus leaned close to Thrawn and said in a low voice, "You told them that the Empire is working to reclaim their polluted land. Is that true?" "We've had agriculture droids working the soil for the past 2 decades, the Grand Admiral said. Nereus frowned. If they'd been making progress, he didn't see any of it. Then realization found him. "You've been poisoning their world." "Their world was already poisoned. We've merely been making sure it remains that way, while keeping the Nagri in indentured servitude forever." Thrawn nodded once. "If the Nagri found out it, well, I don't think their sense of honor would approve." "It wouldn't, which is why they never will. They're good fighters but primitive, technologically and mentally. A simple ag droid is like a divine mystery to them." Their shuttle started to rock as they exited the atmosphere. As Nears gripped his seat rests tight, Thrawn leaned close and said, "Are you troubled by this deception, Captain?" "It seems a little risky, sir. What we're doing is hardly cruel. You must understand that honor and combat are at the center of Nagri life. They live to serve, and to serve with their knives. What we are giving them is a chance to fight, and possibly die, in service of a noble cause. Ikrakar and Akron, and all the other Nagri death commandos, follow a higher calling in the Empire's service than they ever could have done in petty clan wars on Onagar. You make it sound like we're doing them a favor. I doubt they'd agree, but I believe we are. We are all here to serve a greater design, Captain. You, the Nagri, and me." His voice had taken on a tone of uncharacteristic reverse. As the shuttle cleared the atmosphere and soared toward Grey Wolf, he asked, "What design is that, sir?" "What else?" Thrawn gave the tiniest shrug. "A strong, stable, ordered galaxy in which every being has a place. Every one of us. And we must be willing to make whatever sacrifices and take whatever steps are necessary in service of that goal." Nears couldn't deny the conviction in Thrawn's voice. He felt strangely blessed that the Grand Admiral had confided this to him, here and now, but deep down, he knew it was something Thrawn had already taught him a long time ago. Chapter 11 Ord Bidnir. When Octavian Grant's Star Destroyer reverted to Rel space over Ord Bidnir, he saw exactly what he'd been expecting to see, one grand black superstar destroyer orbiting a verdant green and blue planet. Grand Moff Kane was holding this conference far away from his de facto capital at Sartinian, but he was still determined to put on a good show. He heard Captain Bremel suck in breath as a riflam vectored toward the magnificent Reaper. Grant looked over his shoulder and asked, impressed, "Are you, Captain?" "I've never seen a ship like that, sir." Remembering Aggressor, he added, "Not up close." "Today, that vessel means us no harm," Grant said. He believed that was true, but he wasn't quite certain. Not as certain as he wanted to be anyway. When Grand Admiral Teshik had failed to please his Emperor, Palpatine had sent the man on a suicide mission against the Hippans. Only hideous cyborg grafts had kept Teshik alive, and after that he was more machine than man. Izard was not as nakedly sadistic as Palpatine, but she was clearly displeased with Grant all the same. "Admiral," Bremel reported, "we're being hailed by a Reaper. They say you're welcome to come aboard." "Then tell my shuttle to warm its engines. I'll be down shortly." "Do you want a fighter escort, sir?" Grant threw a moment, then shook his head. "Kane knows what we can do, and we know what Kane to do. I dare say he has a decisive advantage." "That's true, sir. And as I said, he means us no harm." "Not today." By the time Grant reached Oriflam's hangar, the shuttle was ready to go. It was a short 5-minute glide into Reaper's far vaster landing bay. As he stepped onto the flight deck, he took note of the other vessels aboard. There were full squadrons of TIE fighters in their racks, as expected, but the flight deck also contained less common Incom Howl runners and Suro Subprebirds, plus several shuttlecraft of unfamiliar design. Clearly, Kane was having to shore up his forces with non-standard equipment. The Grand Moff was not there on the landing deck to greet Grant. Instead, a half-squad of stormtroopers escorted him down gray hallways and onto the railcar that whisked them all the way to the command section in the aft of the massive superstar destroyer. The ride only took a few extra minutes, and after that, Grant was sent up a lift tube to the bridge. Kane was putting on a show, in his way, by letting Grant see the insides of a clean, fully staffed superstar destroyer. Grant had never been a fan of supersized warships himself, They were ungainly and they drew enemy attacks like a supercharged magnet, as Executor had found out at Endor. Kane was not a military man by inclination, he was drawn toward politics and governance, and rather than show off Reaper's killing capacity, he was displaying what a well-run, efficient operation looked like. Grant had to admit he was just a little envious. Kane greeted him on the bridge. The Grand Moff was some 5 years younger than Grant, half a head taller and 20 kilos heavier, though his thick frame was still more muscular than fat. Kane shook Grant's hand instead of saluting, then gestured to the fully staffed bridge laid out before them. "What do you think, Octavian?" Kane said. "Have you ever seen a more beautiful ship? Beauty is in the beholder's eye, as they say. But she is impressive. I thought you'd agree." Reluctantly. Kane smirked. "Come, let's talk in my office." Grant knew that Kane preferred to run his operations from his homeworld, but his quarters on Reaper were well appointed as well, elegant without being gaudy. He bid Grant sit down on one side of his desk while he poured 2 glasses of some shimmering gold liquid. Grant sniffed it, waited for Kane to take a sip, then tried it himself. It was like wine but richer, not quite brandy strong. He'd never had it before, and in his 40-year naval career, Grant had made a point to sample spirits from a great many places. "It's from Sartinian," Kane explained. "We rarely export." "I've never made it to your homeworld, I'm sorry to say." "Never had a reason to swing by." Kane smiled politely, but Grant knew his barb had stung. Artis Kane had a good pedigree, but he was still a man from the Outer Rim, and it had been difficult for him to mix with all the old families from the core and expansion regions. Still, he'd made a fine effort and was generally of sounder mind than most of Palpatine's hangers-on, so Grant had taken a liking to him. He'd been disappointed when Kane was posted to the Outer Rim to replace Grand Moff Tarkin, but the man had clearly turned it around to his advantage. "I was surprised Azard sent you," Kane admitted. "I think this was her idea of punishing me." "You heard about Trollis?" "Of course." "Were you supposed to intervene, stop Grunger and Pito from slaughtering each other?" What Azard really wanted was Grunger's flagship. "Ah. The aggressor. She's envious of you and Cinch, having ships like these." "I can't say I blame her. She wants to show strength. She may hold the core, but it's still hard to position herself as Palpatine's legitimate successor when other people more impressive war machines." "We're lucky to have Reaper," Kane said, "but the rest of our fleet is somewhat lacking." "And is that why you wanted to open negotiations? Come out of your shell?" "Partially. This isn't a galaxy that lets men stay isolated. Admiral Keyes, Omnixes, thinks he can sit tight and ride out the war, but sooner or later he's going to have to make a choice on what to do with his garrison. And so will you." Kane smirked. "Octavian, you're too blunt to be a good diplomat." "I never wanted to be. I wanted to be what I am, a good soldier." "Izard doesn't seem to think so." "Izard knows nothing about warfare." "But you fight for her." "Why? What should I do instead? Try carving out my own empire? All the good planets are taken." It was a flippant evasion, and they both knew it. Kane leaned forward. "Octavian, I'm trying to make my territory self-sufficient, and part of that is building a bulwark against anyone who might threaten me. That includes the rebels, it includes Cinch, and it even includes Izard. I have a fine ship here, but what I really need is a fine commander." Grant narrowed his eyes. "Are you offering me something?" Kane sat back in his chair and spread his hands. Grant snorted. "You're offering me Reaper? And how do you know I wouldn't bomb Sartinian with it, take your place?" Because you don't want to govern, Octavian, you want to fight. Isard would disagree with you. The fact that she sent you all the way out here means she's intent on wasting your talents. I wouldn't. As I understand it, you are going to great lengths not to fight anyone with this, what do you call it again? The pentastar alignment. Grant knew that, but he'd wanted to make Kane say it. Grant gulped another mouthful from his glass and said, I appreciate the flattery and I'll take it under consideration. That's all I ask, said Kane. In truth, he would consider it. Grant wasn't like Makati. He wasn't clinging to any stupid idea of the Empire as some kind of peacekeeping force. He'd been a vice admiral when the Republic became an empire, and he'd seen all the ugly signs of the transition, the way officers climbed over the knife-stabbed backs of their former allies in order to please Palpatine. Not that he was better than them, or apart from them, he'd done plenty of things his noble family would have been aghast at. He was simply honest about it. With that in mind, said Kane, we should probably go down and join the others. I just wanted to speak privately before we began. Grant frowned. Others? Kane rose from his chair. Of course. Grant just stared. Oh, Kane said, she didn't tell you, did she? Tell me what? When I called this conference, I didn't just ask for someone from Isard's government. I want to lay down a firm groundwork guaranteeing the stability of my territory against its neighbors. I asked Sinch and Teratic to send representatives also. Grant reared to his feet. What? Apologetically, he added, I've also asked the Rebel Alliance for a delegate. There are terrorists on this ship. I'm sorry, Octavian, I thought you knew. No, he ground his teeth. It seems Isard neglected to mention it. I see, Kane said, awkward and understanding. Well, as I said, we shouldn't keep them waiting. Come, let's go. Grant fumed in silence the entire ride down. This was worse than being shot up by Hippans. Isard had sent him, a Grand Admiral appointed by Palpatine himself, to sit in on petty talks with a bunch of scheming warlords, minions and rebel trash. It was beyond insulting, it was outright abusive. Meanwhile, Makati was back on Imperial Center, planning some campaign which would surely win him accolades and Isard's unwavering trust. When he calmed down, he decided, he'd definitely give Kane's offer consideration. When he reached the conference room and saw the other delegates, he was tempted to just walk out. The rebels had sent a squat, furry Bothan who called himself Treskimnal. And of course it would be a Bothan. The debacle at Endor was over a year old and those anarchists were still intent on rubbing Imperial noses in what their spies had done. Teratic's delegate was almost understandable. Grant had known Tamias Holt in the past. Born and raised on annexes to one of the Empire's most honorable military families, Holt had elected to sign on for intelligence work instead. He'd gained a reputation as a rogue, prone toward behavior unbecoming either an officer or a gentleman, and after Endor he'd vanished from the Ubictorate. Apparently he'd found a place at Teratic's side. The biggest insult, though, was the massive, bloated worm that introduced itself through its translator droid as Tubo the Hutt, economic advisor to Grand Admirals Sinch. Not warlord, not High Admiral or Great Moff or pompous blubbering upstart, but Grand Admiral. Kane somehow managed to get through the introductions with a straight face. They'd always said Kane was soft on subhumans, probably because of his Outer Rim upbringing, but this was too much. He actually seemed to respect the furball and the slug, or at least did a terrifyingly good job of faking it. There are military considerations to take into account, Kane was saying. I believe that it is imperative we take steps to prevent any unwanted conflict at our borders. The Hutt rumbled something, after which its droid said, Wise Tabo would like to remind you that borders, like everything else in this galaxy, are in a constant state of flux. If Kane noticed the anguish Grant was in, he pointedly ignored it. I take your point, Wise Tabo, but there are exceptions to every rule. I called this conference because I am not expansionist. I have no desire to take systems from anyone else in this room. I want to be left alone. I am trying to acquire some guarantee of that. And as you can all tell, I am very capable of defending myself if provoked. This is an impressive ship, Holt said as he leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. I'll give you that. But didn't you also have a hand in funding another ship? The Vengeance, wasn't it? For High Inquisitor Jirek. Kane fought a frown. What of it? I was just wondering where Jirek and his ship are. You did bankroll that big black sword of his. I assume you'd keep track of that kind of investment. Do you expect me to explain my entire defensive posture to you, sir? The hut interrupted with another rumble, and the droid said, Brilliant Tabo would like to remind you all that Grand Admiral Singe is also quite capable of defending his own territory. It was all Grant could do to keep from groaning aloud. Still, as the talk went on, as he sat there and watched the furball, the slug, and the spy bicker while Kane looked stolidly on, he found a strange consolation. If these were his opponents, perhaps he had a future after all. Chapter 12 Bandomir. The first 8 hours of the siege of Bandomir went exactly according to plan. First, the Star Destroyer Steadfast decanted from hyperspace in the planet's outer orbit, followed one torpedo sphere, the Enforcer-class Pickett's Carida and Briefspelt, and the Interdictor cruiser's Claw and Constrainer. Bandomir's defensive shields went up within minutes, before the torpedo sphere any of the newcoming vessels dropped low enough into orbit to begin a planetary bombardment. From the bridge of Steadfast, Grand Admiral Makati began broadcasting his statement on all frequencies. He ordered the local government of Bandomir to declare its loyalty to Xanazard, true regent of the Empire, and lower its shields. If they did this, no one on Bandomir would be punished. No response came, but Makati hadn't been expecting one. Regardless of who had controlled the planet's defenses before, they were Singe's men now. As the torpedo sphere dropped into lower orbit to begin bombarding Bandomir's shields, 3 more massive warships dropped out of orbit, the Bellator-class destroyer Aurora, and 2 more Imperial-class ships, Peremptory and Vanguard. Accompanying them were a dozen Star Galleon-class cargo frigates, 4 Lancer-class anti-starfighter frigates, and 2 Lorraine strike cruisers. Less than a minute later, the interdictors brought up their gravity wells, effectively preventing any vessel from jumping in or out of hyperspace anywhere within the inner half of a Bandomir system. The message was clear. Grand Admiral Makati had come prepared for a long haul. The torpedo sphere continued to bombard the planetary shield, as did Aurora, Peremptory, and Vanguard, though cracking through the planet's defenses was not their main goal. Mostly, their torpedo and turbolaser barrages were there to test the strength of the shielding system. It proved quite resilient, as the Ubictorat had reported. Singe had upgraded defenses after claiming the world. Steadfast hung back while the Star Galleons began to spread out over Bandomir's upper orbit. The Star Galleon was designed as a heavily armored troop carrier, but these vessels had been modified for a different purpose, deploying proton mines. Mine laying was a dangerous business, and it had to proceed carefully and slowly. With the interdiction field in place, there was no danger of Singe dropping out of hyperspace and surprising them, so the mine-laying crews could get to work with the assurance that they were safe from everything except their own bombs. The Galleons began laying down their mines on opposite sides of Bandomir's orbit. Their mind grids became walls that blocked off the points where ships traveling rhymeward or coreward along the Hydean Way would come out of hyperspace. Singe would certainly be sending his reinforcements from Zerno, Selenin, or one of his other fortress worlds up the Hydean, and the minefield would force him to stop and rearrange his ships outside the Bandomir system. And Singe would be coming. Makati had no doubt about that. He knew the planet would not simply surrender to him, he knew it would call for help, and that Singe would be forced to either answer or surrender a critical world in addition to his pride. 8 hours into the siege, the Galleons had built impressive walls on either side of the planet. It made Makati uneasy as he paced Steadfast's command deck. He hadn't sat down or left the bridge since the siege began, though his feet were getting sore, his shoulders tired, his crew restless. There was no telling how long they'd have to wait before Singe showed up, and it was very likely that the longer they waited, the more powerful a force the warlord would bring with him. Around the time when 8 hours rolled into 9, Makati received a visitor on the bridge. Colonel Turfiner appeared in his flight suit, black with red blood stripes down either flank, patches for the 181st Imperial Fighter Wing on either shoulder. Finner was a young man, but his lean angular face and the scar slanting from his upper lip across his cheek made him look old and experienced. The pilot clacked the heels of his boots and snapped a salute. Makati waved him at ease. "Is there a problem, Colonel Finner?" The Grand Admiral asked calmly as they stood at the fore of the deck, where he'd been watching the Star Galleons creep through their work. "Not a problem, sir." "A question?" Makati raised an eyebrow. "A question that you felt you had to ask in person instead of via comm from the flight deck with your pilots?" Finner didn't wince at the rebuke. He didn't apologize either. "Sir, I wanted your approval to begin flying fighter patrols. Aurora and Peremptory already have ties escorting the Miners." "I understand, sir. However, Warlord Singe may appear at any time. We have to be ready." "Are your pilots getting sleepy as they wait?" Again, he didn't flinch. "Impressive." "My pilots are always ready, sir. That's why I wanted to rotate squadrons on patrol. Whenever Singe does come, we'll already have 12 fighters in space." It wasn't bad reasoning, but having 12 interceptors out for a few extra minutes wouldn't turn the tide of this battle, even if they did have the Empire's best pilots behind them. Instead of answering Finner's request, Makati looked out the viewport. He said, "Colonel, this is your unit's first major combat mission since Brentail, isn't it?" That name, Brentail, seemed to give Finner pause. To some that name meant the first treble victory in the Corps, to others the first Imperial defeat. To Finner, though, it could only mean the place where his mentor, Baron Fel, was captured by the enemy. "We've been sent on other missions, sir," Finner said at last. "But none as critical as this." "I thought as much." He looked back to Finner and saw him wilt, just a little, under the combined pressure of the Grand Admiral's glare and the memory of defeat. "Do you have another question for me?" asked Makati, aware he hadn't answered the first. "In the initial briefing, sir, you said the rebels might try to intervene here. Do you believe that's still the case?" Makati took a few steps forward, to the very edge of the deck. He tapped a finger on the transprestial viewport, beckoning Finner to step closer. When the pilot was at his side, he pointed to the system's primary, white and bright over the curve of Bandomir's shoulder. "We can't quite see it from this angle," Makati said, "but between Bandomir and its star is the planet Envos. There's a rebel fleet hiding there, using the radiation from the gas giant to mask its own thrust emissions." "Are you certain? Have you sent scouts?" "If I sent scouts the rebels would see them and they'd know I know." "No, I didn't send scouts. What I did do is request data from the Astrological Institute on Marlsai, specifically the collected readings of Envos natural radiation, taken from ships orbiting Bandomir. Using those normal readings as a control, and comparing them to what our passive scanners are picking up now, we can assume the rebels have amassed around a half-dozen large warships behind the planet. Fenrir stiffened. That's quite a fleet. Indeed. Are we going to flush them out, sir? Colonel, even if Singe isn't here himself, you can be sure he's watching our actions. If we engage the rebels in a fleet battle, he'll be sure to jump in and savage us both. We can't just let the rebels stay there. Why not? When they attack, we'll know where they're coming from. I suppose you're right, Fenrir frowned. To be blunt, sir, I like to be the one surprising my enemies, not the other way around. We just need to keep them in mind, and not show our backs to them. Fenrir clearly wasn't convinced, but he wasn't going to argue either. Colonel, asked Makati, do you have a third question? He hesitated, but only for a moment. Sir, is there any indication, maybe from the Ubictorate, that Rogue Squadron is with them? I'm afraid we don't know where Rogue Squadron is. We can't deny the possibility. I see, sir. Colonel, will it be a problem for you if they are? It hadn't been announced publicly, or even to the rest of the 181st, but Fenrir knew that Baron Fel was flying for the rogues now. Fenrir's scarred lips set a straight line. No, sir. I'm glad to hear it. Dismissed. Fenrir clacked his boots and snapped a salute. As he lowered it, Makati said, as to your first question, you may begin flying sorties, one squadron at a time. I'll leave patrol routes and shift timing to you. Thank you very much, sir. Fenrir snapped back into a salute, held it for a second, then relaxed again. Makati watched him spin and go, and when he was gone, the Grand Admiral turned his attention back to Bandomir, the mines, and the destroyers in low orbit, still sporadically probing the planet's defenses. The men on those ships knew as well as anyone that this battle for Bandomir wasn't going to be won on the planet. It would be determined high above. He allowed himself a small sigh. If Singe kept him waiting much longer, Makati would be forced to roll out a welcome mat. But, as long as this lasted, he needed to keep on his toes. He plucked his comlink from his breast and thumbed it on. Forager, are you standing by? After a second, his protocol droid's tinny voice replied from his personal cabin, standing by, sir. I'd like a cup of black calf, extra strong. Can you bring that to the bridge for me? Of course, sir. Thank you. And Forger? Yes, sir. I'd like a single shot of Rycanthian whiskey mixed in. Very good, sir. Makati turned off his comlink and put it back in his pocket. He turned, faced the viewport, and got back to waiting. He had a feeling it would be a while yet. The New Republic task force clustered in low orbit over Envos, revolving around the planet at a slow speed so that the world always hid them from view of Bandomir. They did, however, plant a temporary sensor emplacement on the dark side of Envos' third moon, which circled its planets slowly and always faced the outer planets. Small and completely undetectable from Bandomir itself, the sensor station bounced its findings off another orbital buoy to the flagship of the Republic fleet, where its senior command staff watched the siege play out in real time. Admiral Burke's command ship was Emancipator, one of several Imperial star destroyers captured at the Battle of Endor. Along with a quartet of Mon Calamari MC-80 cruisers and a handful of assault frigates, gunships, and corvettes, it had been situated behind Envos for the past 3.5 standard days. The arrival of Grand Admiral Makati's task force hadn't sent its crew scrambling to red alert. On the contrary, not a single soldier on sleep cycles was roused from his bunk, Crews were placed on standby alert, but shifts continued as normal for the majority of the beings in the Republic fleet. Wedge Antilles was not one of them. The moment Steadfast dropped into Bandomir's orbit, he joined Admiral Burke on Emancipator's Bridge to watch the siege gradually unfold. After 10 hours, it was pretty clear what Makati's plan was. With the main entry routes to Bandomir blocked by minefields, Singe would only have a limited number of zones from which he could attack. Makati planned to hold him at those choke points. "It's a smart plan as far as it goes," Burke was saying as he and Wedge examined the tactical holo. "Pretty much what I'd have used." "Couldn't Singe just try to blast his way through the minefield?" Wedge asked. "If he does bring iron first, he'll have enough firepower." Burke shook his head. "It would still take him hours. They're doing a real professional job there. Those mines are hard to target with turbos, and they're laying them far enough apart that one going off won't set off a chain. SNU fighters could get through okay, and a really good crew might be able to fly a Corvette through that minefield without hitting anything, but I'm sure these mines have IFF proximity sensors too. Anything unfriendly gets within blast range, boom." "Exactly. It's a very smart setup." Wedge wasn't exactly feeling better about their odds. "The way the mines are placed, Singe might end up getting between us and Makati." "What happens then?" Burke bit his lip. "I'd be happy to take down Singe too, but the Grand Admiral is our primary target today." He sighed. "I can't say I'm happy with all these variables, Admiral. I'm disappointed." "They say you're a maverick, Antilles." Wedge allowed a slight smile. "I can be, sir, but I prefer it when I surprise somebody else instead of the other way around. That's the goal for today. We just have to be patient." Wedge wanted to say he'd been patient, waiting for NRI to get back to him about Siao. He checked in with Kraken against right before going on this mission and gotten a negative response. He wasn't surprised, but he was disappointed. He'd tried to force Siao out of his mind, just like he'd almost forgotten about her for years after their parents' death, but now, with Baron Fel around, nebulous childhood memories of her kept coming back. They kept on getting in his head when he should have been focusing on the mission. "General?" Burke said. "I asked you a question." "Like right now?" Wedge stiffened. "I'm sorry, sir, what was that?" "I asked if you've told your newest pilot that the 181st is aboard Makati's flagship." Military intel hadn't been able to get much about Makati's battle plans, but they had learned that the 181st Fighter Wing under Turfiner had been relocated to Steadfast. "Yes, sir." "I've told him." "And how did he take it?" "He took it, sir. Said it wouldn't interfere with his mission." Burke nodded, curtly. He seemed satisfied and turned his attention back to the Minelaar's slow progress on the holo. Wedge himself wasn't entirely sure he believed his brother-in-law, but he knew better than to question him. All good fighter pilots learned to put aside outside considerations like old sentiments, old loyalties, and old memories. Burke had been a fighter wing commander once and understood that, it was why he'd accepted Wedge's answer so easily. A fighter pilot had to live in the moment, on sensation and reflex. Normally Wedge was good at it, and Fel was probably even better. He looked over the tactical holo again, at the red wedge marking Makati's flagship. He hoped all of them would be able to do it today. "I know it's here somewhere," Tycho said. Dressed in his orange flight suit like the rest of the rogues, he was on his hands and knees with his butt in the air, crawling around the floor of the barracks room where all 9 rogues were bunked. Soontir Fel generally thought his executive officer a serious man, and didn't know what had possessed him to go slinking around on the deck when they could be called into combat at any moment. When asked what he was looking for, Tycho had been evasive. Right now, Hobby and Rin were standing over him looking confused. Zarks and Phalas were leaning against the far wall looking equally confused. Oven stood anxiously in the doorway like he was waiting to sprint for the hangar, and Wes Jansen sat cross-legged on his bunk with a stupid grin on his face. "Is this some sort of inventive new exercise, Tycho?" Jansen asked. "You look like you are getting some good lower back stretches in." "That's not it," Tycho said as he stuck his head beneath the cheap metal frame bunk Fel was currently sitting on. Like a lot of things on this Republic vessel, it was identical to equipment still found on every Imperial warship. "Then what is it?" Rin sounded exasperated. "I told you guys, this ship used to be called Accuser," Tycho said. His voice became muffled as he stuck his shoulders and upper back under the bunk frame too. "We know that," said Hobby. "Some of us helped capture her at Endor, remember?" "The point is..." Tycho trailed off. After a few seconds, Jansen asked, "Are you dead, Tycho? Did you suffocate down there?" Without warning, Tycho scooted backwards out from beneath the bed. When he came out he patted dust out of his sandy brown hair and turned his excited eye on Fel. "Get off. We've got to move it." Fel still didn't know what was going on, but there was no point in argument. He got up and moved over to where Phalas and Zarks were standing. Tycho, Jansen, and Rin took hold of the double-level bunk frame and pulled it away from the wall. Its old metal feet scraped noisily across the deck as it moved. "There." Grinning, Tycho pointed to something at the base of the wall. "I knew it'd still be there. If they didn't swap out the furniture they wouldn't redo the paneling either." "What am I looking at?" Rin squatted down. "I see. Scratch marks. Knife marks, maybe, in the wall." "Exactly." Tycho planted his hands on his fists, triumphant. "I told you, this used to be Accuser. This was my first post when I got out of the Imperial Academy." Now it was starting to make sense. Frowning, Hobby asked, "You used to bunk in this room?" "Hell of a coincidence, isn't it?" "I wasn't entirely sure, because it's been a while, and you know all these barracks look the same, but I thought it might be." "And there's the proof." Jansen whistled. "Fresh from the academy and you were already expressing your rebellious side with acts of petty vandalism. I love it." "What does it say, Rin?" The Quarren squinted. "All I see are a rough carved circle and the letters T and N." "I give up," said Phalas. "What does it mean?" Tycho's triumphant grin wilted, became wistful. "T is for Tycho, obviously. And N." "Ah," Hobby said. He, too, looked sad. Fel was curious now. "What does it stand for?" "Niestra." "My fiancé." Tycho looked down at the marking he'd carved. It couldn't have been made more than 6 years ago, but for him it probably felt like a lifetime. "She was on Alderaan, wasn't she?" Tycho nodded. "I hadn't even remembered this until I just now. Back then it was, I don't know. Just something I did one time. Crawl under my bunk, mark our names in the bulkhead. It just seemed important." No one seemed to have anything to say. Fel watched Tycho carefully and was surprised by the mix of sorrow and soft happiness on his face. He was remembering his pain, of course, but he was also remembering the love, the good warm memories she'd left behind. Over the past months Fel had been forced to contemplate, repeatedly, how he'd react if he were separated from Sial with the same finality in which Tycho was separated from Niestra. When he thought of it now, that very real possibility, it produced only smoldering anger. He wondered how long it had taken for Tycho's loss to burn into the bittersweet thing it was now. he hoped he'd never find out. Without warning, the entire deck shuddered. There was a brief moment when a deep pressure seemed to clasp Fel by the chest, then it was gone, and everything felt normal, but he knew it was not. "Hey, did you feel that?" asked Phalis. "It seems internal gravity has faltered," said Zarx. "No," Fel shook his head. "It means the Imperials just dropped their interdiction fields." Phalis frowned. "Why would Makati do that?" "Most likely, it means he doesn't need them anymore. I suspect that, at this point, he wants to." A voice crackled over the speaker in the ceiling. "All crew, go to yellow alert." "Repeat, all crew to yellow alert." "What does that mean?" asked Tevin. "Are we attacking Makati now?" "No," Tycho shook his head. "It means Singe is." 17 hours into the siege of Bandomir, Grand Admiral Makati decided enough was enough. The Star Galleons had deployed every last mine in their holds. The torpedo sphere and star destroyers orbiting Bandomir had more than thoroughly poked and prodded the planet's defenses but refrained from emptying their entire weapons supply before the real battle began. Most of the crew had been allowed to pass through a sleep cycle, and even Makati had allowed himself a 4-hour nap, after F4GR prodded him for long enough. Once he'd got out of bed and woke himself up with a stiff shot of caf, he decided they couldn't wait at longer. When he got to the bridge, he ordered the frigates to prepare for withdrawal. On his command, the 3 star destroyers bombarding the shields pulled to a position in Bandomir's outer orbit, on the opposite side of the planet as Steadfast, Carida, and Briefspelt. Finally, after putting crews for all ships on red alert, he ordered Claw and Constrainer to lower their interdiction fields. The deck shuddered slightly beneath him as Steadfast's artificial gravity adjusted to the shutdown. Both interdictors dropped into lower orbit to protect themselves from what was to come. Makati stood in the middle aisle of the bridge, watching the forward viewport waiting. He wanted his crew to see him stand tall and confident, though he was as ignorant as the rest of them as to what force Singe would field. They had to wait less than 2 standard minutes. Then they found out. With minefields blocking Singe's 2 primary vectors of entry, he was left with 2 broad swathes of space from which to make his appearance. Steadfast stood ready to greet them on one side, Aurora on the other. There had been no way to know which vectors Singe would pick, and Makati was unsurprised when star destroyers jumped into Bandomir's outer orbit from both directions. Steadfast's tactical crew was on it. They identified the collection of ships that had just appeared before Steadfast as 3 Imperial-class star destroyers, designated Red Gauntlet, Black Star and Cavalry, along with 2 Lancer-class frigates, 2 Assassin-class Corellian corvettes, and, improbable as it seemed, an old Clone Wars Venator-class destroyer identifying itself as Bayonet. Aurora's crew was just as prompt. They relayed their report to Makati: 2 Victory-class destroyers, 2 assassin corvettes, 1 ancient Rendili dreadnought, and the superstar destroyer Iron Fist. The name of Singe's dreaded flagship sent whispers swirling around the bridge, but it wasn't a surprise. Singe had taken almost a full standard day to ready his response to the siege. Makati would have been disappointed with any less forceful a response. Nonetheless, he would have preferred the response to be a little less forceful. His ships over Bandomir were outgunned at least 2-1, not counting the rebels still in their hiding place. Before the crew could sink further into panic, Makati said, loud enough for all to hear, "Communications, hail Iron Fist. Tell Singe I want to speak with him personally." As the comm crew got to work, Steadfast's commanding officer, Captain Vivint, sidled next to Makati and said in a low voice, "Those 4 destroyers are spreading out and take us from all sides. The pickets won't be able to hold them off." "I'm aware of that. Send an update to Captain Dorja." Tell him to be ready to move on my mark. Yes, sir. Makati marched over to the comm station. His whole body crackled with tension, but he had to look calm and controlled before his crew. Do you have a connection? The comm lieutenant, he couldn't have been older than 20 standard years, nodded. Yes, sir. Good. Makati folded his arms in front of his chest. Put him on. A second later, a blue hollow image flickered to life in front of him. The fat face and black handlebar mustache was unmistakably Singe, as were the small, intense eyes. The pale uniform and epaulets, though, sent a spike of anger through Makati. This is Grand Admiral Singe aboard the Iron Fist, pronounced the warlord. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? You know who I am, just like you know you didn't earn those birds on your shoulders. Makati added quiet venom to his voice. He knew the whole bridge was watching. I'm offering you a chance to end the charade before it gets violent. If you surrender all forces now and pledge your loyalty to Regent Izzard, she will allow you to keep command of Iron Fist. Singe chuckled. In case you haven't noticed, Afshin, you're extremely outgunned. But I'm a generous man, you know, so I'll throw that offer right back at you. Surrender now and I'll let you join my empire. With 2 Grand Admirals on the same side, not even Izzard will stand against us. You're not a Grand Admiral. You're a disease chewing away at the limbs of the true empire. But its heart still beats strong. It was a line he'd planned in advance. His crew would like it, they needed confidence right now. Very well. You've forced my hand, more's the pity. Singe gave a long, theatric sigh. He was probably playing things up for his own crew. I'd have so liked to fight alongside you, but instead it looks like I'll have to kill you. But life's full of little disappointments. You learn to get over them. Goodbye. The hollow shrunk to nothing. Vivint was there, on Makati's shoulder, whispering, Sir, those destroyers are beginning to break formation and launch fighters. They'll be on us in less than 10 minutes. Then send the signal to Dorja. Now. Gladly, sir. Still standing straight and tall and commanding, Makati walked over to the tactical station, where the hollow relayed the engagement already beginning on the other side of the planet. Iron Fist's massive, 19-kilometer bulk was moving toward Aurora and its flanking destroyers. The Bellator-class warship, which he'd left in the hands of Admiral Thrawn, was some 3 times the size of the standard Imperial destroyer, making it by far the largest vessel Makati had brought to Bandomir, though it was still dwarfed by Singe's flagship. There'd been no way to tell whether Singe would elect to throw Iron Fist against Makati's forces or Rogris, and he was a little thankful the warlord had chosen the latter. The 4 smaller destroyers ahead of him were deadly enough. Iron Fist and its support vessels, tiny by comparison, were vectoring toward Aurora with their starboard flanks brushing close to the wall of mines laid down to block Rimmer jumps off the Hydian. Likely, Singe thought to use it as a defensive wall, protecting one side from attacks by Rogris's capital ships. Iron Fist had a lot of hull to defend, and Makati had been hoping Singe would try and use any help available, even an enemy minefield. He and Rogris were, in fact, counting on it. To the tactical lieutenant, he said, tell Rogris to call in the carriers at his own digression. Yes, sir. He glanced at the hollow again, this time at the torpedo sphere still sitting in lower orbit. He added, and have that sphere to start climbing out. Have it move to help Rogris. Yes, sir, the lieutenant repeated. Makati didn't have the kind of targeting data to do with his torpedo sphere what Pitta had done at Trallas, but it didn't matter. Iron Fist was too big a target to miss, and repeated heavy volleys of torps along its bow would drain energy from its other shields. Admiral, Vivint called eagerly, Dorja is here. Makati could see that from the tactical holo. 3 friendly Star Destroyers dropped out of hyperspace, right behind Singe's Red Gauntlet and Black Star. Captain Dorge's Relentless, Stormhawk, and Bellicose had kept their fighter crews at ready, and they began pumping out TIE fighters and bombers that immediately began bombarding the enemies aft. He raised his voice and said, "Helm, engines full forward. Take us to engage cavalry. Tell Karida and Briefspelt to engage that old destroyer. Tactical, call Colonel Finner and tell him to hold the pickets. Leave the Lancers and corvettes to the new fighters." The crew complied eagerly. He'd kept all but his senior officers in the dark about Arun Dorje and his 3 Star Destroyers. Their surprise arrival had buoyed the men's spirits just when they needed it. The battle on this side of the planet suddenly seemed a lot more winnable. While Relentless began to exchange fire with Red Gauntlet, Stormhawk and Bellicose pulled along Black Star's flanks. They began to exchange broadsides, and Singe's destroyer found itself squeezed between 2 heavy barrages of turbolaser fire mixed with concussion missile volleys. Even as Steadfast moved to engage cavalry, Black Star's shields began to buckle. Bellicose launched a volley that broke through its defenses and ignited the magazines for its starboard missile batteries. The explosion tore open the hull, spilling twisted wreckage and crewmen into space. Stormhawk let loose a volley from the other side that shattered the bridge shields and vaporized the command deck in an instant. That brought a round of cheers from Steadfast's bridge crew, but one that quickly fell silent. It was a victory, their first of the engagement, but it wasn't rebels they'd just killed, it was thousands of Imperials, men who'd been to the same academy as Steadfast's officers, maybe even served on the same ships. Makati felt sorry for those killed, but only for a moment. Those men fought for Singe. Singe was worse than the rebels, and that made the people who fought for him worse too. In choosing to side with that pompous traitor instead of the true Empire, they'd sealed their fate. Steadfast began to shudder under attacks from cavalry, but Makati stayed where he was, resolute in the center of the bridge for all to see. "Not a bad pincer movement," Burke admitted as he stood on Emancipator's Bridge, watching the tactical holo. Singe was overconfident, jumping in like that without protecting his aft, General Horton Som said as he stood next to Wedge on the opposite side of the holo. "He has reason to be." Burke stabbed a finger at Iron Fist. "He still has a decisive advantage. Still, it won't be as easy as he thought." Wedge stirred impatiently. It was like watching rival Imperials slaughter each other at Trallas, but totally different. This time they were just a few 100,000 clicks away, and at some point Burke was going to order Wedge and Som to jump in their snub fighters and charge. By some odd luck, Makati's flagship was fighting over the side of Bandomir that had turned itself to face Envos. If he wrapped up with Singe's ships there and moved to help the rest of his fleet with Iron Fist, Burke would surely take that opportunity to make a micro-jump to the planet and attack from behind. But right now, at least, Burke seemed content to watch the Imperials battle it out. Makati's big Bellator-class destroyer, marked as Aurora, seemed to be dropping back into low orbit to meet the torpedo sphere. Likely it planned to use the siege weapon's heavy batteries to help defend against Iron Fist, but without the trick they'd given Pitta at Trallas, defense was all that sphere would be able to do. Just as the torpedo sphere began to fire its warheads at Iron Fist's approaching bow, 4 more markers appeared on the holo. They were small red boxes, and it took a second for the computer to identify them. Tunfolk-class escort carriers, Burke pronounced. "Ah. Very smart." "He dropped them in behind the minefield," Wedge said. "Exactly. Those mines are spaced far enough apart for friendly snub fighters to get through." Sure enough, they watched as the new arrivals began unloaded their ties. Escort carriers were little more than mobile hangar bays, each one containing a full wing of fighters and bombers. Normally they needed support ships to defend them, but right now the minefield served as a perfect barrier against Singe's ships. As they watched, the warlord attempted to send a few squads of Incom Howler Runner fighters to head off the advance. They must have triggered IFF sensors on the forward row of mines, because their markers abruptly winked off the map. Very smart, Burke repeated, admiring. His bombers are taking Singe's right flank while the torpedo sphere hits his bow. He can pound Iron Fist in 2 places without even risking his destroyers. That ship can take a lot of pounding, Sam reminded him. I hope it does. I want both of those fleets very exhausted before we start hurling ourselves at them. As he looked at the hollow, Wedge didn't doubt Burke would get his wish. As cavalry attempted to fall back, Grand Admiral Makati stayed by the tactical display, watching the battle play out on the far side of the planet. He wished he could have seen it with his own eyes, some 200 tiny fighters streaking through minefield to attack Iron Fist and its support ships, dodging the big vessel's clumsy turbolaser fire, scoring hits all along the flagship's stretched-out hull. As Singe scrambled to get his fighter screen flying, TIE bombers soared low over Iron Fist's superstructure, dropping bombs on its shields with impunity. Once Singe launched his fighters they'd be a lot more vulnerable, which was why the escort carriers hadn't disgorged all their cargo right away. He'd left command of those ships to Rogris, and he wasn't disappointed with the Admiral's timing. Just as Singe's Howler Runners began to engage with the TIE fighters and bombers, each escort carrier launched a single squadron of XG-1 Starwing fighter bombers. The experimental craft had never had a large production run, and Makati hadn't planned on using them initially. However, one of the surprising adjustments to his battle plan Azard had suggested was to include them for swift, precise anti-capital ship attacks. The Starwings streaked out toward Iron Fist, nimbly avoiding turbolaser fire and taking Singe's defending Howler Runners by surprise. They fell on behind the waves of TIE bombers, using the older bigger ships both for cover and to soften the enemy defenses. The squads worked in sync, firing their volleys with impacts times a quarter second apart. The TIEs weakened Iron Fist's shields while the Starwings slipped their missiles through. He was stuck watching it on the tactical holo, but in his mind's eye, Makati could see dozens of geysers of flame bursting like miniature supernovas across Iron Fist's superstructure. As the Starwings wheeled around to attack Singe's old dreadnought, Makati turned his attention back to the local fight. Cavalry had fallen back after taking heavy damage. Red Gauntlet, too, was trying to disengage, though Colonel Finner's 181st was harassing it. Surprisingly, Singe's old bayonet was putting up a good fight. It had dealt enough damage to force Karaida to retreat, then used the opening to make a run for cavalry. It was very likely those ships would try to flee. They couldn't do Singe much help then and there, and the warlord wasn't the type to command fanatic loyalty anyway. Makati made a quick mental judgment, then said, "Tactical, command Relentless and Bellicose to intercept cavalry. Tell Finner to pull back also." The lieutenant frowned. "Should we let Red Gauntlet go?" "That's right. We won't catch any more if we spread ourselves too thin." "Understood, sir." Makati stepped away from the holo as the lieutenant gave the orders. He walked down the center aisle of the bridge so all the crew could see him, though most of the men and women in the pit seemed to be attentive to their consoles, performing their duty with the steady confidence of those who expected victory. There was still the rebels, of course. They were out there, lurking, waiting to strike. He expected they'd find their opening soon enough. It was good he had prepared for them. Steadfast turned her boat to point forward, giving Makati an excellent view through the transpristile as Relentless and Bellicose converged on cavalry. Singe's destroyer, already badly damaged, took volley after volley. Bayonet arrived to help and began firing broadsides into Relentless, but the picket press felt had caught up and was nibbling on the old destroyer's aft. Vivint appeared on her shoulder and said, "Captain, Red Gauntlet just escaped to hyperspace." "Very good. Any sign of motion from Envos?" "None." "Are you certain they're there, sir?" "Yes, and I think they might be getting ready to show themselves. Once we clean up here, I want all our ships to form up and get close to the minefield. And call our new friends. Tell them to be ready." Vivint frowned. "Are you certain they'll show?" "If they want to get paid, they will." The captain nodded, uncertain, and went to fulfill his orders. Makati walked to the fore of the bridge and watched with his naked eyes as bayonets hell wrenched open in a fiery explosion. They brought more cheers from the crew, again quickly muted. "Admiral," the comm lieutenant reported, "we are being hailed by cavalry. They're offering surrender. Tell them we accept." "What about the support vessels?" The tactical officer chimed in. "Those Lancers just jumped out of the system. So did the remaining corvettes. None of those small ships had taken much damage, most likely they'd swing around with a series of micro-jumps, then reappear on the other side of Bandomir to give Iron Fist some badly needed anti-starfighter support." Well, Zinj was welcome to them. Makati had no illusions about destroying Iron Fist today, not with the forces he had available. He could weaken and humiliate the warlord, killing him was unnecessary for now. Besides, he'd have the rebels to deal with soon enough. The rogues had already moved to Emancipator's main hangar when order came down to launch. Their X-wings were prepped and combat-ready, and 9 pilots scrambled up the ladders and dropped into their cockpits. For Tycho, it was kind of a relief to be back in his X-wing again. The Star Destroyer's familiar rooms and hallways had been making him feel weird ever since coming aboard, and he felt weirder still after the discovery of that little act of vandalism, carved with a dull vibro blade into a bulkhead some 6 years ago by a green cadet who couldn't think about anything more important than the girl he'd left back home. He'd gotten to the point where he didn't think about Nyestra or his family for days at a time. Being a combat pilot helped with that. When you were in a dogfight you couldn't allow yourself to think about anything except killing and dying. The other rogues had helped too, and maybe Winder most of all. Right now, though, the familiar embrace of his worn seat cushions did enough. He ran his hands over the cockpit controls, as much doing pre-flight checks as assuring himself that everything was as it should be. Before tugging his helmet on, he half stood out of his cockpit and looked around the deck. The Y-wing pilots and Som's aggressor wing were already getting prepped, though Som himself seemed to be missing, just like Wedge. He glanced down the row of X-wings of which his was in the middle. Now that they were back to 9 pilots they were flying 3 flights of 3, Wedge with Zarks and Ivan, Tycho with Jansen and Phalis, and Hobby minding Nrin and Fel. Ivan and Zarks were also standing upright in their cockpits, clearly wondering when Rogue Leader was going to show up. It didn't take long. The entry doors on the far side of the hangar opened and he came sprinting out. The decidedly less slim Horton Som was right behind him, keeping respectable pace. Wedge clambered up into his X-wing and threw a thumbs up to Zarks and Ivan, who dropped into their seats with visible relief. Tycho looked in the other direction as he stuck his helmet on. From the adjacent X-wing, Jansen asked, "You ready to dance, Captain?" "Ready as I'll ever be." He called past Jansen, "Phalis, are you good?" She threw a thumbs up. Tycho couldn't see what the other pilots down the line were, but if he trusted anyone to be combat-ready, it was Fel. A voice crackled over his helmet comlink, saying, "All pilots, this is flight control. Seal your cockpits and start reactors. Do not, repeat, do not engage engines until we give the order." Stand by for micro-jump to Bandomir. Oh, Stang, he heard Ivan breath over the squad channel. I hate micro-jumps. I love them, said Jansen. It's like you blink, and bam, you get a big surprise right in front of you. Yeah, except that surprise is usually a bunch of imp stars and explosions, said Hobby. Cut the chatter everyone, Wedge said coolly. Stand by to jump. Tycho dropped into his seat, buckled his crash webbing, and lowered the transparisteel windscreen until he was vacuum sealed in his ship. He felt the cockpit faintly hum around him as his X-wing came to life. Just like he'd done countless other times, he checked his targeting computer, his weapon systems, his engines, his astromech droid. Everything was ready to go. "This is flight control," said a voice in his ear. "Micro-jump in 3, 2, 1. Jump." In his X-wing, Tycho could see nothing except the short flash of hyperspace through the hangar mouth. That lasted a fraction of a second, then flight control said, "Rogue Squadron, away." 9 X-wings kicked up on their repulsors in unison, fired their thrust engines, and flying wingtip to wingtip soared out of the hangar. In perfect coordination, 9 sets of S-foils split apart and 36 squad-linked laser cannons thrust like spear tips toward the battle ahead, the bursts of explosions, the scream of TIE fighters, the blue glow of Star Destroyer engines, and the pale proud wedge of Grand Admiral Makati's flagship, dead ahead. Chapter 13. Coruscant. Syala Antilles Fel knew absolutely nothing about the planet Coruscant until she stepped off her passenger transport and into its spaceport. Spaceports had a lot of things in common the galaxy over, the same mix of shops, the same kinds of restaurants, the same narrow alleys where illicit activity usually took place. Coruscant itself, or at least the part of the planet they'd landed on, had cool brisk weather and a blue sky tinged with white clouds. In other words, it could have been anywhere in the galaxy. Once Syal got further away from the landing complex and started looking for a cheap place to stay, hopefully with a non-human proprietor and staff, she saw things were different. There were no black uniformed ISB agents checking everywhere. There were stormtroopers patrols in the streets, but more often she saw local law enforcement roaming around. The Imperial insignia was still stamped on walls and cargo crates and other innocuous surfaces, but the stamps always looked worn, like nobody'd bothered to apply new ones in a year, which was probably exactly the case. What she really noticed, though, were the Raptors. She'd heard Singe had trained special forces who operated independently of normal stormtrooper squads. She'd had no idea what they looked like. But the first time she saw a trio of men in red armor and faceless helmets with vaguely Mandalorian-looking T-visors marching through a crowd that hurried to clear the way, she had a pretty good idea of what they looked like. She saw only a few Raptor squads during her first day in Coruscant Spaceport, which was fine by her. After walking until her feet felt ready to bleed, Syal found the part of town that was run down without being decrepit and crime-ridden. After that, she found a Sarkin-owned boarding house that was charged low rates for long-term stays in its small rooms. After checking in, after making the lock on the door worked, Syal allowed herself to lay down on the bed, stare at the ceiling, and close her eyes. It was the first time in days she'd had any real privacy. Her hands gently touched her swelling stomach. She wondered how Soontir would react if he saw her like this. If, not when. She tried to muster some confidence, but it didn't come. When she squeezed her eyes shut, she saw the safe house on Coruscant, littered with bodies. She felt the sting on her palms as the holdout blaster went off in her hand. She smelled the laser-burned flesh of the men she'd killed. Her hand started shaking and she grabbed fistfuls of bedsheets to make them stop. She opened her eyes and stared up at an unfamiliar ceiling. She wondered how many more of these ceilings she'd see before the end, before Soontir found her or she found him, before Izard's or Sinju's agents or whoever else was after her captured their prize. Before she had her child. She wondered which would come first. Xiao rolled onto her side and tried to sleep. It was nighttime when they set down on Coruscant's spaceport. After a long debate, they decided to name their new Mandal Motors patrol ship the Hand of Judgment. It was what they'd called themselves, after all, when they'd been off fighting a 5-man war against corruption in the Empire. Back then, they hadn't named their old Suwunk freighter anything, but this time Quiller had been insistent that his ship have a name. He hadn't been able to think of one, though, and neither had anyone else until Marcross, possibly in an act of sarcasm, suggested their old team name. They'd decided Hand of Judgment was good enough. It was something, anyway. Laron thought it might grow on him. Hand of Judgment had a very nice, very Mandalorian built-in security system, and the Coruscant spaceships seemed pretty secure anyway, so the 5 of them set out before dawn to search for Winsa Starflare. They left their stormtrooper armor and ISP uniforms back in the ship and instead did their best to fit in with the spaceport crowd, donning loose slacks and vests befitting civilian freighter crewmen. Brightwater was the one handling the tracker. Despite having hijacked an ISP ship when deserting Reprisal 4 years back, none of them were familiar with the technology Izard had provided them. Every 2 standard hours, the ISP ID badge stolen by their target released an isotope with a 48-hour decay period. The tracker Izard had provided them was designed to track that very specific isotopic resonance within a radius of 5 kilometers. In other words, if they lagged behind Starflare by more than 2 standard days, they'd lose the trail. It didn't help that Coruscant had multiple port zones, but this one got the most traffic, so it only seemed logical to start in this one. Of course, being the busiest, it also had the most ground to cover. Nobody had dared ask what happened if somebody besides Starflare had taken the ID badge. The Grand Admiral would be pretty disappointed if they'd tracked some random Coruscant pickpocket halfway to the rim. "We should have done an aerial recce," Quiller grumbled as they moved through the crowd. This place didn't have the same towering skyscrapers of Imperial City, but it did have the same melange aliens and humans. "You read the rules," Marcross reminded him. "This place runs a right operation. No ships allowed outside the landing corridor at a lower elevation than 5 clicks. We could have taken a quick buzz by. We probably only would have gotten a slap on the wrist. We're trying not to draw attention, remember?" Brightwater muttered as he glanced down at his scanner. The thing was as big as the palm of his hand, but he still tried to keep it in his pocket most of the time, only glancing at it every few minutes, just in case somebody was on the lookout for off-worlders with weird tech. "Anything?" Laron asked. Brightwater shook his head. "This place is a big sprawling maze. She could be anywhere. If she's even in this city at all. If she's not, we could waste 2 whole days on this thing." "Izard really should have given us another tracker," said Grave. "She probably doesn't like giving out her top-secret toys. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is wired to blow up after a certain number of days." Brightwater craned his head back and stared at the stars. "Quiller's right. We really need to take to the air." "I just said that's impossible, remember?" said Marcross. "Not entirely." Quiller tapped him on the shoulder and pointed down the dark alley, to the point where it opened on a larger street. Land speeders were whipping by, as well as the occasional swoop bike. "Oh, that's excellent." Brightwater grinned. "There's got to be a place to rent a swoop around here." "We could sure cover ground a hell of a lot faster," said Grave. "Okay," Laron nodded. "Let's find a rental." The shops weren't open until morning, of course. After a short debate, The 5 of them retreated back to Hand of Judgment for a short rest. Come dawn, all 5 of them crawled back out of their ship and marched purposefully to the nearest speeder rental. Laron was expecting Brightwater to pick something close to the Aratuk speeder bike he'd flown during his old career as a scout trooper, or possibly a more heavily armed and armored vehicle that could fit multiple passengers and was slightly more in line with the broadsword-class tanks he was used to commanding nowadays. "Mocha Nebulon S Racer," Brightwater said as he stood in front of the swoop bike, grinning. The thing was basically a repulsor engine with steering vanes sticking out front and 2 saddles strapped onto the back. It didn't have any weapons either, the rental shop owner said. Armed vehicles were banned on Coruscant. "That thing?" Grave frowned. "You're not getting me on one." "Who's asking you?" "All I need is somebody to ride back and work the tracker while I take us on a tour." "I'm game, if you show me how to work your tracker," said Quiller. "No problem. Given the size of this town, and the kind of ride we'll have, I bet this will take 2 hours, 3 tops." "What happens to us?" Marcross looked at Brightwater, then Laron. Laron knew he should have said something leader-like and authoritative. Instead he just shrugged. "You guys should find a pub and put some of our, employer's credits to work." "It's barely past dawn," Grave reminded him. "Somehow, I don't think that will be a problem here," Marcross said. He looked at Laron. "We can try to pick up gossip too." "You mean start asking people if they've seen Wincestar Flare in town?" "No, but other things. We don't know much how Singe operates on this planet, and that would be good to know. Among other things, like how someone might try to slip into rebel-held territory from here. Exactly what Starflare would be looking for, in other words." Laron nodded agreement, and 5 minutes later the group had split up. As Brightwater and Quiller flew off on their pretty new flying death trap, Marcross predicted they'd only need 5 minutes to find someplace that was serving alcoholic drinks at this early hour of the morning. He was wrong. It took them a full 10, and for some reason that entire place was filled with 24 squat little squibs, jabbering away in a language none of them understood. Judging from the besieged look on the bartender's face, Laron's guess was that they'd all just decamped from the same ship and found the nearest place to eat, drink, and be merry. It took them a little longer to find another open establishment, but once they did, they formed a line along the half-full bar counter. As they ordered their breakfast, but no drinks, Marcross leaned into Laron and said, "Admit it. You're enjoying this." "I can tell." Laron frowned. "Enjoying what?" "The 5 of us, on a mission again." Marcross wasn't one for big grins, but his tight smile said it all. "It's a lot better than ground-pounding planets full of soul-sucking lizards," Laron admitted, "but I'd rather we get this done with as soon as possible." "Fair enough." Laron glanced to his side. Grave had started chatting up some Euros spacer. He couldn't hear most of it, but it sounded like the guy had just landed an hour ago and had an internal clock even more out of sync with local time than theirs. "Well," Laron told Marcross, "want to mingle?" "We can try." "Who do you want to mingle with first?" They looked around the room. It was less than half full at this hour and most of the occupants seemed to be like the Euros, grungy spacers who'd just come off a long haul. Not that they were any different. "Hey, turn it up," somebody called from the other end of the bar. The Zexto bartender reached out with one of his 6 spindly arms and turned the volume up on the hollow projector located in the corner of the room. Laron and Marcos, along with a handful of other patrons, moved to the far end of the counter to see what was going. It was a news broadcast, apparently some local channel. The broadcaster, a pretty human female, was reading off her prompter while behind her red lights flashed on a stellar map. "We repeat, All traffic rimmed up the Hydian Way is frozen at this time. All ships on all ports have been placed on lockdown for their own safety. Planetary Traffic Control has announced that all traffic on that vector will be frozen until the situation at Bandomir resolves itself. "What's happening there?" asked a Shistavinan patron. "Big battle," said a white-bearded human. "Who's fighting who?" asked Laron. "News is a little iffy on that." The man stroked his beard. "I just heard Singe's there." "He has Iron Fist and a whole fleet," said a man at the back of the crowd. "I ship out in 5 hours to Silinan," the Shistavinan was growling. "I have to go." "Traffic control says you're not going anywhere, friend," the bearded man said. "I must go. I won't get paid if I'm late." "Hey, don't blame me. Blame the rebels. Or Singe or Azard or whoever. Can't even keep track anymore," somebody rumbled. As the Shistavinan kept raging and baring his impressive fangs, Markros tugged Laron out of the crowd. Grave appeared right alongside them and said, "What happens now?" "Nothing," Laron shook his head. "This doesn't change anything for us. It might even help us. She can't run the Hydian so long as they're freezing all traffic rimmed." "They're trying to," Markros said. "Some guys will just go forward, then turn around and skirt Bandomir on their way to Silinan or Sereno. Still, it might buy us some time. We can be pretty sure she hadn't jumped onto another ship yet." "So like I asked, what happens now?" said Grave. "Do we hang around here or go someplace else?" Markros glanced back at the hollow and the crowd around it. "I've got a feeling everybody's gonna be talking about one thing for a while. And one thing only." Laron felt a vibration in his chest pocket and fished out his comlink. "Laron, are you there?" Quiller was saying, voice tense. "I'm here. We're all here." "What's up?" "Guys," Quiller gasped, "I think we've found her." Sial didn't sleep much her first night on Coruscant. When the sun came up, she gathered her most essential belongings, her fake identicard, the IDs she'd taken from the NRI and ISB agents, both holdout blasters, stuffed them her layers of jackets and cloaks, then left her suitcase and sundries behind in the room while she went out to explore the city again. Her feet, at least, felt a little bit better. She knew what she needed to do. She needed to find out where ships were going from Coruscant and how easy, or hard, it would be to slip into some planet held by the Republic. There were plenty of eating and drinking establishments that opened early, or maybe never closed from the night before. For a woman, and a pregnant one at that, it was a lot safer to hit up those places at morning. A pregnant woman hitting up some cantina wouldn't work either, but she was able to find a 27-hour diner run by an Moidian that seemed to be doing good business with locals and spacers alike. She managed to squeeze the swell of her stomach beneath the front counter facing the kitchen. When she caught her reflection in the mirror across from her, she was barely recognized the woman looking back, bag-eyed and tired, dark hair cropped awkwardly short, dressed in ugly black robes. Add in the belly hidden from view and no being in the galaxy would recognize her as Winsa Starflare. She imagined even Soontir would have to look at her twice. There was a hollow projector playing in the room, and Sial gradually realized that half the beings in the diner seemed to be watching it. The newscaster woman was explaining that all traffic rimward was currently being halted by planetary authorities because of a large clash taking place at Bandomir. Likewise, all inbound flights coming forward down the Hydian were subject to possible delay. Sial felt tightness in her chest. The woman rattled on and on about the flight restrictions, but she wouldn't say anything about the battle itself. There was no reason to believe Soontir was in that fight, but there was no reason to believe he wasn't either. The news about the cancelled flights was making a lot of beings angry. The Thorian sitting next to her at the counter started complaining with both mouths to the Neimoidian behind the counter. Siao couldn't make out what he was saying and tried to tune out his stereo speaking by focusing on the beings in the booth behind her. "A delay like that's ridiculous," said one man, a red-haired human so broad he seemed to spill over his entire side of the booth. "It's not even Coruscant that's under attack." "That battle sounds pretty nasty, though," frowned the blue-skinned, skinny humanoid opposite him. "I don't care. Space is big. We'll go around it." "How?" "What do you mean, how?" "We'll swing around Tyrese to Batajev, then go straight up the Hydean, all the way to the end. That'll still add time to our trip. Less than, waiting for this battle to be over. It's not like we're stopping anywhere. We're hauling all the way to the corporate sector. And the Trivigant is a pretty fast ship. If we push it, we can still get there on schedule." "Well, it's your ship. And I say we'll do it." "When?" A tiny pause. "As soon as I'm done eating." The blue-skinned being chuckled. "Okay, then. Guess I'd better get back to the hangar to run diagnostics before we make a run for it." "They won't stop us," the fat human waved a hand. "And I'm sure we won't be the only ones. Damn this war, Elith. It's mucking up everyone's business." "I know. They should be more considerate when they chose where to have a battle." The blue-skinned being stood up. "Take your time. I'll need at least an hour to do all my checks. Just make sure you do them right." As he started to walk off, the fat man called him again. "Elith, the birth. What was it again?" "CBL 14. "Right, of course. I remembered. The corporate sector was about as far away from anything as you could get. It was technically still aligned with Izard's government, best Sial knew, but the corporate sector authority mostly handled its own business independent of Coruscant. All things considered, it wouldn't be a bad place to hide from Izard. She cursed herself for the thought. It might have been a good place to hide from Izard, but it was a terrible place to try and connect with her husband. She turned her attention back to the news holo now, where the newscaster had finally started talking about the battle at Bandomir. Sial strained to hear over the stereo droning of the Thorian next to her. The woman seemed to be saying that a rebel fleet was clashing with that of Grand Admiral Sinch, but she also seemed to be talking about another Imperial fleet. It might have belonged to Izard or one of the warlords, Sial didn't know or particularly care. If the New Republic really was slugging it out at Bandomir, there was a good chance Soontir was there. Of course, there was also a good chance he wasn't. She wouldn't know for sure unless she found someone in this port who'd willingly fly her into a war zone. It was a horrible, awful idea, but it was still the best way to find her husband she could think of. She lowered her head and laughed dry, bitter, silent laughter. Still, there wasn't much she could do here. She got off the stool carefully, and placed her credit chips on the counter. The Thorian had finally stopped droning and the Neimoidian had gone off to the far side of the room, where three humans dressed like freighter pilots were joining two of their friends at a booth. She tossed another credit chip on the counter, then walked out the front door and into the daylight. She gathered the collar of her cloak around her neck. She wondered if Coruscant was always cool, or if this part of the planet was merely going through winter. It didn't matter either way. She started walking back toward the landing bay area. She wasn't ready to hop on a ship to the corporate sector yet, but there might be other vessels with other captains who wanted to skirt the ban-out-rimmered traffic. As Sial turned a corner, something caught the side of her vision. She stopped and glanced over her shoulder. Through the crowd, she could see a cluster of human faces, 5 of them. They were the same men she'd seen in the diner just 2 minutes ago. The same men who'd been sitting down to eat. The thing about being paranoid all the time, at least for Sial, was that someone really was out to get her. She couldn't be sure, but her heart started racing. She walked faster and tried to spot reflective surfaces anywhere on the street. She'd acted in enough espionage holo thrillers to know some practical rules for tailing someone and for shaking a tail yourself. They were spreading out, trying to make it not look obvious that they were a team. One of them pulled a hood over his head to hide a comlink headset hooked on his ear. Another, a dark-skinned one, kept glancing at something in his hand. They were after her. She was sure of it. Who they were was another issue. They could have been NRI, tasked to take her to Soontir. They could have been Izzard's agents, or Singe's, or part of some criminal group. They were dressed like civvies, but something about the way they moved said stormtrooper, and that meant nothing good. She made a hard turn down a narrow side street. There weren't any obvious mirrors she could use, and she risked a glance over her shoulder. 2 followed her in. The other 2 might have been heading around the block to cut her off. She walked faster, dodged around the bulk of a slow-walking Yuzm, then ducked into an alley. There were no people in this alley, but a lot of garbage clogged the way. She awkwardly tried to step and skirt around it and hoped her pursuers hadn't seen her slip away. She heard footsteps behind her, no such luck. Looking back could be fatal. Her heart pounded and her legs ached as she started running for the alley mouth. One of the men shouted for her to stop, but she didn't. Deep down she knew they wanted her alive, but she was still terrified a stun bolt might slam into her back. No shot came. She lurched into the open street and ducked into the nearest open door. It took her eyes a split second to adjust to the indoor gloom of what was, apparently, an equipment shop. Tools and cables and metal parts for uses unknown hung from every conceivable space on the walls and ceiling. A long corridor, choked with mechanical parts, snaked back out of sight. "Can I help you, Ms.?" asked the Snivian behind the counter. She stepped out of the doorway's light, but they could still be moment away. She could only think of one thing. She reached into her robes and grabbed a holdout blaster. "Hey, what's this?" The Snivian's eyes went wide. She held the blaster in 2 shaking hands and tried to keep her voice from trembling. "You never saw me. I am not here. Do you understand? Listen, lady, whatever your problem is. Say it. Say you never saw me. I ain't seen nothing, I promise. Just don't shoot." She heard footsteps on the stoop outside and scampered down the hallway. She ducked out of the sight and pressed her back to the wall. She tried to slow her breathing and listen over the pounding of blood in her ears. She heard the Snivian say, "Welcome, welcome. Can I help you gents with anything? Did a woman just come through this shop?" Another voice said. "A woman? You know, a human female." "A female. I'm sorry, I always have a hard time telling males and females apart for your kind." Another man sighed and said, "She's got short dark hair on her head." "You mean like yours?" "Like yeah, sure, kind of like mine. Except her stomach's really big. She's got a pup in there, you understand?" "Listen," said the first man, "did anyone just come through this shop?" "I ain't seen nothing." There was a slight pause. She heard the creak of foots on floorboards sneaking down the hallway as the first man kept talking. "Listen, friend, you'd better think hard on that. Are you sure you didn't see anyone? I just told you. Ain't seen nothing." The footsteps were getting closer. Sweat ran down her face and made her palms slick against the butt of the pistol. "Then tell me this, friend. You got a back entrance to this place?" "Back entrance?" Well, be honest. Down that hall, 2 turns to the right. Let's out onto the alley, but Sayal turned and ran. She heard boots pounding behind her and half fell against the door. She pushed it open and ran out into the daylight. Her legs ached and her stomach stung, and she tried to cup it with one arm while her other held the blaster. The door popped open again behind her and she popped off 2 shots. The man ducked back inside the door. She shot at the dumpster sitting across the alley from the back entrance. Her shot tore through the cheap metal and spilled garbage that piled up before the door. Then she ran into the street and kept running, as best as her body could. "Firefic, we lost her." Quiller's voice crackled in Laron's earpiece. "Where are you?" "Got stuck in the parts shop on 53rd Street. She slipped out the back, blocked our way." "Going out the front." "Which way is she headed?" "Hold on a second. Carlo." "Which way is she headed?" He heard a shuffling sound, then Brightwater's voice. "Think she's heading north, toward the spaceport. Moving fast. Just grabbed a bus. Get on your swoop and track her, but do not engage until you're sure you can take her with minimal witnesses. We'll head for the port on foot." "Copy. See you there." Laron turned to Marcross and Grave and fought a sigh. "You heard that?" "We heard," said Marcross. "Can't believe they got outpaced by a cripping pregnant woman." "Quiller's probably too starstruck to think straight," said Grave. "How far to the port again?" "Straight shot? 1¼ clicks." "Probably around 2 clicks in the streets," Marcross said. "Let's run for it." "Agreed," said Laron. "Fall out." Sayal had been lucky enough to grab the hover bus riding back to the port, but she knew they'd still be after her. Squeezed between the window and a skrilling on a bench at the back of the bus, she kept on looking behind her for signs of her pursuers. She couldn't spot their faces, but she did see a single swoop bike hanging back, shadowing her. There seemed to be 2 people mounted on it. Sayal took a deep breath. Those 2 would grab her as soon as she got off the bus. They had at least 3 friends who were probably also trying to head her off. If she rode this bus all the way its terminus at the port, she could try to blend in with the crowd, but her trackers would surely spot her. She carefully reached into her robe and took out the pistol again. She leaned to face the window and removed the gun's power pack. For one of her espionage holo features, the studio had hired a retired stormtrooper as a technical consultant. The man had shown her and her co-star the basics of gunfighting and even let her practice with live fire. He'd also shown her how to make a blaster pistol overheat and self-destruct. If the gas pack for the weapon was mostly full, as Sayal's was now, it could create quite an explosion. If anybody in the bus was paying attention to her, she couldn't tell. Her fingers shook as she prodded the insides of the gun, tying the tube that fed from the gas pack into the ignition system. With that done, she stuck the gun into one pocket and the gas pack into another. All she had to do was stick the pack into the gun and both would explode. It would be the distraction she needed to get to berth CBL-14. She had no idea what kind of ship the Trivigant was, or if it was taking on passengers, but that didn't matter. It was the only surefire way she knew to get off course in. The bus lurched to a stop and picked up 2 passengers, both squat Bloomrolsi. She let out a breath and took another. The swoop was still trailing her and the others would probably find her at the end of the line, but that was a few minutes away. She had a few minutes to breath, in and out, until she'd forced herself to calm down. Just like her acting instructors had taught her, all those years ago. She breathed, in and out, and waited. They might not have been real stormtroopers anymore, but they were still soldiers, healthier than 99% of other humans their age. Unfortunately, they were also laden down with equipment, and the streets and alley that were supposed to be shortcuts to back to the port were clogged with foot and vehicle traffic. Thankfully, Quiller was on the comm the whole time, narrating the bus's slow progress to the port's southeast entrance. Thrawn, Marcos, and Grave managed to get to the stop-off point a few minutes early. "Okay, good run," Marcos puffed. "Now what?" Thrawn pointed at another hover bus, which had just pulled up under the awning and was disgorging a stream of passengers, most of which were vectoring straight down the long hallway that led into the massive port complex. "Okay, we split up," he decided. "I'll go down the hall, in case she makes a straight run for it. You two, stay back. When that bus pulls up, take its flanks. Be ready to grab her if she comes out the door." "She's got a weapon, doesn't she?" asked Grave. "Right, so you'll have to act fast if she looks like she's gonna run. Whatever you do, don't make a scene. And don't stun her. She's pregnant." "Yeah, we got that part." Grave bit his lip and scanned the scene with his marksman's eye. "How much longer?" "Let me check." Thrawn tapped his earpiece. "Quiller, how much longer?" "Just 2 blocks away." "What's the plan?" "We're going to try to grab her as she gets off the bus. Have Brightwater drop you off so he's got a spare seat. If things get hairy we might have to throw her on the swoop and run for it." "Throw a pregnant woman on a swoop?" "Don't worry, we'll take care of your girlfriend." "She's not my carking." Thrawn tapped off his earpiece. "Okay, positions. Now." Sial's heart started racing again as they pulled up at the bus stop. She waited as the Skrilling got up and joined the flow of beings alighting. When she was sure nobody was looking at her, she took out the pistol and the power back. She took a deep, deep breath, and let it out. "Hey, miss," the bus driver called from the front. "This is the end of the line." The last few other beings were getting off. She dipped her hands out of view, forced a smile, and said, "Of course. Give me a moment." The driver gave her a sour look. "I've got a schedule, miss." "Sorry." "I'll be right there," she said. She stuffed the power pack into the gun and dropped both on the floor. Then she stood up and walked down the aisle as quickly as she could. The driver's eyes went to her belly as she approached. His scowl softened a little and he said, "Sorry to harp on you, miss, but I really do have a schedule." She didn't say anything, only grabbed his arm with both hands and pulled him with her out through the door, off the step and onto the pavement. A second later, the bus exploded. "Firefeck." Quiller swore over the headset, barely audible over the thunderous explosion. "What the hell was that?" Thrawn asked as he started running against the stream of panicked being running away from the drop-off point. "The carking bus just blew." "Where's Marcos and Grave?" "Where's the package?" "I don't carking know." The transmission cut off. When Thrawn got close enough, he could see that the entire rear section of the hover bus had been wrenched open with a massive explosion. It was one of those old models that stored fuel in the aft. A tiny spark could have set this off, but Thrawn knew it wasn't an accident. The question was whether Starflare had set it off herself or whether she'd been blown up inside. No, cark that. The question was what had happened to Marcos and Grave. There were bodies lying face down and smoking on the debris-strewn pavement around the bus. One guy, a human in a bus driver's uniform, was staggering to his feet and gazing around in shock. Thrawn dodged around him and saw Quiller running through the smoke, batting it away with both hands. Before Laron could call his name, Quiller bent on his knees and rolled someone over. It was grave. There was ash on his face and blood was coming from somewhere, Laron couldn't tell how much. "I've got him," Quiller said. "Find Marcross." Laron ran around to the other side of the bus smoking wreckage. He saw a man trying to claw across the blackened pavement, away from the bus, trailing blood from a torn-up leg. Coughing up a lungful of smoke, Laron dropped next to Marcross, grabbed him by the shoulders, and flipped him on his back. The man screamed as his leg shifted. Laron tried to hold it straight. Shrapnel had torn up skin and muscle on his calf bad. He didn't think Marcross had broken any bones, but he needed a tourniquet now and back to as soon as possible. The thought flashed in his mind that none of this wouldn't have happened if they'd been wearing their stormtrooper armor. "Hold still," he ordered as Marcross groaned in pain. He tore off the right sleeve of his robe and started wrapping the mess of his friend's leg. "You're gonna be okay. I promise, you'll be okay." Brightwater's voice buzzed in his ear. "Boss, sight trap. Got grave, got Marcross." "What about the package?" Laron just swore. "I'll find her. Just sit tight." He heard the low roar of a repulsor lift and saw Brightwater's swoop bike come in low over the heads of the approaching medical personnel. He tugged the tourniquet tight on Marcross's leg, then waved a medic forward. He watched Brightwater's swoop dive under the covered arcades leading into the landing bay complex, swore again, then ran after him. Syal didn't know if she'd killed anyone in that explosion. She probably never would. She'd tried not to, but if she had, it wouldn't have been her first. But she could worry about all of it later. Right then, she flowed with the panicked crowd moving away from the drop-off port, then against the rush of emergency personnel, all the while following the signs toward the CBL berth section. For all she knew, the Trivigant might have already taken off. She didn't know how long ago she'd been sitting in that diner, listening to them talk about their flight to the corporate sector. It felt like a year and 1 minute. The port complex had a series of moving walkways that made transit a bit easier. She moved fast without running here, and took every opportunity to look around for her pursuers, but she couldn't spot them. When she arrived at the CBL section, he swore under her breath. One look at the map bolted to the wall told her that this was the section for heavy commercial freighters. The ports here were all designed for ships 1 to 200 meters long. Buying passage wouldn't be an option, and she didn't want to risk bribing a crewman unless she absolutely had to. Sneaking aboard, though, might be an option. She was relieved to find CBL-14 still occupied. It was a big, blocky, ugly cargo hauler, maybe 150 meters from aft to stern. She crept along the outside of the landing pad, watching the crew load the last boxes of cargo onto the loading ramp. They were big crates, and she crouched as low as she could as she sneaked up behind them. She froze when she heard a voice, the same as that of the fat human from the diner. It was coming from the other side of the pile of cargo. "How much longer?" "We have to go soon," the man was insisting. "We're almost done, sir," an exasperated crewman said. "Just a dozen more boxes." "Well, hurry. I heard those traffic patrols are going to shift position soon. We have to get in the air before they do, otherwise they might block us." Syal reached around the box closest to her. It was a massive crate, big enough to hold a bantha inside. She fumbled for the latch on its side. Unsurprisingly, it was locked. "We're going as fast as we can, sir." "Say, 12 minutes. Do it in 7 and every man on your crew gets an extra 100 credits on his paycheck." 200. Syal scampered to another large crate and tugged. The hatch jerked part away open, The bottom latch hadn't been secured. I said 100. 150 for each of us. A stubborn pause, then, done. 7 minutes it is, sir. The ship's owner grunted and stalked away, but Sayal barely paid him any notice. She pulled the hatch open with both hands, stuck her foot in the opening, and tried to pull it open a little more. She heard footsteps of the approaching dock crew, suddenly eager to get the job done fast. She angled her body as best she could and squeezed through the gap. The hatch closed shut behind her, locking her in pure darkness. Sayal fumbled ahead, hands forward. She felt heavy metal crates piled all around her. She heard the sound of the latch being pounded shut behind her, sealing her in. Then the crate vibrated as it started to move. She had no idea if the hold had climate control. A massive hauler like this might only have it for crew quarters, depending on the needs of the cargo. She had no idea if this crate was airtight. She had no idea if she could get out if she had to. She found a place to lower herself down, back against a wall, and waited as the crate was loaded onto the ship. She curled her legs up against her swollen belly and lowered her forehead to her knees. At least she'd escaped. She tried to tell herself that was enough for now, and that she could deal with her new set of problems once they made the jump to hyperspace. She tried to tell herself. "Are you sure she's there?" Laron said as he sprinted down the moving walkways. When it abruptly ended he almost spilled across the Duracrite pavement, but he recovered and kept running into the CBL docking section. "Port 14, gotta be," Brightwater said in his ear. Laron glanced at a map of the section as he ran past. "Cargo hauler. Looks like. You see me?" "No, gimme a second." Laron followed the signs to Port 14. When he climbed up onto the pad he saw a massive boxy transport, felt the heat of its engines warming. He looked around, then up, and saw Brightwater's swoop bike hovering on the opposite side of the pad. "That thing's about to lift off," he said, waving his hands in the air. "No, you think? We have to make them stop." He started running toward the hauler's command forward section, toward its bridge. "They're not gonna listen to you. You're not flight control and you're not a Stormy anymore either. We have to try." Brightwater's swoop dipped down, out of view behind the transport's massive hull. "Wait a second, Laron. I think I see something." "Cargo hatch." "Wait, what are you doing?" "I'm going for it. I'm going for it." "Brightwater, wait." He heard the groaning of metal in motion, then the roar of the engines as they started up. He ran around to the front of the transport and waved his arms, trying to get the attention of the bridge high above him. If they saw him, they didn't care. The repulsors kicked in. A blast of hot air nearly threw Laron on his back. The massive hauler retracted its landing gear as it started to rise. "Wait. Wait. Stop," he shouted vainly, desperately, so loudly it hurt his throat. He couldn't even hear himself over the roar of the engines. Then the transport lifted off. Its broad shadow fell over him. As he watched it rise into the sky he heard a voice crackle on his headset, saying, "Safe aboard. I'm on. Try to contact. Find." Then Brightwater cut out. Laron stood there, on the empty landing pad, and watched as the giant cargo ship dwindled to nothing and disappeared into a clear blue sky. Chapter 14. Bandomir. The rebel fleet had to peek beyond the curve of Envo's surface before making the micro-jump to Bandomir, and that meant the crew of Makati's fleet had been given a very brief preview of their opponents just seconds before being forced into the fray. For Makati, Those few seconds meant almost everything. The sensor officers gave a clear reading: 1 Imperial-class Star Destroyer, 4 Mon Calamari heavy cruisers, 2 Renili assault frigates, 2 bulk cruisers, and 4 Corellian gunships. In short, it was a task force that was more than enough to match Makati's, especially while Rhaegar's fleet was still deep in Bandomir's gravity well, fighting back Iron Fist as best it could. Makati wished he could have spared his crew this surprise, just as their spirit had visibly surged with the appearance of Dorge's 3 destroyers. It positively wilted the moment the rebel fleet reverted to rail space just behind them, guns blazing and starfighters spilling into space. Tell Relentless and Bellicose to move forward to intercept. Stormhawk stays with us. Put our noses to the attackers and our backs to that minefield so they don't surprise us from behind. Makati told the tactical crew. I want ties in space and I want them playing defensive. Right now, we need to keep those enemy snub fighters away from our ships. The rebels would be gunning for him, for Steadfast, he was sure of it. If they got desperate, they might even try to ram his bridge, as they'd done to Executor at Endor. Admiral, one ensign said, Karida's in trouble. Makati followed her finger to a mark on the tactical holo, which was now flashing yellow. The picket, already battered during the fight with Singe's force, had been overtaken by a pair of Moncal cruisers. The bigger ships had caught it on either flank and were pummeling it with turbolaser volleys. There was no hope for Karida. Makati said, have Priefspelt fall along with Relentless and take a defensive posture. But Karida. Makati shook his head sternly. The ensign, downcast, followed her orders. The Grand Admiral spun away from the tactical station and called, "Com, patch me a link to Rhaegar. Personal link." "Yes sir." Makati plucked his com link from his vest and held it to his mouth. "Admiral, do you read?" "I heard you, sir," Rhaegar said. His voice crackled with static. Makati looked out the forward viewport to see Relentless, Priefspelt, and Bellicose begin to exchange forward fire with a trio of Moncal ships. The other heavy cruiser and their star destroyer hung back. "Sight trap, Admiral," he said simply. "We're holding our own against Singe best we can, sir. We destroyed his dreadnought and did some damage to Iron Fist, but not enough. He's pushed us low into the gravity well but he hasn't launched an offensive yet. I think he's trying to pin us against the planetary shield." "How is the torpedo sphere holding out?" "She's running out of ammunition, sir. But she broke through Iron Fist's forward shields. Singe has turned to show us his broadside now. Then we've given him a bloody nose. You've seen my predicament, Admiral. Can you hold on your end?" "For now, sir, yes." There was a tiny pause. "Can you hold, Admiral," Makati ordered, and shut off the link. Far ahead of Steadfast's bow, space was lighting up with explosions and the strobing light show of turbolaser fire. "Admiral," Vivint called from the tactical station, "the first line of rebel ships has pierced our fighter screen. Those would be the rebels' best pilots, and they'd be coming for him. Very likely Baron Fel and Rogue Squadron were among them." He said, "Call Colonel Finner. Tell him the 181st must stop those ships no matter what." "Look alive Rogues," Wedge Antilles called over their headsets, "we have incoming." "I see them," Hobby added. "Looks like 3 squads of squints." Soontir Fel's chest tightened. If Makati was here, he'd very likely brought his best, and that very likely meant the 181st Imperial Fighter Wing. According to Republic intelligence reports, the 181st hadn't seen any major front-line engagements since he, Fel, had defected. He knew deep in his gut, even before he made visual contact, that had changed. Another voice crackled over his headset. "This is Aggressor 1. Rogues, we're going to begin our first attack run on Steadfast. Keep our backs clear." "Understood, General," said Wedge. "You heard him, people. Let's take care of those squints." Wedge sounded cavalier, but that wouldn't be an easy task. Fel didn't say it and he didn't have to. They all knew it. He and Rin flew side by side behind Hobby's X-Wing, and they followed the red glow of his thrust engines as he jumped ahead toward the diamond profile of Makati's Star Destroyer. Fel would have thought the Grand Admiral would be manning the larger Bellator-class destroyer on the far side of the planet, but apparently Makati preferred to place his flag on smaller ships. There was no time to think about that. He saw them, a chain of tiny silhouettes against Steadfast's pale hull. He switched power to forward shields and armed his torpedoes. Since switching from TIE interceptors to X-Wings he'd come to appreciate many things about the latter craft, those two most of all. "All rogues, claim your targets and get a lock," Wedge called as their 9 X-Wing hurtled toward a head-on collision with many more interceptors. Fel clicked an affirmative and dropped his reticules on an approaching squint on the far end of the formation. He had no ways of knowing who the pilot was. It could have been the man he'd trained, a man who'd looked up to him. It could have been a stranger Finner brought on after Brentale. There was no way he could ever know. He'd fought in plenty of battles since defecting, shot down dozens of pilots who'd once called him an ally or even a hero. He dealt with it those times by doing what he always did in the cockpit, banishing all excess thought, all doubt, all hesitation, and giving himself totally over to honed instinct. This time, it felt different. "Mark," Wedge called. Fel tapped his trigger, almost a full second later than everyone else's. One torp lanced out, trailing just behind either others. The TIEs broke formation and scrambled in an attempt to dodge the warheads racing toward them. At the same time they sprayed bright green plasma from their forward cannons. They were still at a range where laser energy dissipated with distance. Sparks of green energy danced across his shields harmlessly as he broke into evasive maneuvers. As a trio of interceptors broke port in front of him, he caught the flash of red blood stripes on their dagger-shaped solar panels. He wasn't surprised, but it still stung. 8-9, Delta formation. Hobby called from ahead. "On me." "Affirmative," Nrin said, and Fel echoed him a second later. He and Nrin held tight to Hobby's aft and all three dived after the interceptors that had just passed. Fel and Nrin spread out far enough that their quad-linked laser fire lanced ahead without getting too close to Hobby as he dipped and rolled his fighter, spewing his own laser blasts all the while, desperately attempting to land the shot on the nimble red-striped interceptors. Fel adjusted his aim and kicked his fighter ahead slightly. He fired ahead of one interceptor and caught it as it attempted a hard turn. His shot snapped off the TIE's port solar panel and sent the cockpit and remaining panel tumbling through space until both smashed against Steadfast's shields and exploded. A few seconds later, Hobby nailed another TIE in the center of its ball cockpit. The third attempted to flee, but Nrin popped off a torpedo that tracked it through its evasive spirals before catching it in a bright fireball. "Good job sharing the wealth," Hobby called as he spun his fighter around. Nrin and Fel followed. As they swung away from Steadfast, Fel could see the line of Y-wings from Some's aggressor wing as they began their first attack run. TIE interceptors were diving on them, strafing at them with bursts of laser fire, and as he watched, one Y-wing took a shot through the cockpit section and turned into a tumbling fireball. "All rogues," Wedge called. "Break formations. Take targets of opportunity." "Affirmative," Hobby said. 8-9, go keep those Y-wings safe. Go. Hobby broke right, Nrin took a sharp turn down. Fel hesitated for a second, then cursed himself and pulled upward. he caught a pair of interceptors as they came streaking down. A burst of laser shots destroyed one outright and clipped the other on the solar panel. Fel spun his X-wing into a matching dive and settled behind the crippled vessel. He tried to get a lock on it, but the interceptor bobbed and weaved, even as ribbons of flame trailed from its port engine. Roan Tierling, he thought. Tierling, from Rin, who could make his fighter dance like nothing else, who could always shake a fighter on his tail, even shake a torp. At least, he could when he had two engines working. Tierling, who used to collect antique currency from all the planets the 181st got stationed at. Tierling, who had terrible luck with women. Fel's thumb tapped the trigger. His laser blasts found Tierling and turned him into a beautiful blossom of fire. Fel pulled up and away. He was breathing hard. Two more red-striped interceptors raced by and began an attack run on some Y-wings. He swore in frustration, then kicked power to his engines and gave chase. Fenner delved downward and tried to keep his mind on the target ahead of him, the Y-wings currently making attack runs on the Grand Admiral's Star Destroyer. They must have been two-seater Y-wings, because the turret guns above their cockpits had swiveled backwards to spit blue ion blasts at Fenner and his wingmen. "Stay close to me, Gold 2, he told Drareb Farah. Like so many in the 181st, he'd been added after Fel had disappeared. He hadn't been there for Brental, for Andor, Drafor, any of it. He was a child. Understood, lead, the young man said, and nudged his fighter a little closer. Fenner bounced his interceptor up and down to avoid the ion blasts, then told Farah, take the far left wishbone. Understood. Ready. Aim. Mark. Both starfighters unleashed a chain of green laser fire on the same Y-wing. The blasts sliced in from slightly different vectors but hit the same spot in bomber's shielding. Lasers cut through a defensive screen and burst through the hull. The Y-wing, sparking and sputtering, went tumbling out of control and impacted on Steadfast's shields. The other fighters let fly their missiles at the same time. The warheads cut through the destroyer's shields just as they shuddered under the Y-wing's impact. Two exploded on the surface but two more slipped through and opened breaches in the hull. Stay on them. Fenner barked, and as the Y-wings pulled up for another round, their ion blasts flashed in his face. I'm hit. Farah called. Trying to stabilize. Fenner ignored him and pumped more lasers into the port engine of the nearest Y-wing. The nacelle burst into flames. As the bomber began to careen out of control, he fired off another round that caught the rest of it in an explosion. As the last bomber tried to run for it, he kicked his fighter into a sideways dodge to get a better angle of fire, just like Fel had taught him years ago. He lanced out one more set of laser blasts that caught the Y-wing cockpit from its flank, cutting through weak shields and neatly decapitating the fighter. Farah, report. He called. Got winged, sir. Trying to stop. There was the start of a scream and a burst of static. Fenner glanced at his sensors just in time to see an X-wing barreling down on him, all cannons blazing. He did another sideways kick, then snapped into a steep climb. The X-wing buzzed past him, almost close enough to slap him with its shields. He pulled into a tight turn, glanced at his scanners, and saw the X-wing a rogue. Nobody else was that good spinning back around to meet him. It had to be Fenner. Fenner, or maybe Varmor Brandt, one of the squad leaders he'd trained personally. Fel wheeled his X-wing around and saw that same red-striped TIE interceptor plunging at him again. He shunted power to his forward shields this time and readied a torp. The squint lit up his energy screen with green plasma, but his heads-up display guided his hand. He tapped the trigger again and fired off another torpedo. The interceptor raced past him just as the torpedo shot out of its launch tube. Fel cursed himself for the critical delay, Instead of catching the TIE in the face, the warhead arced into a tight turn as it attempted to catch the fleeing squint. The little torpedo was fast, far faster than any big snub fighter that had to carry a conscious pilot inside, and it would catch up within seconds. But that squint, it knew how to dance. As Fel wheeled around and readied his lasers for another round, he watched the TIE interceptor bounce and weave, matching the torp for every turn until the warhead's thrust rail began to shudder as its fuel ran dry. Then the interceptor hit the brakes. The torp shot ahead. Before it could switch course for a second time, the interceptor caught it with a single laser blast, then soared triumphantly through the resulting fireball. It had to be Fenner, he thought. Fenner, who'd taken out 4 transports at Dra 4. Fenner, who told him to usurp his art on Brantail. Fenner, who'd always looked at him like a hero who could do anything. He saw Fenner's fighter shudder as it pulled away from the explosion. The heat from the blast, or maybe the shrapnel, must have done some damage. He veered to give chase, thumb on the trigger. Was it Fel? Fenner couldn't be sure. He tried to shake the X-wing but the pilot was always on his tail. If he hasn't busted his inertial dampener flying through that fireball, maybe he could have shaken him, but as it was, that rogue was going to nail him any second now. "This is lead," he called on an open channel, requesting aft clearance now. "I see you, lead," said a voice, female. There weren't many of those in the 181st. "Coming in now." "Clear off that pointer," he growled. "Understood." "Stand by to break on my mark." That was a Ceresarilian. Another one of the new kids. Smart, good-looking, very lethal in the cockpit. And female. What was the Empire coming to? A red laser blast clipped his port solar panel. Fenner swore and wrenched his fighter into a steep climb, but the X-wing followed. An alarm light flared on his control panel, port engine, danger of overheating. Lovely. But was it Fel? He hadn't believed it at first, what they said. It had seemed impossible and he'd refused to think of Baron Fel as a defector, a traitor, a terrorist. Izzard refused to confirm it. Even Makati refused to say, one way or the other, but if he knew Fel wasn't flying for the rogues, he would have said. That was how people described the Grand Admiral, stern but fair. A good man to fight under. So few of those left. "Cerulean," he called. "Any time, please." Fel couldn't breathe. He could only shoot. He could land one more good shot on Fenner's TIE interceptor and blow him to atoms, rob the 181st of another commanding officer, maybe even turn the tide of a battle that would end with another Grand Admiral dead, 11 down, 1 to go. He blinked. He fired. The squint dodged his blast. Fel swore again, he could have made that shot. He should have made that shot. He was hesitating. He was hesitating to kill another man who'd known him and trusted him and admired him and who'd made the fatal mistake of serving the wrong side in this war. Just like he had for so long. The interceptor pulled into a sharp turn starboard. Fel tugged his joystick to the side to match him. As his targeting reticule dropped onto Fenner one more time, he rested his thumb on the trigger. He took a breath, finally. Then his cockpit shuddered and smoked around him. His astromech droid wailed in dying agony as laser blasts ripped through his shields and blew out his upper port engine. As his fighter tumbled out of control, he saw the black and red flash of the TIE interceptor that had killed him. Everything flashed around him as he spun, star, explosions, laser blasts, the white bulk of Steadfast. His hand found the ejection lever and pulled. For a fraction of a second, nothing happened, and he was sure he was going to die. Then his cockpit roof blew off into space, and he was launched out after it, toward all those spinning stars and into a storm of laser blasts and explosions and flashing death. Excellent shot. Soontir felt almost giddy with relief as Sir Leon's TIE interceptor pulled alongside his. "My pleasure, sir," she replied. "Lead, it looks like the pilot ejected." He could hear the eagerness in her voice. She wanted to finish the job, to rob the rebels of one of their aces. In any other circumstance he'd have urged her on, even joined her in vaporizing that helpless pilot where he floated. But it could have been Fel. For a second there, when he'd been expecting to die, he'd been certain it was. "Negative," he told her. "Plenty more pressing targets." "Understood, lead." She sounded disappointed, but she stayed on his flank as they dove down towards Steadfast, and another flight of Y-wings waiting to be killed. Makati watched, boots planted on the deck, as a half-dozen missiles launched on glowing thrust trails from the line of approaching Y-wings. As the Y-wing peeled away, a handful of interceptors swooped down, destroying one in a hail of laser fire, while the missiles continued to streak toward the bridge. When they impacted on the shields, the whole command deck shook and the viewport turned white with scattered energy. But then the shaking stopped, the white faded away, and Makati was still standing firm in the center of the bridge. When he turned back to the tactical station, he tried to pretend his pulse wasn't racing and fear-stoked adrenaline wasn't coursing through his body. "Sitrep, Lieutenant, now." The officer looked away from the tactical holo and said, "The 181st is holding the Y-wings off, barely. Relentless and Bellicose are barely holding the Moncals, sir. They've already taken out Prefspelt. Both pickets gone, then." Makati restrained a scowl. "Have we dealt them any damage?" "One of them Moncals took a heavy beating and fell back. 2 more took its place. Sir, Dorja says he doesn't know how much longer he can last." "Very well." Makati took a deep breath and turned to find Vivint. He hoped the captain and crew couldn't see how tense he was. He had one card left to play, and if that card didn't play, well, he probably wouldn't get to play another. "Captain," he called, "are they standing by?" He didn't need to specify which they. Vivint nodded and said, "They await your order." "Very well." Makati glanced at the forward viewport again. No more Y-wings were making bombing dives, but space ahead was still thick with violence and light as the Mon Calamari cruisers tried to break through Dorja's battered forward line. "Do it," he told Vivint. "Now." "Yes, sir." Tycho craned his neck to the side to see the black scarred nose of Jansen's X-wing settle on his starboard flank. "You holding in there, 5?" he called. "Best I can," Jansen grunted. "I forgot how good these 181st boys are." "Where's Fel?" "1 your 6, the woman replied. Tycho checked his scanners and there she was, coming on their afts. Behind them all, running in the opposite direction, was the rescue shuttle they'd escorted through the battle zone so it could pick up Fel after he'd gone. "What now, 4? asked Fel as she settled on his port side. "Give me a second." Tycho switched his comm channel and called, "Lead, you there?" "I'm here." "How's Fel?" "Safer than we are right now." "Is Sam forming up for another run?" "The aggressors are prepping another attack." "Stand by." "They'll need cover." "Understood." Tycho grimaced. The last attack run had cost a lot of Y-wings and failed to break open Steadfast's bridge. He didn't know if another attack was going to be any better, but right now those other M-stars were running fierce interference and preventing any of Burke's heavy capital ships from engaging the Grand Admiral directly. He switched his comm channel back and said, "Get ready for another run." "We'll be." "Whoa." Jansen squawked. boards lighting up. Tycho glanced at his scanner and, sure enough, yellow markers for unidentified craft were popping up all over. For a second he was just confused, then frightened. Especially when those markers stayed yellow. He switched his comm again and called, "Wedge, what are those things?" Before he got a reply, static burst over his headset. He swore and spun his fighter around, trying to get a good look before the noise blasting his ears drove him crazy. He saw engine trails blazing behind some kind of fast-moving small capital ships. More lights, smaller and even faster, seemed to be streaking through the minefield that rose like a wall behind Steadfast. An icy hand squeezed his gut. Then the static suddenly died and a half-familiar voice said, "Attention all rebel vessels. You'd better get your aeroships out of our way if you know what's good for you." Tycho swore and switched his comm link back to the flight channel. "Wes, Phalas, did you hear?" "We heard," Jansen growled. "But it can't be them." Phalas protested. "They fought with us at Minder." That was just a fight of them." Tycho grimaced. "This is another. They're the enemy this time." Up ahead, the thrust trails were growing brighter as they rushed to meet Fenshiza and his Mandalorian protectors. Fenshiza stood on the command deck of the Corvette Crusader as it plunged into the fray. The tough little ship rocked under his feet and he gripped the back seats of the two crewmen in front of him as he watched X-Wings and A-Wings collide with the advanced screen of Star Viper snub fighters that had just streaked through the minefield. When the Grand Admiral had told him that bit of the plan, he'd been half convinced Makati had wanted Shiza to throw his Star Vipers into the minefield and blow them up in one fell swoop, but the imp was surprisingly true to his word. He'd also promised the protectors a shot at Warlord Sinch, who'd been trying to reassert control over the Mandalorian sector for months now. Shiza didn't mind fighting the rebels here, not exactly. After their little co-op at Minder he'd grown to respect them, and even grown fond of a few, especially a certain princess from Alderaan, but Makati said he'd give them something even more important, a shot at Iron Fist, currently on the opposite side of Bandomir. Makati seemed reasonable as far as imps went, and Fenshiza was an optimistic sort. On the downside, this op would probably forever ruin his chances with the lovely Leia Organa, but keeping Mandalore safe took priority. Crusader dropped itself right between Makati's two forward star destroyers and the Moncal cruisers they'd been brawling with. The big cruisers tried to adjust their guns, but the Mandalorian corvettes were fast and heavily armored. On Shiza's order, they fell like a pack of Akhans on the closest Moncal ship and let loose volleys of concussion missiles on its exposed flank. Their warheads punched a hole in its starboard side, spilling the ship's entrails into space. Its other shield shuddered and died and the two imp stars began tearing up its nose with concentrated turbolaser fire. As that warship began to sink and die, someone called, "Mandalore. It's the Grand Admiral himself, wants to talk to you." Just a second, Shiza clambered over to the other side of the Corvette's cramped flight deck. A holo appeared over the comm officer's helmet, showing the blue head and shoulders of a man with a scowling face over gold epaulettes. "Is that you, Shiza?" Makati asked. The Mandalore pulled off his helmet, shook his shaggy hair from his face, and grinned. "Reporting as requested, Grand Admiral." "Excellent. Keep your corvettes in the center of your formation. I want to move on to the next stage, as discussed." "You want some Star Vipers? How many squads?" "1? 2? 2 will suffice. I'll send some TIEs help protect your corvettes." "Glad we've got a fair exchange going. You want us to help clear a path for you?" "Please." Before the holo could shrink off, Shiza called, "Hey, after the Rebs pull out, will we get outshot at Singe?" "Mandalore, I'd be most happy to oblige." Makati almost smiled. Shiza grinned and turned off the holo himself. He patted the top of the comm officer's helmet. "Yes, Mandalore? Give Spar a call, Nervad. Tell him we're on to stage 2. It had been Izard's suggestion to hire the Mandalorian protectors for this battle. Frankly, Makati would have much rather been standing on Whelm right now, but apparently savage mercenaries were, on occasion, more reliable than old friends. Shiza and company were performing exactly as advertised. Their corvettes and assault shuttles had swooped directly into the heart of the rebels' formation and had already broken one Moncal cruiser and forced another into retreating. Now, together, they were going to blow it all wide open. 24 Mandalorian Star Vipers peeled off toward Steadfast, wings like curved knives spread open like 4-clawed hands, slicing through X-wings, A-wings, and W-wings on their way. After they raced past the destroyer's bridge, they dove into the minefield, where 6 of Makati's Gamma-class assault shuttles were already at work. The assault shuttles were just small enough to be able to fit easily through the minefield. They were also the smallest vessels Makati had equipped with a tractor beam. Each assault shuttle reeled in a dormant proton mine until they were hugging it so close it almost tapped the underside of the hull. All 6 shuttles began to move out carefully of the minefield. The Star Vipers hung a safe distance from the shuttles, though the mine's detonation sensors were deactivated. They were still live warheads, and if a stray blast knocked a mine it would create an explosion so white-hot not even wreckage of the shuttle would be left behind. Then, as fast as safety would allow, the assault shuttles raced for the rebel warships. The Star Vipers flew a loose defensive screen and didn't seem to catch the enemy's attention at first. The rebels were still clearly reeling from the Mandalorian surprise. Snub fighters from Relentless and Bellicose were doing a good job keeping the rebel fighters busy. The shuttles and the Star Vipers plunged forward toward the nearest Moncal cruiser. It was busy fighting off an attack from Bellicose and didn't even turn its turbolasers on the newcomers until they were almost within throwing range. Then there was a bright burst of light, visible even from Steadfast's bridge. Something a lucky turbolaser blast. A smart rebel snub fighter must have landed a shot on one shuttle, detonating the mine it carried beneath. If the rebels hadn't seen his plan before, they surely saw it now. It didn't matter, though. The remaining shuttles were already at their target. 2 of them pulled close enough to the Moncal cruiser to release their tractor beams and let inertia carry their mines the rest of the way. Makati watched with his own eyes as 2 explosions burst on the side of the rebel ship, tearing open its hull and spilling its entrails out into space like a gutted animal. Its shields collapsed and engines died, leaving Bellicose to tear its corpse to pieces. 2 seconds later, another mine exploded beautifully and killed another rebel ship. What the cark was that? Jansen's voice squawked in Wedge's ear. Are they throwing mines? I didn't even know you could do that. Oven sounded amazed. Rogues, shut it. Wedge snapped. We need to kill those shuttles now. Copy that, Tycho said. 2 flight, form on me. Let's go. Wedge glanced at his scanners and saw Oven and Zarks dropping behind him. He kicked his engines to full power and leaped toward the smoldering wreckage of the Moncal cruiser Serenity. It was already dead, and a 3rd mine had just torn a major hole in Crucible. Its engines were straining and 2 of Makati's Star Destroyers were moving in to finish it off. Painful as it was, Wedge knew he couldn't do anything for its crew. He needed to find the other shuttles, and he had a good bet as to where they were headed. Admiral Burke's Emancipator had hung back from most of the battle, but now some of the Mandalorian Crusader corvettes were starting to harass it. They were nasty pieces of work, as tough and heavily armored as the soldiers inside, and as Wedge raced for Emancipator he saw one of their own Corellian gunships burst into flame. "Check your scanners, people," Wedge called. "We need to find those shuttles." "They appear to have Star Viper escorts," Zarx added helpfully. "I see one, heading for Emancipator," Hobby reported. "Nrin, on me. Let's take it." As two X-Wings broke formation, Tycho reported, "Incoming Star Vipers, 5 o'clock. We'll handle them, Wedge. You get that last shuttle." "Copy." Wedge glanced at his scanner. Hobby and Nrin were trying to drop on the tail of one target, but a pair of Mandalorian fighters were attempting to run interference. Knowing he had to leave it to them, he searched his sensors for the last assault shuttle, and found it cutting a straight line for Emancipator while two Star Vipers hung close behind to guard its rear. "Target acquired," he announced. 2, 3, on me." Together, they streaked toward the last shuttle. The craft made no attempt to evade, but the two Mandalorian ships guarding flipped nimbly about and moved to engage. "All ships," Wedge called, "mark torps on the port side fighter." "Do it now." "Mark!" cried Ivan. "Mark," said Zarx as the two Star Vipers, barreling toward them head-on, began unleashing chains of laser blasts. As his shields lit up, Wedge held his ship steady and set his targeting reticule right on its octagonal cockpit. "Fire," he said, and thumbed his trigger. The Mandalorian fighters were heavily armored and heavily shielded, but they couldn't withstand 3 torpedoes impacting simultaneously. The torps streaked toward it head, and at this range it had no room to evade. Wedge didn't know his torp impacted on its shields, but the next two ripped right through and smashed through the transpristile cockpit before exploding brilliantly. The other Star Viper didn't give up. It pivoted with its wingtip micro-thrusters and dropped behind Zarx and Ivan, splattered laser blasts across their aft shields. 2, 3, break formation," Wedge ordered. "Already on it, lead," said Ivan as his X-Wing peeling right, while Zarx took hers left. The Star Viper, to its credit, didn't hesitate. It kept flying straight after Wedge. "Hold on, lead," Zarx said, "we'll get behind you." An alarm sounded in Wedge's cockpit, "Incoming torpedo." He shunted power to his aft shields, released a plume of chaff, and dove. For a second it looked like the torp had raced past his chaff and was going to slam into his rear section, then the warhead exploded brightly behind him. "We've got the fighter pinned down," Ivan announced. "Lead, take the shuttle." Wedge nodded and pointed his fighter back toward Emancipator again. His surge of confidence was suddenly stopped by the sight of a bright explosion against the destroyer's bow. "Stang it!" he heard Hobby curse. "Boss, we couldn't get it in time." "Looks like the shields absorbed some of the impact," Nrin reported. "I'm still seeing hull breaches on the bow." There was still another shuttle out there, hauling another mine. Wedge glanced at his scanners and saw it, vectoring straight for Emancipator's bridge. He armed his torps again, set them to double fire, and rested his hand on the trigger. The shuttle made no attempts to maneuver, even with its cover gone. The pilots probably thought they could drop their load before Wedge got within firing range, and they might have been right. He dropped his reticule on the bright glow of the shuttle's engines. His computer refused to lock on, saying the target was still out of range. There wasn't time. Wedge killed his targeting computer and switched to manual. If it had worked against a Death Star, it should damn well work on one shuttle. He lined up his shot, took a breath, and tapped the trigger. 2 torpedoes lanced outward. They seemed to dwindle into nothing. The parallel lines of their dissolving exhaust trails converged on the bright light of the shuttle. He tried to watch their tiny black silhouettes as they disappeared against the glare of the ship's engines, but lost them. A second later, space ahead of him exploded with light. He tugged his starfighter away and shielded his eyes. When he dared open them again, he saw energy shuddering across Emancipator's forward shields. Amazingly, they held. As he banked away, his elation was squelched. The destroyer's bow had been torn up badly by the first mine. It was blunted and blackened, and there was chance they could erect operating defensive shields around it. He wheeled to face the rest of the Republic fleet and was greeted by the sight of 2 Moncal cruisers being ripped to pieces by 4 approaching star destroyers. A voice said on his headset, "All ships, this is Admiral Burke. Emancipator has been damaged and we've lost Crucible and Serenity. We're falling back. I repeat, we're retreating. All fighters, return to your barn. We'll try to take on as many ships from Crucible and Serenity as we can." Wedge allowed himself a very deep sigh, then switched his comm link to the Rogues channel. "All fighters, you heard the man. Fall back to Emancipator." "Understood." Hobby sounded more relieved than anything. "Copy that," said Tycho. His disappointment was more clear. "Let's get out of here." 8 X-Wings pulled into a line, then raced back to safe haven, leaving smoldering space behind them. "Look at that, they're running," one of Crusader's helmsmen remarked as the rebel fighters started swarming for their ships like glowing red flignets. "They know they can't win this one," Fen Shiza said. "Come, get me spar." "Right away, Mandalore." "Into your bike." "Do it." A second later, Shiza heard a click, and then Spar's breath rasping in his ear. He asked, "How many did you lose?" 7 Star Vipers, the old clone said grudgingly. "Well, at least we cracked open a couple cruisers." "I'm still itching to take on Singe, Mandalore." "You and all your vote." "And word from the Grand Admiral?" "Not yet." The comm officer patted him on the arm and said, "It's steadfast." "Hang on, Spar." "Marching orders are on their way," Shiza said, then cut the channel and removed his helmet. Once he did, he found himself facing Grand Admiral Makati's hull once again. "You can see the rebels are falling back," Shiza said. "Should we pursue?" "Negative. The Singe is our main target now." "Can't tell you how glad I am to hear it." "I thought as much. I recommend you take your fighters around the planet and attack Iron Fist's flank through the minefield." "You want to try that same trick with the shuttles?" "I'm already getting them prepped." "Kandoshi. Talk to you again soon, Admiral." Shiza turned off the link and stuck his helmet back on. When he was fighting, at least, he always felt naked without it. "Okay, vote," the Mandalore announced to his eager crew. "Let's finish this." The siege of Bandomir lasted less than 2 hours more after the retreat of the rebel fleet. By the time Makati's ships and the Mandalorians arrived, Rhaegar's forces had their backs to the planetary shield and were desperately fighting for their lives. The Star Destroyer Vanguard had taken the brunt of a broadside from Iron Fist and been vaporized, and Aurora itself had taken major damage to its port. The torpedo sphere had emptied all its reserves, slowing Iron Fist's advance without stopping it. Then the Mandalorians came, their Star Vipers escorting some 24 of Makati's assault shuttles as they plucked proton charges out of the minefield and hurled them against Iron Fist. To his credit, the Singe had seen what they did against the rebel fleet on the far side of the planet and tried to intercept, but the Mandalorian escorts had fierce pilots. 14 shuttles were able to land their mines on Iron Fist's superstructure, tearing up large portions of the hull, while a 15th mine fatally gored one of Singe's smaller Victory-class destroyers. Makati's 4 warships came around from the other side of the planet, catching Singe in a pincer, while Rogris pivoted Aurora's starboard to face Iron Fist's stern and pumped a withering broadside volley through its weakened forward shields. After less than 90 standard minutes of fighting, Singe reversed Iron Fist's engines and withdrew from Bandomir's orbit. After gathering its support vessels, the battered superstar destroyer lurched into hyperspace. Short before his exit, Singe combed Steadfast's bridge and delivered a torrent of profanity in at least a dozen languages. Makati had made sure his rant was rebroadcasted through the entire fleet. After that, Fenshiza called. The Mandalorian was much more civil, and much more pleased with the result of the battle. In a more private conversation, Makati politely thanked the mercenary and assured him that the promised credits were already deposited in the agreed bank account. He also reassured Shiza that Director Izzard had no intentions on the Mandalorian sector. As the Mandalorians began their withdrawal, Bandomir's planetary defense force finally lowered the defensive shields. The first landing teams were deployed from Aurora, though shuttles from the other Star Destroyers promptly followed. There was no resistance. The first landing team reported that all Defense Force staff that had been installed by Singe had been placed under arrest and awaited proper judgment. With all of that done, Makati finally retired to his cabin. "Would you like a cup of caf, sir?" asked F4GR as Makati dropped into his chair. His quarters on Steadfast were more Spartan than those on Imperial Center, but he'd made sure the furniture was eminently comfortable. It was essential for situations just like this one. "No thank you, Forger." Makati shook his head and started to unbutton his uniform jacket. "Right now all I need is 10 hours sleep." "It's quite understandable, sir." Makati rested his head against the back of the chair and closed his eyes. He felt that if he stayed like that he'd dissolve into the cushions, and right then it didn't seem a bad fate at all. "May I ask a question, sir?" Without opening his eyes, he said, "Go ahead, Forger." "I was surprised by your decision to enlist the Mandalorian protectors." "That's not the question." "Of course. I'm sorry. It's just that, well, how did you know you could trust them?" "I didn't. But I decided it was a bet worth taking." "Well, that plain now, I will admit, sir." "If it was plain to start it wouldn't have been a bet, would it?" He opened his eyes and looked up at F4GR's blank metal face. "I offered the Mandalorians a chance to weaken Singe. They took it, and it worked. Iron Fist won't be harassing Mandalorian space anytime again." "That's very true, but Fenshiza had shown no love for the Empire either." "Yes, but right now, Singe is the bigger threat to him. We're in no condition to re-establish control over Mandalorian space, even if we wanted to." "I see. So it would be considered an alliance of mutual self-interest and temporary convenience." Makati allowed a tired smile. "Skillfully put. Thankfully, I don't think we'll have cause to call on them again." "That sounds like excellent news, sir." "Have you spoken with Director Izzard yet?" "I've sent her a preliminary report. I'll speak to her in person later, once I'm rested." "Of course, sir." "I imagine she'll be well pleased." Makati closed his eyes and smiled again. Izzard was not pleased easily, but taking a critical resource planet while fighting off 2 enemy fleets should please her very much. Pleasing Izzard wasn't why he'd done it, of course. But it made him feel good all the same. Chapter 15 Ord Bidnir. As Ardis Kane's conference aboard Reaper continued, Octavian Grant began to realize, gradually and with some reluctance, that Izzard had been doing him a favor, even if she hadn't realized it. As he sat in on the meetings, contributing only if prompted, he began to see that each of the participants wanted something different, while Kane wanted something specific from each of them in turn. In a way, it was instructive to see Kane maneuver the other delegates to where he wanted them. From the rebels, it was clear he wanted a formalized truce. Their Bothan delegate understood this and wanted the same, but both parties knew that if the rebels ever took Coruscant and solidified their power in the core, then Kane's Outer Rim holdings would become their priority. That eventuality, however, was by no means certain, and Kane managed to wrangle some assurances from Traskimnel, mainly, that the rebels would not pursue Imperial officers they declared war criminals into the Pentastar alignment and would respect the sovereign law of the alignment in its territory. In exchange, Kane promised not to interfere with rebel business outside his space, though traffic of their ships was strictly prohibited. As for Singe's delegate, the bloated Tubo the Hutt was interested in economic benefits. It seemed that many of Warlord Singe's shell corporations were failing to turn a profit as desired, and the territories Singe claimed lacked the resources and extraction tools to develop the kind of industrial base a self-sustaining miniature empire required. Kane, however, had emulated the corporate sector by allowing ruthless resource extraction and industrialization on uninhabited worlds. He agreed to trade some of his surplus resources to Singe, again in exchange for assurances he'd be left alone. As for Temius Holt, there was less to negotiate over. Singe's swath of territory lay between Kane's and Teradic's, so there was little point in talking about trading goods or respecting borders. Kane attempted to winnow an intelligence sharing operation out of Holt, but the man refused to be impressed with the admittedly less than impressive enticements Kane was offering, or at least what he was offering while Singe's representative was in the room. Holt also stated that, in forging a tighter alliance with Kane, Teradic would risk breaking his undeclared truce with Sanizard. As he'd said so, he'd cast a sidelong and purposeful glance at Grand Admiral Grant. Because of their past relationship, because of the professional respect they'd established long ago, Kane took Grant back to his office to speak in private. "I assume you want to offer me something like you gave Holt," Grant said as he took his seat. Kane nodded. His expression was serious, there'd be no Sartanian wine this time. With one critical difference. Izard must agree not to infringe on my borders. In exchange, I'll give her all the intel I have on the rebels, and on Singe's movements near my territory. Izard doesn't recognize your borders, or your territory, any more than she recognizes Singe's. She may not recognize them, officially, but the fact that you're here shows the Pentastar alignment is a reality she's prepared to deal with. Unlike Singe. I think the choice for you is obvious. Am I supposed to believe you aren't offering intel about us to Singe? To the rebels? Kane's distaste showed on his face. I'm offering out of respect. I believe in the Empire, Octavian. I believe in one strong, unified government to rule this galaxy, and I know, just as you do, that keeping the core Imperial is essential to that end. Then why your alignment? Why sit here in the Outer Rim and let Izard fend for herself against the rebels and Singe? I'm not doing that. I just offered to help. Because you believe in the Empire's ideals. I believe you. I actually do. But Izard won't believe in you, just like you don't believe in her. She sees everyone who doesn't swear allegiance to Imperial Center as a rebel and a traitor. Period. She's not that impractical. Your being here proves it. My being here proves she wanted to humiliate me while she sent Makati off to fight glorious battles and win fame and approval. Somehow, amusement and irritation warred on Kane's face. Goodness. I'm sorry, I didn't realize everything was all about you. Grant sighed. I will report your offer to Izard. After that, it's in her hands. I suppose that's all I can ask. Grant nodded and rose from his chair. He hadn't been lying to Kane, he fully expected Izard to reject his suggestion immediately. As he walked for the door, Kane, still seated behind him, said, "My offer still stands, Octavian." Grant stopped at the door and looked back at him. "I mean it," Kane said. "A ship like Reaper deserves a Grand Admiral at the helm." "Perhaps. But I have an attachment to Oriflame, humble as she is. If Izard won't let you fight the enemy, why stay with her?" It was a question Grant had been running through the back of his mind the entire conference. Joining Kane wouldn't necessarily solve his inactivity. The alignment was, after all, staunchly isolationist, and Reaper more a deterrent than a warship. As for Izard, well, she didn't respect him, but she should. After all he'd done in his life he deserved it, and deep down, he recognized part of him wanted to make her give him what he was owed. Simply defecting to Kane's side would be smart, it would also be selfish and cowardly and justify Izard's low opinion of him. That was part of it, but there was something else, something that kept him lurking around Imperial Palace instead of defecting to Kane, or making himself into yet another greedy system-grabbing warlord, despoiling the once great name of the Galactic Empire. There was something else, but he couldn't quite identify it, so he turned on Kane without a word and walked out of the office. When Grant returned to his temporary quarters on Reaper after that discussion, his comm system had an encrypted message from Oriflame, still sitting in orbit over Orbenir. When decrypted, the message told Grant exactly what he wanted to hear. Grand Admiral Makati had taken control of the planet Bandomir, in the process fighting off attacks by both the rebels and Sinj himself. He scrolled through the report and relished the details about the damage done to Iron Fist, and the complete destruction of 3 of Sinj's star destroyers. Grant copied select portions of the report to a datacard, slipped it in his pocket, then marched down the hall to where Temius Holt was quartered. After 3 loud knocks, the door slid open, and Grant found himself staring the former intelligence agent in the eye. "May I come in?" Grant asked politely. Holt arched an eyebrow and looked him over, like he was expected the Grand Admiral to have a vibroblade hidden somewhere. Then he shrugged and ushered Grant in. The cabin was small and undecorated, a near replica of Grant's own. The viewport looked out on Orbenir's slow rotation. Holt walked over to the transprestial portal, glanced down at the planet, and asked, "Well, what do you have for me?" "What makes you think I have anything?" Grant clasped his hands behind his back and did his best to act professional. It was always important to do so, in conversations like these, when your activities were anything but. Holt crossed his arms over his chest. "You want to make a deal with me about something. You want to do it behind Kane's back. Imnal and Tubo's droid have already been here to see me. I don't know what Kane's thinking, putting us all together like this." The room was almost certainly bugged, Holt surely knew, and was probably trying to get Grant to slip something he shouldn't. That didn't matter, though, not for what Grant had come for. "Still," he asked, "what did the Hutt want from you?" "He's already accepted Kane's offer." "He was offering to resell some of what they get from Kane." "For a reasonable price, I assume." That was sarcasm, right? "It's hard to tell with you." Grant chose to ignore his surly manner. He glanced casually around the room. Holt was a notorious drinker, but there didn't seem to be any cups lying around. "Did you accept, or will you take it back to Terranic?" "I told the droid to get out and tell his bloated master we're not interested in deals. We don't need his marked-up presale, that's for sure." "Is that true?" "I understand that your, Greater Maldrude sector is suffering a lot of the same problems as Sinj's territory. Lack of industrialization, failure to capitalize on natural resources, etc. Of course, Those are hazards of trying to build a second empire with some third-rate colony worlds on the outer rim. Kane seems to be doing all right. At least, he makes it look that way. He does, yes. But that's not why I'm here. Alright, why are you here? Grant took the data card from his pocket and lay it down on the low-set table in front of Holt's sofa. Then, very deliberately, he lowered himself into the chair on the other side of the table. Holt sighed, sat down on the sofa, and inspected the card. I give up, he said. What's on it? Recent update from Bandomir. I suspect the Hutt just got one like it. Bandomir? Holt frowned. Yes. On the Hydian, Major Ionite deposits. I know where Bandomir is. The card vanished in Holt's folded fist. What happened there? My, fellow Grand Admiral just took the planet from Singe. He had to fight off 2 fleets to do it, Singe's and the rebels, but the planet is now in the hands of the proper empire once more. Holt didn't seem skeptical. It was possible he'd gotten word from his watchers already. He leaned back in the sofa and said, well, I always knew Makati could fight. 2 against 1, though, that sounds impressive, even for a Grand Admiral. A selection from the report is on that card, specifically regarding casualties on Singe's side. Assuming your own agents haven't picked that up already, it details the destruction of several of Singe's star destroyers, plus the damage done to Iron Fist. Iron Fist? Really? Oh, yes. According to Makati's estimates, it should be undergoing repairs for at least a month. And of course, Singe's territories forward along the Hydian are now extra vulnerable. Holt's face twisted with a restrained smile. So what do you expect me to do with this? Walk down the hallway to Tubo's cabin and gloat? I wouldn't stop you if you did, said Grant. He might even want to spectate. Well, I appreciate your keeping me informed, but that can't be all you're after. No, of course not. I'd like to make this the beginning of an arrangement between you and I. You mean between Teratic and Izzard? Grant gave the tiniest shrug. I believe more sharing of information could help us both. I'm sure Teratic will want to take quick action while Iron Fist is no longer, shall we say, a player in the game. Holt nodded and looked back at the card in his palm. Teratic would want to go on the offensive against Singe now. He couldn't afford to pass up the opportunity. It should be clear to you that Izzard sees Singe as a priority threat, Grant said. We both came to Kane's little conference to talk about decreasing hostilities on some fronts so we may focus on others. I think the way forward is clear. Do you have more where this came from? Holt thumbed the card. Not yet. I was hoping for something in exchange first. What you gave me isn't that big. My people could have found all of it out on their own. You don't think I have spies in Singe's fleet? I don't doubt it, but I took this straight to you once I got it. And you don't doubt Izzard's intelligence gathering, do you? No, I'll give her that at least. Excellent. I came here to open a door. If you plan on shutting it, I'd like to know now. Holt sighed and slid the card into a pocket. That would be sort of like cutting off my own hand, wouldn't it? That's a strong metaphor, so I hope it's correct. I've also included information on that card about how to contact me directly. Once decide to signal your interest, I think we can begin an ongoing exchange. Holt gave a knowing smile. Not going through the Ubictorate, then? Eliminating the middleman would help us both, I think. Direct access to intel from Teratic would also help Grant improve his standing in Izzard's eyes. Holt could do the same with his boss too. As far as deals went, this one might have been the only one drawn up on Reaper that was truly beneficial to both parties. "I look forward to working with you, Mr. Holt," Grant said. Holt considered the Grand Admiral for a moment, then nodded and gestured for Grant to go. The Grand Admiral tipped his head, then walked out of the cabin and into the corridor. He didn't know where this would take him, but it was something. It was a start. One thing Grant had learned decades ago was that you had to plant as many seeds as possible. With luck and persistence, a few would inevitably grow, and lift you up as high as they could go. Chapter 16. Palustria. The voyage from the corporate sector to the core had gotten tricky lately, now that most of the Hydian way was in Warlord Singe's possession. To be sure, thousands of civilian ships went up and down the Hydian every day without issue. If anything, Singe encouraged the free flow of goods through his new empire to make it look more legitimate. At the same time, traffic along the Hydian was heavily monitored for ships aligned with Singe's enemies, rival warlords, Izard, or the so-called New Republic. That was where the problem came in for Maria Varlo. Her freighter Palustria was technically civilian, but was chartered by the corporate sector authority to carry goods to the Imperial Military Academy at Carida, goods that Singe would surely love to steal from Izard, especially after her Grand Admiral just gave him a humiliating drubbing at Bandomir. Once it had been an easy run down the Hydian, now Varlo had to plot an elaborate series of jumps around Singe's space that almost doubled the transit time. In addition to being time-consuming, it was also more dangerous to run cargo nowadays. After a run-in with pirates near Axxila a year ago, she'd installed a series of hidden weapon emplacements along the hull. The whole situation left Varlo in a suitably terrible mood, which was, perhaps counterintuitively, why she'd allowed Palustria to take on a new crew member right before departing Eshin with a hold full of Intel Star Company hyperdrive cores and navigation computers destined for installation in Imperial warships. When she'd brought Tavia aboard, her first officer, a weary Trianei named Gorkul whose fur was going gray, had shaken his shaggy head and asked if they'd be taking on any more stray animals. Varlo didn't regret it. When her crew had reported a human female sulking curiously around their loading dock, she'd had them bring the woman aboard for a talk. To her surprise, the sulker had been a mere teenage girl, dressed in work clothes 2 sizes too big for her, dirt smudging what was actually a pretty face, smooth and white, with piercing violet eyes and black hair that would probably look lovely if it was ever washed. The girl was clearly on the outs, with no friends or family or job to speak of, but as she told her story in Palustria's hold, Maria Varlo couldn't help but see so much of her past in the girl. Like Varlo, this Tavia had grown up on Banadin, the corporate sector's polluted industrialized heart, and like Varlo, she's always been fascinated by spaceships and technology. Like Varlo, she was a quick learner with machines, and like Varlo, the first time she'd gotten off-world was by stowing away on an outbound freighter and, when found, offering to work for her passage. Varlo was not, generally speaking, a woman known for her soft heart, but she couldn't resist the temptation to offer Tavia a job on Palustria. If nothing else, showing the girl the ropes of a sec-action V-freighter would keep her occupied during the annoyingly slow and awkward trip around Singe's space. As expected, the girl was a fast learner, and also as expected, she actually was quite pretty once she'd gotten a chance to use Palustria's showers. Still, some habits died slowly, and she kept on wearing the bulky old mechanic's jumpsuit she'd come aboard in. Varlo was still captain, so she didn't spend all her time with Tavia. Various other crew members, with various degrees of enthusiasm, also spent time training the girl. They were 3 days out from the corporate sector when they reached the Shalmhi system, at which point they'd get a straighter shot forward without all the aggravating short hyperspace jumps. Tavia was on the bridge with Varlo when they reverted to railspace on the system's edge. There wasn't much to see except stars, and the disappointment showed on the girl's face. Where's the planet? Are we clothes? We're just dipping into the edge of the system, said the Lafrian pilot Inmar from his seat at Palestria's helm control. There's not much to see anyway. Tavia's expression wilted. Isn't Shalm inhabited? It's a backwater, barely industrialized. Varlos said as she stood over Inmar's shoulder. You are going to see much more interesting places to come. I hope so, Tavia mumbled, downcast. We're just stopping here to plot our next jump through hyperspace, added Gorkel. Very routine. This all might seem routine to you all, Tavia pouted girlishly, but I'm not a spacer. I can count the number of planets I've been on with one hand. Don't worry, you'll get there in time, Varlos said. Speaking of routine stops, Inmar, how long until we can make the new jump? Navcom's getting a lock now. Should be ready to go in a minute. Excellent. She looked back to the girl. After this, Tavia, I want to take you down to the forward sensor cluster. Gorkel can give you a rundown on the systems. The Trianii made a little growl in the back of his throat, indicating how much he'd enjoy that task, but Varlo made a point of ignoring him and Tavia, thankfully, didn't seem to notice at all. I'll do my best to take it all in. She stuffed both hands in the pockets of her oversized jumpsuit. My head's still kind of spinning from what Inmar showed me. You seemed to take it all in fine, girl, the pilot said. I could tell you've looked at starship engines up close before. Yes, but nothing this big. Varlos said, speaking of engines, Inmar. Right, I've got it. Course is set. Now we can hold up. Gorkel called, something just dropped out of hyperspace, right behind us. Alarm shot through Varlo, there shouldn't have been any traffic in this corner of space. Shields up. She called. If they don't move off, hail them and ask what they want. Captain, shields aren't responding, Gorkel growled. What do you mean they're not responding? Suddenly the entire ship shook. Varla was nearly thrown across Inmar's shoulders, but she steadied herself on the back of his chair and asked, were we hit? They just tore off our port maneuvering fin, said Gorkel. What do they want? Tavia asked, voice trembling. Our cargo, what else? Varlos said. Inmar, can you get us to hyperspace? Yes, ma'am, the pilot said. He reached forward, grabbed a throttle, and pulled it back and nothing happened. Oh, Inmar said, oh, that's not good. There was another rocking, and Gorkel reported, they just blew out our upper starboard shield. Inmar, try to maneuver. Varlos snapped. Gorkel, get the guns ready. Already on it, Captain. A spacecraft dived in from above them, then began to turn for another pass. Varlo recognized the model immediately. Marauder-class corvettes were common picket ships for the corporate sector authority fleet, but they were also popular for pirates and smugglers galaxy-wide. Hit it before it comes around for another pass. Varlo ordered as she watched it turn. Captain. Gorkel said, voice suddenly shaky. What? Varlo turned angrily around, then froze. Tavia was standing right next to Gorkel. She had a small blaster pistol in her hand and it was pointed right at the Trianii's head. What is this? Varlo gaped. What are you doing? We're being hailed. Inmar called. Varlo couldn't take her eyes off Tavia, off the wicked slash of a smile on her pretty child's face. A harsh, non-human voice suddenly came loud over the bridge. Stand down immediately or face further punishment. We only want your cargo. Surrender now and you will not be harmed. No. Varlo snapped instinctively. They're not getting my ship. Inmar, Tell them. The voice went on, your ship has been sabotaged. You cannot run and you cannot fight. Surrender now if you want to live. Captain, Gorkul growled, do what they say. You really should do what they say, added Tavia. But what is this? Varlo croaked. Those pirates. You're working for them? Tavia laughed, bright, innocent, girlish laughter. Don't be silly. They're working for me. Once its captain stood down, it didn't take much effort to seize control of Palustria. The transport was boarded and its crew corralled in the aft cargo hold. Stock was taken of its cargo while the habitat quarters were ransacked for valuables. The rush for spoils was far more chaotic than the cataloging of hyperdrive cores, and there was only one rule that the motley assemblage of pirates obeyed: everything in the captain's room belonged to Leonia Tavira. For her part, Tavira was simply glad to step through the docking tube and be back aboard Courtesan. The Marauder corvette was her sole souvenir from her stint as part of Cavil's Corsairs, a bunch of mangy Outer Rim raiders. She was glad to be running her own pirate crew now, but Courtesan itself was a fine ship, small and nimble and well-armed. Marauder corvettes were a standard of the CSA Customs fleet, and Courtesan had been fitted with a stolen identification transponder that guaranteed her victims in the corporate sector didn't realize her intentions until it was too late. This time, the job had taken her a bit further afield, though it promised to be worth the trip. Once she was aboard her ship she was greeted by the usual cries and whistles from the crew that wasn't pillaging Palustria. It was a mangy assortment of outlaws, some from Cavil's old crew but most of them new additions from corporate sector space. Tavira headed straight to her quarters but was intercepted on the way by a man about 10 years older than her with pale skin, black hair, and a scar that ran horizontally beneath his right eye. "Did you have fun over there, Captain?" Van Tirak asked, tone slightly reproachful. "Of course I did. It really was a learning experience, you know. I've never been an expert with starship innards, but I'm getting better. I'm glad you can add another talent to your list." He still acted awfully terse for a man who'd just made a big score. She stopped and looked up at him. With a smirk she asked, "Oh, Van, were you worried about me, going on that ship alone?" "I'm touched, truly, but you know I like to be handsome." "I do know. You enjoy the challenge. You don't trust any of us to really get the job done. And you think it's fun to slip into other people's lives and play with them like an exa before she eats her prey. Does that cover it?" Her smirk wilted into a scowl. Sometimes she allowed herself to forget that Tirak could read her emotions better than anyone she'd ever known. They'd met on Banadin 5 months ago, shortly after she'd decided to try relocating to the corporate sector. Since she'd been a little peasant girl growing up on Iatu, Tavira had learned how to hide her intentions and steer other people, especially men, into giving her what she wanted. Van Tirak was the only one she'd met who saw straight through her, and it had taken another 2 months before he'd finally admitted how he did it. Well, Leonia Tavira didn't have any magic force powers, but she still knew how to read people, and she knew why Tirak was with her now. "Your concern is very sweet, Van, really. I know you'd be lost without me. My connections. My resources. My bottomless knowledge." Tirak snorted, amused. "You forgot to mention your personal charm. Without my charm you'd still be doing cheap cons and petty robberies like you were when I found you. Besides, I was never in any danger. That woman trusted me implicitly. As well she should. You made up your whole backstreet to get her sympathy. Yes, remind me to thank Billabango for slicing into her personnel files. Just tell me, did you send the message?" "Yes. The buyer's on his way. Said he'd be here soon." "Excellent. If I'm not on the bridge before he calls, send it right down to my cabin." As they reached her door, he looked her up and down and said, "You know, that old mechanic suit just isn't you." "Shut up, Van," she said, unlocked her door, and stepped on through. Her cabin, though cramped, was stuffed full of spoils for different trades. The lush bed had come from a yacht they'd seized over Eschen, the fine wood-carved wardrobe was from a freighter taken at Gale, and the floor-to-ceiling mirror was from a ship they'd hit up and bound from Rel to Wien. She caught her own reflection and she had to agree with Tarak. The oversized jumpsuit really wasn't her. It had served its purpose, of course. She'd needed all those bulky pockets and hidden compartments for her blaster and all the little tools she'd used to sabotage the engine and shield systems on Palestria, mostly during the nighttime shifts when the crest of the crew was blissfully asleep. Tarak was right that she'd been taking a risk in doing it herself, but the rest of Courtesan's crew were thugs and mangy outlaws who'd never have been able to work their way into Maria Varlo's trust like Tavira had. And of course, the whole act really had been fun. But as Tarak said, the jumpsuit wasn't her. She got out of it as quickly as she could, then dropped herself onto the bed. As she savored the softness of Dalmatian silk sheets, she allowed herself to wonder what kind of plunder she'd get from Varlo's quarters. Probably not much. The woman was painfully pragmatic and unostentatious. Still, it would be fun to rummage through her drawers and see what secrets the old woman surely kept hidden. Tavira had yet to meet anyone in this galaxy who didn't have something dark inside, some just kept it hidden better than others. As she pondered that and enjoyed the silk bedsheets against her skin, she heard her comm system chime. She reluctantly unwound herself from her cocoon and went over to the console. "Tavira here." "What is it?" "The buyers arrived," Tarak's voice said. "Want to speak to him?" "Of course I do." "Patch him in." As she waited for the signal to relay, she considered grabbing something from her wardrobe, but it would be nothing Singe hadn't seen before. Then a hollow image sprang up before her, and it wasn't Singe. The man wore a dark Imperial uniform, not a white one, and his face was thin and unremarkable instead of plump and mustachioed. She crossed her tight arms over her chest. "General Melver, is it?" Singe's right-hand man nodded. "Moff Tavira. How nice to see so much of you. I haven't been a Moff for over a year, General. I have what you want." "Do you have what I want?" "As soon as we check the hyperdrive cores, credits will be deposited in your account. I'm sending a shuttle over now. We'll make sure your boarding party feels welcome. But remember our deal, General. Everything that's not on the cargo manifest goes to my crew. Don't worry. We know how your spoils system works." "I'm glad to hear it. I must say, I'm a little disappointed Singe didn't come for his new prize personally. I'm sure these cores will be very helpful for repairing his ships after what happened at Bandomir." Melver's face twisted at mere mention of the battle. "The Grand Admiral is quite busy right now, as you can imagine." "I certainly can. Let me know when your checks are done, or if your party has any problems." "Of course." She reached to turn the holo off, then paused. "One more thing, General. You'll be taking the whole transport back to your territory, correct? If it's as intact as you say it is. Don't worry, I didn't cripple the hyperdrive permanently. You'll find it easy to repair. I was just wondering what you'll be doing with the crew." "The crew?" Melver shrugged, like they were an afterthought. "They don't hold any value as prisoners, so I imagine we'll space them." "Why? Is that a problem?" "No," she said, "no problem at all." 5 minutes later, Tavira was dressed and on Courtesan's command deck. Tirak was there too, standing by the forward viewport and looking out the carrier cruiser that had joined them on the edge of the Shalmhi system. Tirak crossed his arms over his chest and said, "They're already aboard, Captain. Rosk and Levron's team are giving them a wide berth." As well they should. Some of her crew got excitable when it came to taking spoils, and if one of her Niktos or Trandoshans got into a stupid fight with one of Melver's people, it could wreck what had been so far a very profitable partnership with Warlord Sinj. "So, what happens when we're done here?" asked Tirak. "Back to Banadin?" "I think so. We'll see if we can't buy Courtesan a few refits, while I do more information gathering." Tirak snorted. "Is that what they're calling it now?" "It's how we learned about this ship, isn't it?" "True enough." He thought for a moment, then said, "Your approach to this job was even more hands-on than usual, and it got me wondering why. Was it the credits? Were you excited about helping another ex-Imperial make good?" He added one of his vicious grins. "Or was it about stealing from Zanazard? You mean you can't just pluck the answer from my mind?" She stared stubbornly ahead at the carrier. "You know I can't do that without more effort into it." "So which was it?" "All three, of course. But especially the last one." He didn't need force powers for that. The so-called regent on Coruscant had cheated her, denigrated her, looked down on her as a child and an amateur. Some people said revenge was the obsession of petty minds. Tavira always believed those people had just never done it right. Men like Baron Fel left the Empire's service to fight for another cause. Others, like Sinch, fought for empires of their own. Leonia Tavira had left for the same reason she'd joined. Some other people said that the best revenge was living well, and she'd never doubted them for a moment. Chapter 17 Home 1. Baron Fel drifted between sleep and waking. It felt like he was stranded between life and death. In all his years as a pilot, he'd never been forced to eject into a combat zone. Not once. He could barely remember having done it now, the swirl of color and blackness, the shrapnel tumbling around him like a million knives, the bitter awful cold of space creeping through his vac suit. Memories, like consciousness, seemed as fleeting and elusive as the bubbles of air that drifted in front of his eyes as he bobbed in the back-to-tank, healing slowly. Sometimes familiar faces would resolve from the glass-distorted blur outside the tank's curving walls. Wedge Antilles, his brother-in-law, leaned his head in close enough for their eyes to lock. Tycho Selch, who did it once, too. He was close to sure that had really happened, but he also remembered Turfiner staring at him from a few meters beyond the glass. He couldn't make out a face then, but he'd known it was Fenner. He'd known the black flight suit, the spiky blonde hair, the faint streak of the scar running up from his mouth. It hadn't occurred to him that he'd imagined Fenner until Roan Tierling's face had pressed close to the glass, as vivid as Wedge's or Tycho's. He'd known instantly that it couldn't really have been Tierling, because Tierling was dead, and Fel had killed him. Sometimes, in moments he assumed were waking, he saw familiar forms moving around the edges of whatever medical bay he was stuck in. He made out Nrin from the brown crescent of his head, and Oven for his short blonde hair. Once there was a woman with gold hair to her shoulders standing dead ahead of him, too far away to make out her face through the blur of swirling bacta. It could have been Phalas, but he wanted it so very much to buy his wife. Another time she'd stepped right up to the glass and placed her hand on its smooth exterior. He's raised a hand and covered her small palm print with his own from the other side. She'd leaned in close, and he'd stared into her eyes and remembered all the things Siala Antilles had ever been to him, an echo of simple life on Corellia, a piece of hollow star glamour a farm boy could claim for his own, a person who looked at him without awe or admiration or fear but simple knowledge. a woman from whom he needed everything but wanted for nothing. More than anything, a respite from the whole heavy weight of an empire. He'd known it had been a dream, but he'd indulged it, tried to sink into it for as long as he could. It was better than anything he'd find on waking. He knew that when they finally pulled him out of the back tank, he'd have to face it all, that he'd killed Deerling and other men he'd known and trained and trusted. That he'd broken his oath to Wedge and the Republic when he couldn't kill Fenner. That he'd failed as a pilot and a soldier by allowed himself to become so distracted it nearly killed him. All those conflicted tides racked his conscience, but above it all was the knowledge that his loyalties, his honor, his judgment, all of it mattered less to him than finding his wife. He'd already broken one oath for her sake. Fel knew deep down, as he floated between waking and dreaming, that he would do it again. It was only a question as to when. Wedge had to count himself lucky. The rogues had only lost one X-wing and no pilots. They'd fared far better than most squadrons at Bandomir. General Sam had lost a third of his Y-wings and was desperately trying to replace them. Still, it was hard to come out of that fight feeling anything remotely like optimism, especially as his brother-in-law floated in Bacta for 2 straight days and home one sick bay after being transferred from Emancipator. He went to visit Fel in sick bay, as did the other rogues, but he seemed non-responsive in his tank. After one visit, walking back with Hobby and Jansen, the latter asked, "Do you think that's the first time Fel's ever gone Nev?" Wedge's first thought was that it couldn't have been. All modesty aside, Wedge himself was a damn good pilot and even he'd been forced to eject before, sometimes in combat zones. Fel was better than him, but not that much better. But Hobby said, "I don't know. Maybe." "Why do you say that?" Wedge asked as they made their way down home one's corridors to the mess hall. "Well, the Empire doesn't exactly prioritize pilot survival like we do, you know? Sure, TIE fighters have ejection systems, but they're harder to pop out of than X-wings. Plus, with those weak shields, most pilots who get VIPed don't even know they're VIPed until they're already dead." "Maybe you're right," Wedge admitted. "Did he ever talk about that sort of thing at the academy?" "Nope." Hobby's head wagged back and forth. He was more about killing the enemy than getting out of fights alive. Of course, all the imp instructors were. "Sounds like a happy place," said Jansen. "I'm glad I got my education elsewhere." "Me too," Wedge agreed. "But in all the flying he's done, well, I can't believe he hadn't been hit even once." "You know, it is possible to fly without getting shot down," Hobby reminded him. "Funny thing for you to say." Jansen slapped him on the back. "How many wrecks have you racked up?" "Don't ask," Hobby waved his mechanical hand. Before Wedge could think up a rejoinder, they turned a corner and 2 flashes of white whipped past him. Surprised, he spun on a heel and saw 2 white-gowned women spin around to see him. Winter was on the right, datapad in hand, white hair down around her shoulders so it seemed to flow seamlessly into her gown. Beside her, hands on hips, brown hair braided into 2 curls on either side of her head, was Princess Leia Organa. "Princess," Wedge said, "I didn't know you were aboard. I just got back before you and rogues shipped out to Emancipator." Leia smiled and took his hands in hers. "Winter says you all made it out in one piece." "I'm glad." "More or less one piece," Wedge amended. "Fel's still floating in Bacta, but he should be out in a day or so." "I heard you tangled with the 181st out there." Wedge glanced sideways at Winter. Her face was blank, but he was guessing the princess had gotten a blow-by-blow from her aide, who'd in turn got it from Tycho. "Yeah, we all did." "That's where Fel got shot down." Her eyes went grave. She instantly understood what the rest of the rogues already knew. and what they'd never tell Fel when he got out of the bacta tank. When forced to fight his old friends, the great flying ace had finally lost his nerve, and almost his life. "Great to have you aboard, Princess," Hobby said from over Wedge's shoulder. "Thank you, Hobby. Where'd you come from before this?" Wedge asked her. "Didn't I hear something about Milagro?" "That's right. We captured another Star Destroyer there." "And?" She trailed off. "Don't worry." Wedge waved a hand. "I know some things are over my pay grade." "Is the rest of the Provo Council here too?" asked Jansen. "That's right," she said seriously. "As you can imagine, we have a lot to talk about." "Princess, we still need to go over a few things beforehand," Winter said gently. "Of course. It's good seeing you safe, Wedge. All of you. We'll talk more later." "I look forward to it," Wedge waved as Leia and Winter turned as one and continued their walk down the hall. As the three X-Wing pilots started their march in the opposite direction, Hobby said, "She remembered my name. That's a good start, right?" "Best you're going to get," Jansen snorted. "Isn't she with What's-Face now? You know, the guy with the Wookiee?" "You mean Han Solo?" Wedge grinned. "I thought that was off again," Hobby said plaintively. "Or maybe it's on again. I can't keep track anymore." "You've got set your sights higher," said Jansen. "Higher than a princess?" "Hobby, in case you haven't noticed, we're X-Wing pilots. Military poster boys of the New Republic. There's a whole galaxy of women just throwing themselves at our feet, each more glamorous than the next. Just look at Tycho, Oven, even Fel." Hobby rolled his eyes. "Wedge, how women many have thrown themselves at you in the past week." "Do female TIE pilots count?" "There were probably a few of those at Bandomir. Probably weren't that gorgeous though." "Hey, Wedge," Hobby nudged him with an elbow. "Whatever happened to What's-Her-Face? You know, the one who shot Wes down?" "Who shot me?" Jansen stopped. "Oh, that kind of shot down. I remember her. She was the one with, you know, the, he waved two curves in the air. "Raina Fowler," Wedge pronounced. He hadn't thought about her in months. "Whatever happened to her?" asked Hobby. "Psychiatric happened. We got pulled for the mission and before we got back they shipped her out to Contruum." "You talked to her since?" Jansen asked. "Only once. I've been a little busy, you know." "Yeah, but she was still, you know," Jansen waved his hands again. "Plus Tycho said she was into you." It felt weird, knowing people were discussing his love life behind his back. It felt even weirder to realize he'd almost had something like a love life to be talked about. He'd found Raina attractive, and she'd seemed to find him attractive too, but nothing had come of it. Deep down he'd never expected anything to. He'd gotten so used to the war dragging him away from anything he could have wanted for himself that he'd gotten used to it. "It doesn't matter," he said at last. "It was just one date and we barely had time for dinner before we got called away." "Oh, that's shame," Jansen heaved a sigh. "You could have shown her the walk dance. Then she'd be begging to have you back." "Wes, shut up," Wedge said cheerily. When the New Republic Provisional Council held its first full conference after the battle at Bandomir, the mood was decidedly sour. As they listened to Admiral Burke give his debriefing, they all betrayed various states of agitation. Borskflia's cream-colored fur bristled whenever Burke mentioned the causality count, while Admiral Akbar's massive Moncal eyes went even wider whenever Burke explained one of Grand Admiral Makati's clever tactics. Sondev kept averting his own black eyes when Burke passed his across the table, and Karithrar let out the occasional mournful groan that his droid didn't bother to translate. Mon Mothma kept her expression admirably stoic, though you could see the disappointment on her face. For her part, Princess Leia Organa did her best to follow her mentor's example. When Burke finally finished his review, Mon Mothma thanked and dismissed him, leaving the council alone with itself. Leia braced herself, fully expecting Borsk Flia to begin by scolding all those who had approved the attack. Instead, though, it was Admiral Akbar who heaved a sigh and said, "I apologize for what happened at Bandomir. As Supreme Commander, it was my responsibility to approve only battle plans we can trust to work." Flia held his tongue, and while Karithrar gave a series of plaintive moans. Leia had picked up Siriwook well enough thanks to spending time with Han and Chewie, but the protocol droid did an elegant enough translation, saying, "The Counselor wishes to remind everyone that Admiral Akbar was not alone in approving this mission. The plurality of the Council voted in its favor. Therefore, he should not attempt to shoulder the blame when, by their nature, this Council and the Republic itself are about sharing burdens." "Thank you, Counselor," Leia spoke up. "I'd also like to remind everyone that there was no way we could have known what tactics the Grand Admiral would employ, since we've never faced him in combat. Just like there's no way we could have known Makati would enlist the help of Fen Shiza and his Mandalorians." Flia cleared his throat and added, "If we've learned anything from this, it's that we should not underestimate the enemy just because we've never faced him before. The Emperor didn't choose his Grand Admirals on a whim." Counselor Bthog said, "The issue now is where Makati will be sent after this. Perhaps after Bandomir, our admirals can come with better ways to counter him. We are already studying Bandomir in depth, I assure you, Great Akbar." "Studying Makati is important," began Flia, "but it's more important to think laterally. Makati just handed us a major defeat and we should be looking for new courses of action that doesn't immediately throw us head-to-head against him. Do you have something in mind?" Santev asked. Though he'd been absent during the initial meeting about Bandomir, the Sulastan Counselor had later joined Flia in casting his vote against the attack, while Leia and Mon Mothma had joined Akbar in its favor. "I do." Flia folded his paws on the tabletop. "Over the past several weeks, I've been sending out diplomatic feelers to the leadership of the corporate sector authority. I believe some critical progress has been made." Leia frowned and looked at Mon Mothma. The older woman caught Leia's eye and gave her a barely perceptive nod, indicating that yes, she had known about the Bothan's covert diplomacy, and approved it. To Flia, she said, "Please elaborate, Counselor." The Bothan leaned forward eagerly and looked around the table. "As all of you know, the corporate sector authority controls hundreds of systems and extracts more resources than all our current territory put together. The CSA is nominally aligned with the Empire and only sells to corporations and systems loyal to Wizard, but most of the Hydian between it and Coruscant is controlled by a Sinj. After losing Bandomir, the Sinj is going to be looking at the corporate sector with much more urgency." After what Makati did to Iron Fist, Duman Barus said, "I don't think Sinj can launch an invasion at this time." "Very true, but the CSA leadership knows the pressure is on. My preliminary communications have been via couriers, but they've indicated a desire to speak face-to-face." Leia had too many questions to start, but Garithrar roared one. His droid said, "The Counselor wishes to know exactly who in the CSA government you've been talking to." Flia spread his paws. "I'll trust this information will not leave the room. My primary contact has been the Prex, Zrigothel. Aligned with him are several Vice-Prex, namely Regal Anshanzor, Longkardrite, and Mulardakin." Sandev raised a small hand. "Would the Counselor, remind us as to these positions in the CSA hierarchy?" "I can do better." The CSA is run by the Directs, a committee of corporate heads. The head of the Directs, elected by its members, is the executive officer. Currently that is Jeveth Leon. Together the current Imperial advisor, Tiz Milik, and approximately half the voting members of the Directs, they make up the core of pro-Azard factions in the CSA government. The Prex is the chief administrator and second most powerful being after Leon. The Vice Prexes administer different departments in the actual bureaucracy that manages the CSA. Gothland Lanchans have been quietly consolidating other pro-Republic figures into an alliance. So let me get this straight, Leia said, you want us to take sides in some kind of political warfare? I imagine they'd call it corporate warfare, said Flea. Even in politics, they conduct themselves like buzziness things. Leia wasn't sure who could be more ruthless, politicians or captains of industry. Either way she didn't like this. Borsk, are we supposed to back some kind of coup, help Gothel replace Leon as head of the CSA? Like I just told you, this is corporate warfare. If he can get enough votes from the Directs, Gothel can impeach Leon and take control of the CSA legally. And then what? Asked Burrus. Will they cut all ties with Coruscant, with Singe, and only sell products to the Republic? That is the goal, yes. Flea leaned back in his chair and let the possibilities play through everyone's minds. Through her revulsion at dealing with such an immoral organization as the CSA, she had to admit its practical advantages. The Republic needed credits and resources. More than that, the CSA was an institution, aligned with the Empire but never truly subject to it. By gaining the CSA as an ally, the Republic could further solidify its image as a force for political and economic stability instead of a band of terrorists like Imperial propaganda claimed. But still, Leia felt revolted at the thought. Looking at Mon Mothma, she said, if we strike a deal with the CSA, that means we endorse it. That means we endorse everything it does, its environmental abuse, its secret police, its stubborn refusal to grant even basic rights to its citizens. Those are things that can be negotiated, Flea insisted. I've communicated with Gothland Vice Prex Lanchans extensively on this matter. They are very willing to institute internal reforms, liberalizing reforms, within the CSA on condition of an economic alliance with us, and protection from Imperial reprisals. Akbar cleared his throat. If we are going to guarantee the corporate sector, that will take many ships I am not certain we have at the moment. If we have the CSA on our side, we can start building ships at double the rate we are now, maybe triple. And how do we know this is secure? Leia insisted. For all we know, this could be some kind of elaborate Imperial trap. If the Prex and Vice Prexes shows themselves to be a simple tool of Azard, Bthog reasoned, they drop all pretense of the CSA being an independent organization. I would say this is unlikely. They would discredit themselves and their business efforts. The idea of factions on the Directs fighting each other is credible enough, Burrus commented. Leia sighed and said, even if we can trust Gothland Lanchans to a point, I still don't like this. We fought to free thousands of worlds from the Empire. I can't believe we just sign over thousands more to the CSA for economic reasons. That's how we would discredit ourselves. I understand your concerns, Princess, Flea said. But the Republic is a political entity now, and politics always involve compromise. Just look at the delegation we sent to the Pentastar alignment. We agreed on that, all of us, because giving some concessions to Grand Moff Kane was worthwhile to remove one warlord from our enemies list. Call it a trade-off if you want, but with the CSA we're looking at trading far fewer systems for far greater gain. Leia wasn't a fan of those concessions either. Right before Burke's briefing they'd taken the vote, and only she and Karithrar had objected. Everyone else had approved the plan to grant temporary amnesty to listed Imperial war criminals taking shelter within the systems claimed by Kane's government. In exchange they'd share intelligence on the Sinch, but it still made her feel guilty. "I also do not doubt the trustworthiness of Gothel," Flea said. "That is why I'm volunteering to travel with a team of aides to the corporate sector and conduct interviews face-to-face." "You may trust her, but what about everyone on her staff?" asked Akbar. "If Gothel, Lanchanzor, or any of the other vice-prexes are caught in these negotiations, their lives are forfeit. They're taking bigger risks in this than we are. Now it is our turn to convince them that we're serious." Flea fixed his violet eyes on Mon Mothma, almost as if he were daring her to call the matter to a vote. The woman took a deep breath, then said, "I want to put this issue to further study. Princess Leia, please work with Counselor Flea and his staff. Review his notes and together, I want you both to come up with a proposal for negotiations." "Me?" Leia balked. Mon Mothma nodded seriously. "Please, Leia. I want to hear from you both." Leia swallowed, and knew she meant it. She was probably hoping that, by forcing her and Flea to work together on the same project, they might end up producing some kind of ideal compromise. Leia wasn't sure about that herself, but when she saw the trusting Mon Mothma's eyes, she had nodded in agreement and braced herself for whatever might come. "Firefic, what a mess," Shotev Ikrahine said as he slumped in his chair, watching the flash of gun cam footage recorded by one of Emancipator's Y-Wings during the battle at Bandomir. Since they didn't officially exist, the team they called Alpha Black had no Reda room to sit in, so instead they'd gathered in Admiral Drayson's private quarters, which was one of the few cabins on Home One big enough to fit 6 beans and 2 cases of Brentel beer the Admiral had shipped directly up from the cruiser's cantina. Drayson wasn't much of a drinker health nut, but Jack Carr seemed half determined to finish 1 case all by himself, Ikrahine the other. Rian Darreelan didn't blame them. Watching the mess at Bandomir was enough to make anyone want to drink themselves into a stupor. Eventually, when it became clear nobody could take any more, Drayson scooped up the remote and turned the holo off. With a sigh, he leaned against the bulkhead and crossed his arms over his chest. "Well," he said, "insightful comments?" "You mean aside from that being horrific?" Carr asked from his spot on the sofa beside Devon Tor. For a second nobody had anything better to say, then Cask Frelair, thoughtfully, said, "Makati likes moving his forces in stages. He lets his enemy think they have control over the battlefield, then springs one surprise after another. The way he used the minefield to give cover to his attacking ships was creative too," Tor added. "Let's not forget the part about throwing mines," Ikrahine grunted and took another gulp of beer. "What I noticed," said Darreelan, "is how little he had in the way of causalities. He didn't just throw ships out there. He never deliberatively sacrifices any of his ships or used them as cannon fodder like Grunger or Pitta. All our intel on Makati says he's respected by his troops," Drayson said. "Compared to some of the other Grand Admirals, I can see why." "Okay then," Carr sighed. "So he's a great tactician and his soldiers likes him. He's probably got a pet cat that loves him too. What about his weaknesses? What about family?" Ikrahine asked Drayson. The Admiral shook his head. "No wife, no children. No mistresses either, not that we can find." "What about parents? Siblings?" Darreelan asked. "Makati wasn't that old for a human, little over 50 standard years. No siblings. His homeworld was wrecked during the Clone Wars and all his family died then, or shortly thereafter. Any close friends? Professional allies? Drinking buddies? If you're asking who we can use against him, I don't know if there's anyone. He's never had a reputation for women or vice like Takal. Some of our reports have described Makati as monastic. So he eats, breathes, and probably defecates for the glory of the Empire, Carr sighed. You know, after all dealing with guys like Grunger and Pitta, I had a hard time believing the Empire had any true believers. There are some, Tor said knowingly, crazy as it sounds. One thing's for sure, Kask said, we don't want to fight him head-on again. A statement like that, delivered with a dark glower, would have raised alarm in any other group, but in that room, all it got was a thoughtful silence. Drayson said, I've talked with Admiral Akbar and General Kraken. They've both agreed that after Bandomir, we should focus on less official ways to get rid of Makati. You mean assassinate him? Kask bore his canines. I mean assassinate him. About time, grunted Ikraheen. What about the Provo Council? Mon Mothma gave me personal permission to establish Alpha Black. She may speak softly, but she has Durasteel in her spine. And the rest of them? They'll know what they have to know. So in other words, what we tell them. Drayson nodded. I'd feel a lot better about this if we had a plan to get close to this guy, Darylin sighed. Admiral, do we know where he is now? I'm guessing he's not at Bandomir anymore. We believe he's inbound to Coruscant, if he hasn't returned already. And as you know, Izarad's been frightfully good at purging our agents in the capital. So in other words, we're right back where we started, Carr shook his head. What about the other Grand Admiral? Suggested Tor. Why don't we target Grant? Grant doesn't stray far from Imperial Center either. Drayson seemed to hesitate, then added, however, he did recently go on a diplomatic mission to the Pentastar alignment. To see Kane? Ikraheen sat upright in his chair. Did we know this in advance? Drayson gave a little sigh. Not until he showed up on Kane's flagship along with the other delegates. Other delegates? Darylin frowned. This sounded like something Drayson had known for a while but had kept from them. Usually it was the other way around, and while Darylin knew the Admiral had good reasons for what he did, it still felt like a small betrayal. The Provo Council sent someone to attend a conference with Kane, Grant, and delegates from Sench and Teradic's forces. Kane wanted to set ground rules with his neighbors, to keep himself isolated. So we're negotiating with imps now? Darylin asked. He wasn't quite sure how to feel about that. If Kane qualities as one, Drayson allowed. So if we had people on the same ship as Grant, why didn't we try and kill him there? Ikraheen asked. You or Kraken must have slipped someone on the diplomat's staff, right? There was a presence, Drayson said carefully. However, it was judged that killing Grant on Reaper would cost us our delegates, and maybe even start a war with Kane. We can't afford that right now. It was the smart choice, probably the right one. Darylin just hoped letting Grant live wouldn't come back to bite them later. The point is, Drayson told them, right now Fleet Command sees Makati as the bigger threat, and I agree. You gentle beings have added 4 to your kill roster so far. If anyone can accomplish this, I believe it's you. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, said Carr, where do you expect us to start? Drayson thought for one moment, then another, and finally said, I'll get to you on that. Soon. Nobody tried prying. They all knew there was no arguing with the Admiral when he had secrets to keep. It was, after all, his job. When they pulled Baron Fel out of the back tank, his brother-in-law was there to watch. Fel reflected that it had been a wisely calculated move on Wedge's part. He wanted to show both personal and professional support but didn't want Fel to be embarrassed by having all the rogues watch as he dried his near-naked body off and changed into a plain black jumpsuit. "I'm glad to see you're feeling better," Wedge said with a grin once Fel was dried and dressed. "I heard you got knocked around bad when you went F." "Not surprising, considering the firefight we were in. I suppose. I don't really remember it that well. But the MD droid says that's normal." Wedge didn't ask him what happened right before he was hit, just like he didn't ask if Fel had even been shot down before. Instead, as they began walking back toward the barracks Fel shared with 6 other pilots, he began filling Fel in on the rest of the Battle of Bandomir. The MD droid had already told him that Makati had won the battle, claiming the planet and beating back 2 different enemies in the process. "Because the Emperor pulled him from frontline duty, we've never really known what Makati was capable of until now," Wedge said. "He didn't appoint his Grand Admiral for no reason." "I know. I just wish we hadn't learned that the hard way." "I don't suppose you know what happens next?" "We have no orders. The Provo Council had a full meeting earlier today, but I don't know if they've decided anything." Fel gave a little sigh. "You're lucky, you know, having such a small group making decisions for you, right on this very ship. The Empire was never this tight-knit. The Council has plenty of disagreements." "True. But at the end of the day, you're all on the same side." He sighed again and stopped before the door to the barracks. He didn't hear anyone inside. It was afternoon by Home One's internal chrono, so they were probably all elsewhere. "What I mean to say is, in the Empire, every decision is made by a hierarchy. Every relationship is about masters and servants. Even if the master and servant like and trust each other, they can never be friends. But here, in your republic, it's all very different." Wedge put on a soft smile. "I've never heard it put quite that way." "I hope you're right." "As do I." Fel glanced inside the barracks, to make sure it was empty. In a low voice, he said, "Have you heard anything about Xiao?" Wedge's smile wilted. He shook his head. "Have you asked?" "Of course I did. I talked to Kraken. He got nothing from the Bautalay's data dump." "I'm sorry." "Then I'm sorry too." He raised one hand in a weak salute. "I'll see you later, Commander." Wedge nodded, turned, and left. Fel walked into the barracks and sat down on his bed. Despite having done nothing but float in Bacta for 2 days, he still felt tired. He'd heard that was normal for people who'd just come out of the tank, but it still felt wrong. He felt he should do something. He rose and went over to this personal locker on the opposite wall. He input his code and opened it. Everything was as he'd left it: the folded clothes, the small mirror on the inside wall, the magnetic New Republic crest pinned to the back. Then he noticed it, a wadded-up piece of flimsy, resting atop his folded trousers. He picked it up and felt something inside but didn't unwrap it. He'd hoped what he'd just told Wedge was true. If not, then he had as little chance of finding a place here as he had in the Empire. He unfolded the flimsy and saw a tiny data card inside. He held it up between forefinger and thumb, then glanced at the flimsy. Something was scrawled on there, in hand, with black ink. The handwriting was small, compact, and precise, as he'd expected from Deventor. It said, "You didn't get this from me. And I'm sorry." Chapter 18. Coruscant. After all of it, Octavian Grant and Afshin Makati found themselves right back where they began, in Izard's lair, buried deep inside Imperial Palace. This time she seemed pleased, as much as Izard ever seemed pleased. Grant would have felt better about that, but he knew it wasn't he who had done the most to buoy her mood. Admiral Rogers is currently overseeing operations on Bandomir while Auroran undergoes repairs, Makati was explaining. Once our people are fully installed in its defense force, it should be safe to bring him and Aurora back into the field. The planet itself escaped the battle undamaged, so there's no need to expend credits and time on repairing infrastructure. How long until we're ready to start exporting Ionite? Izzard asked as four of her Crimson Guards stood like robed statues behind her, peering at the two Grand Admirals through faceless mirror black visor slits. As it is, madam, we can start right now. If you want to make sure our defenses are in order, no more than a week. Excellent. What is the status of Steadfast? Repairs are already complete. She sustained much less damage. Izzard nodded curtly and swung her gaze back on Grant. He'd already repeated for her the important points of the official report he'd submitted, relaying back Kane's requests for limited cooperation as well as his personal evaluation of the Pentastar alignment and its leader. He'd been honest in everything except the deal he'd attempted to make with Temius Holt. As yet he'd received no other word from the man about further cooperation, but it was too soon to tell if he'd been rejected. Octavian, she said, I would like your personal opinion on a matter. He chose to take that as a sign he'd recovered just a bit of her good graces. Anything, Madam Director. Now that Bandomir has been taken from Cinch, where do you recommend we allocate further attention? Are you asking where to attack, Madam? He tried to keep from sounding hopeful. I'm asking for your opinion. Well, Madam, assuming you want to accept Grand Moff Kane's offer, and assuming you want to avoid hostilities with Teradik, then we have three options. We can press the offense against Cinch, we can select a new warlord to fight, or we can take aim at the rebels. Her red-blue gaze shifted to Makati. And your opinion, Afshin? The other man didn't have to think about it. At this time? I think we should discipline another rogue warlord. Izzard looked between them and smiled. To Grant it seemed like a lizard attempting a grin. I'm very glad when we can come to an agreement. In fact, I've already selected targets for each of you. Each of you. 3 words made Grant's heart flutter like a stupid schoolboy. Finally he'd be able to prove himself, to make Izzard recognize his worth. Afshin, she said, your next target is Inquisitor Jirek. Grant could see the light in Makati's eyes as he said, almost calmly, as you wish, Madam Director. Izzard took 2 steps toward him. I know you want to clear this galaxy of force-using troublemakers. After your actions at Bandomir I think you've earned the right to do so. However, I have one strict condition. Of course. Kill Jirek, but bring me his superstar destroyer. Grant thought he saw Makati's jaw tighten. The Grand Admiral nodded and said, as you command. I do, she said seriously, leaving no question that if he didn't bring back vengeance, all the goodwill he'd won at Bandomir would be forfeit. Grant didn't envy him the task, not just because of the high risk, but because he'd had the displeasure of Inquisitor Jirek's company in the past. Makati had a fanatic's relish for killing Jedi, something he'd picked up after they'd wasted his homeworld in the Clone Wars. Grant was no fan of mystic cultists either, but as a rule he tried to stay as far away from them as possible. As you know, Izzard was saying, I've been tracking Jirek's movements for some time. He left this Elust system a week ago. According to intelligence I received yesterday, vengeance has settled in orbit over a planet called Rosn. Rosn? Makati frowned. She plucked a data card from the breast of her red uniform, reached out, and slipped it inside Makati's white one, right next to the slim silver cylinder of his comlink. Review this information tonight, then get back to me tomorrow, she said. There's no telling how long he'll be at Rose, so we have no time to waste. Understood, madam. Izzard nodded curtly and turned her ice and fire eyes on Grant. She stepped up to the other Grand Admiral and said, I've chosen your target as well. Grant nodded and waited. 6 months ago, Delic Krell humiliated the Empire. I want him dead. His first thought was how easy it would be, after betraying Izzard, killing Bestage, and taking the late regent's possessions for himself. Krell only had a handful of destroyers and a few systems in his so-called psionic hegemony. His second thought was that a better target, a more important target, would have been the warlords hiding in the deep core. They were far closer to Imperial center than ever Grunger had gotten, and not even Grant knew what kind of warships and weapons they'd taken from the Emperor's storehouses hidden amidst all the twisting hyperlanes in the galaxy's center. But one look at Izzard told him there was no point in arguing. Her hatred for Krell was personal. He tried to console himself that, once Krell was done with, he'd have earned a significant chunk of Izzard's goodwill. Especially if Makati had problems subduing G-Rex vengeance. As you wish, madam, he said. Is there any information you have for me to review? Of course. Izzard took out a second data chip and tucked it into his uniform. Because Krell isn't going anywhere, and because you'll have whole inhabited systems to take, I'll give you 2 days to present me with a battle plan. Understood? Yes, madam. She stepped back and looked her Grand Admirals over. Then you're dismissed. Both of you. Makati was surprised how good it felt to be back in his penthouse in Imperial City. He'd never indulged much in luxury and generally preferred the utilitarian directness of a warship, but somehow it felt satisfying to return to that well-appointed penthouse with its splendid view of the capital skyline. Maybe that was because now, after Bandomir, he felt like he'd earned it. When Makati arrived, he turned on the lights and began removing his uniform. F4GR come shuffling across the floor, but before the droid could offer to fix him a drink, Makati waved a hand, saying, It's all right, Forger. I don't need anything right now. I understand, sir. However, I was going to tell you that a high-priority message arrived for you while you were away. Makati frowned. From whom? I don't know. It was heavily encrypted, and very small. Small? Yes, sir. The data package was too tiny to contain even a single holo image. I believe it may have been a threat to call back on. Makati was already stalking toward the communications console in his desk. He started up the console and saw the message F4GR had referred to. He entered his personal decryption key to open the contents. Sure enough, it contained a sequence that, when plugged into his comm console, would bounce a message back at the sender. He had absolutely no idea who was trying to contact him, but there was only one way to find out. He entered the new code into his system and sent out a signal. The response was faster than he'd expected. After less than a minute, a holo image sprung to life in front of him. He was taken aback. It was a head and shoulders image of a humanoid. Even with the blue tint of the holo, he could make out the pupil-less glow of his eyes, the pale color of his uniform, and the shine of the braided epaulets on his shoulders. Grand Admiral Thrawn, Makati said, because he couldn't think of anything else to say. Grand Admiral Makati, the alien nodded politely. Makati's mind reeled. The last he'd heard, Thrawn had been exiled to the unknown regions after losing a scuffle in the Emperor's court with Grand Admiral Tygelinus. There had been plenty of rumors attached to his departure, some even claiming that he hadn't been exiled at all, that he was instead on some secret mission for the Emperor. That fact that Palpatine had entrusted him with hunting down and killing Demetrius Zarin after the rogue Grand Admiral's coup attempt had settled that argument. Grand Admiral Thrawn, he repeated, Am I to understand that you have returned from uncharted space? That is correct. His tone was flat, his eyes unreadable. I see. And you have gone to lengths to contact me. Do not worry about your loyalty to Director Izzard. I have already met her in person and come to an agreement. I see, Makati said, not seeing at all. I wanted to start by congratulating you, Admiral, on your victory at Bandomir. It was most impressive. Suddenly it all made sense. Izzard had you review my battle plans beforehand. That's correct. I should have known. Those comments were so unlike her. They were too. He wanted to say helpful. In any case, I owe you for your advice. The Starwing fighters were very effective, as you'd said they'd be. And to throw mines at enemy cruisers. I admit I balked at that. The victory is still yours, Thrawn said. It was your idea to attack the enemy through the minefields, and to draw Singe's forces into 2 choke points. I merely wanted to fine-tune your approach and make certain it worked. It worked. It worked very well. Makati hesitated for a moment, then asked, are you working another mission for Izzard now, a secret one? He wanted to ask if Thrawn had been working in secret for Palpatine these past few years, but the fact that the alien was speaking to him now, serving the Empire again, was verification enough of that. I am. And I was wondering if you could help me. Of course. I do owe you a debt. Don't think of debts, Admiral. We all serve the Empire in our own ways. That's very true. But may I ask why you haven't contacted Izzard directly about this? A wry smile tugged at Thrawn's lips. Do you trust the Regent in all things, Admiral? There was no way to know how loyal Thrawn really was to Izzard. The only safe choice was to dodge the question. As you said, we all serve the Empire. If I can help you to that end, I will. Very good. Thrawn nodded slightly. Admiral, do you know the current whereabouts of High Inquisitor Jirek? Makati blinked. Maybe he really was talking with Izzard. Maybe he had spies in the Regent's Guard. Maybe he was just a really good guesser. Again, there was no way to know. Do you intend to go after Jirek yourself? I need to find him. I have no intention of engaging him a full military battle. I don't currently have the resources to dispose of his superstar destroyer. But I ask again, do you know the location of Vengeance? We have been tracking that vessel. According to our most recent intelligence, he's taken it to an isolated planet called Rose. If you'd provide me with the coordinates, I'd be very appreciative. Also, if you can provide me with any technical data on Vengeance, I would also be grateful. Why? You just said you don't plan to fight Jirek. I'm not going to ally with him either, I assure you. I merely have some personal business to settle with the High Inquisitor. I do not want to fight him, but I'll arrive at Rosen prepared to. Only a fool would do otherwise. Makati hesitated, wondering whether to tell Thrawn about the task Izzard had just set him on. Admiral, I can give you this information on the condition that you submit a detailed report on your confrontation with Jirek after it is complete. Very well. I understand that you'd want to be informed. Maybe he really did have a spy in Izzard's court. Understand how? Your antipathy to the Jedi cult is well known. I assumed that if anyone in the Empire would be keeping track of Jirek, it would be you. It was the simple, obvious answer, and Makati chose to trust it. Once I find the data on Vengeance, can I transmit it on this frequency? Please, Thrawn nodded. Also, I have another request. Tell me what it is. Makati still wasn't making promises. I was wondering whether you were informed about the dealings of our late comrade, Marcio Batch. Makati frowned. He'd only met Grand Admiral Batch on a handful of occasions. Like Zarin, he'd been more interested in weapons research than either diplomacy or combat. Unlike Zarin, he'd never been brash enough to try to rebel. Instead, he'd quietly worked on important cloaking device research. According to Izzard, he averred, Batch was killed by his crew, who then joined Haresk in the deep core. And did they take it with them, Admiral? I think you know. The program Batch was working on before rebel terrorists destroyed the superstar destroyer Terror and drove him into hiding. Thrawn truly was well informed. You're speaking of the TIE Phantom project. I need Stygium cloaking devices. Do you know, Admiral, whether all of them were truly destroyed on Terror? This must have been what Thrawn didn't want to talk to Izzard about. He had a reputation for innovative use of rare technology, and she'd never trust him with a Stygium cloaking device. Thrawn had forced the other Grand Admiral into an awkward position and almost surely knew it. Makati fixed his face into a scowl and hoped it hid his confusion. A single squadron's worth of TIE Phantoms had survived the terrorist attack, but they hadn't been deployed since. The crystals used to fuel their cloaking devices were extremely rare, and none of the handful of senior command who knew of their existence, least of all Makati, had thought up a mission worth risking those incredible, precious ships. But Thrawn, apparently, had. If Makati handed over command of Shadow Squadron to Thrawn, and if those ships were lost, then Izzard would surely take it out on him. All the favor he'd won at Bandomir would vanish in an instant. He might even end up with the same fate as Milton Takel, running from Izzard for fear of his life, right into death by another's hand. However, he could also end up like that anyway if he didn't bring her vengeance intact. 12 TIE Phantoms are still in existence, Makati said. Would you use them against G-Rek? Or is this part of some other plan? I would take them to Ruzn with me. Once that mission is finished, I'll gladly return command of them to you. Makati still scowled. Even if he could trust Thrawn's word, he didn't know if he could trust him to handle G-Rek. He didn't know if he could trust himself. But in the end, they were both servants of the Empire, as Thrawn had said. Trust was the only thing binding them together. Admiral, Makati said, San Izzard has tasked me with getting her vengeance. Is that so? Thrawn raised an eyebrow. Yes. And I would very much prefer G-Rek to be dead when I bring it to her. I hope we can help each other get what we want. Thrawn seemed to consider him for a long moment with those glowing eyes. Then he said, I hope so as well, but Admiral, I am on a very limited timetable. I need those TIE Phantoms and I need them now. Will you use them against vengeance? As much as I have to. I will help you any way I can in exchange for their usage. It seemed as fair a trade as Makati could hope for. He nodded once and allowed a tiny smile. The Star Destroyer Grey Wolf sat in empty space on the edge of the Coruscant sector. Captain Daganiris tried not to look pensive as he paced back and forth across the destroyer's command deck, waiting for the Grand Admiral to emerge from his personal quarters. He'd come to trust Thrawn implicitly over the past 4 years. He knew that sometimes the Grand Admiral brought him to witness critical conversations, like with Izzard or the Nagri Matrak. Other times he had his discussions in private, and he knew Thrawn always had a good reason for it. Still, whoever Thrawn was talking with, he was having a long conversation. He was about to order Lieutenant Maxis to run weapons diagnostics, just to fill the time, when his comlink buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket and said, "This is the captain." "You may come to my quarters now," Thrawn said simply, and the transmission ended. Nears tried to look calm before his crew as he walked off the bridge and made his way to Thrawn's chambers. When he stepped inside, it took his eyes a moment to adjust to the darkness in the room. The only light came from the hollow projected image of some statue, apparently made from old stone. It stood tall as a man and shaped like one, though the skin was painted red and his face was twisted in an angry, fanged snarl. He wore some elaborate ceremonial costume that Nears couldn't recognize, though he was sure Thrawn did. The Grand Admiral sat back in his command chair, hands steepled in front of him, staring at the statue with narrowed red eyes. He claimed that by studying the art of a culture he could understand its thought and know how to defeat it. Nears had been skeptical at first, but had learned to accept it in time. He cleared his throat and said, "What race created this lovely specimen, sir?" Without taking his eyes from the hollow image, Thrawn said, "This is a statue of a being called a Sith." Nears frowned. The name was familiar, vaguely. Something to do with the Jedi. He doesn't look very pleasant. The Sith were initially a race native to the Outer Rim. They were conquered by a Jedi splinter group, though in time their name came to be associated with that faction. That sparked old memories, sometime when he was young, before the Emperor expunged all public memory of the Force-using cult that had secretly started the Clone Wars and tried to destroy the Republic. He'd heard about the Sith as the Jedi's ancient enemy. Then, finally it fell into place. Is Inquisitor Grek a Sith? He has embraced the tenets of their religion in practice if not in name. This is a replica of a piece of Sith statuary constructed at their capital on Ziost, some 5,000 years ago. It was later added by Darth Vader to his personal collection. It says quite a bit about them, doesn't it, Captain? Indeed, Nears mumbled. The predatory expression, the passionate red skin. And the clothes, of course, outward signs of power and even opulence. To be a Sith and immerse oneself in that aspect of the Force is to crave power and influence over all beings around you. And of course, showing off one's power is a critical part of keeping power. That didn't seem true of Thrawn himself. The Grand Admiral had always been averse to pageantry and petty power displays, not to mention scrupulously private. As far as Nears knew, he was the only crew member Thrawn ever invited into his private chambers. And of course, the Grand Admiral continued, when a being drapes himself in finery he mimics those whose position he covets. The same goes for black robes and needless shows of dominance. Inquisitor Grek long craved to stand at the Emperor's side but could never oust Darth Vader. In stealing the Nagri, he thinks he is claiming something that has always been his due. Thrawn shifted his head to look at the captain. A being like Grek knows his power comes from how others see him. He relishes their awe and obedience. And we can use that against him. Nears knew better than to ask whom Thrawn had spoken with. Do we know where Grek is now, sir? Rosn, Nears echoed. He didn't want to admit he had no idea where the planet was. You'll find it in the nav computer, coreward of Hutt space, Thrawn assured him, but we have one more place to stop first. Thankfully, it's very close by. Take us into the Coruscant system, with a heading for Impraco. As far as Nears knew there were only a handful of moons swinging around the gas giant. Right away, sir. As he turned for the exit, Thrawn called, Captain, do you want to know why? Nears stopped, turned, and looked back at Thrawn. I assumed you'd tell me when you thought it was necessary. I'll tell you now. We have been granted permission to use a squadron of experimental TIE fighters developed by Grand Admiral Batch. They've been held in reserve as a secret facility on Impraco's fifth moon. These vessels utilize Stygium cloaking devices. Stygium? Nears frowned. He'd spent almost a year assisting Thrawn with a project to develop a cloaking device fueled by Hybridium, only to have the technology stolen by Zarin during the traitor's ill-fated coup attempt. The Emperor believed that having two forces working toward the same goal could produce illuminating results. Where he tasked us to create the Hybridium device, he tasked Batch to create a workable cloaking device using Stygium crystals. Rebel sabotage foiled the project, though not before producing results that, frankly, humble our own. Did he find a way around the double-blind dilemma? The Hybridium cloaking device they developed had been cumbersome, only suited for large vessels, but its biggest flaw was that it blocked those inside a cloaked ship from seeing outside just as it stopped those outside the field from looking in. Thrawn smiled slightly. He did. I believe this technology will be critical against G-Rek. G-Rek, sir? But he's... Nirs stopped, hesitated. Yes. I've never met him in person, sir, but some say he's physically blind. Others say he fakes it. Others still say he can't see with his eyes but uses the Force. He didn't add that he thought the last bit preposterous and terrifying at the same time. From my experience, Thrawn said, I believe the last are correct. And I also suspect, though I'm not certain, that he will be able to sense our pilots even when cloaked. Nirs frowned. Then sir, why go through the trouble of obtaining Stygium cloaking devices? Thrawn didn't explain. He just pointed a white-gloved finger at the statue and gave one of his rare, tight smiles. This time, Grant met Colonel Morell in the middle of the Kaitrani Rainbow Bridge. Lit up in ever-shifting colors in the night, the bridge spanned out for a mile on either side of them. Pedestrians milled about, enjoying the view the elevated walkway provided them as it cut over the heart of Imperial City, suspended between the tethers of two skyhooks that rose invisibly through the night sky and into the planet's orbit. The Rainbow Bridge was a recent addition to Imperial Center's tourist attractions. It had, in fact, been thrown up just a year ago, on Sate Pestage's orders, apparently because he wanted to give the capital's populace a shiny new toy to distract them from how badly his empire was crumbling. Still, as he leaned against the railing and felt fast wind rustle his hair, Grant had to admit it provided quite a view. Imperial Palace sat luminous and imposing in the distance. He could, too, make out the low dome of the old Senate building and the elegant spires that hosted the most expensive luxury penthouses in the entire galaxy, including the one Azard had given him. For a moment, the old Grand Admiral almost felt like a tourist himself. Then Morell, standing beside him and watching the same view, cleared his throat and placed a small data card on top of the railing. He took his hand away. Grant casually palmed the card and asked, "What is it this time?" "An update on Winsa star flare, if you're interested." "Go ahead," he said. Maybe she'd flown to Syutrik. That would be quite a stroke of luck. We got another update from the pursuit team. They say the target escaped them at Coruscant and grabbed a ship to the corporate sector. They're in pursuit. The corporate sector is a big place. Where exactly is she going? The report doesn't say. Grant snorted. The best you can get me are redacted reports? Not redacted. Just uninformative. So the pursuit team doesn't know what planet she's going to? Or they might be leaving it out. Why would Azard's pursuit team leave things out? If anything, these updates prove they're not Azard's team. Then who are they and why are they still reporting to her? Morell sighed, held out his hands, and shrugged. Grant scowled. This pursuit team, they're telling Azard what they're doing, but not everything they're doing. That implies they don't trust her. Trust her to do what? To not do something. Maybe they're afraid that if they tell her too much, Izard will send her own team into the corporate sector and grab Starflare before they can. I'm sure ISB has agents there. Morell shrugged again, neither confirming nor denying. This pursuit team, they want Starflare, and that means they want Baron Fel. But they want Fel for a different reason than Izard, and Izard wants him dead. He trailed off, thoughts spinning but going nowhere. He was missing an integral piece and had no idea what it was. It gnawed at him, the not knowing. He wouldn't have ordinarily cared about Starflare, but something was going on here, something he couldn't understand, and he couldn't bring himself to let it go. Something in his gut told him it was too important to ignore. He would have to think about it more, because no revelation was coming tonight. He sighed and asked, "Do you have any other gifts for me?" "Not at the moment. But I'll let you know." Grant suppressed a sigh. Morell was loyal, but loyalty didn't always get you what you wanted. Temius Holt wasn't loyal to anyone, not even his employer Teratic, and Grant wondered if he would be any more useful than Morell. "I heard you've got a mission," Morell said conversationally. Of course he'd have heard of it. "Indeed," Grant said, and looked at Imperial Palace aglow in the distance. "I thought you'd be happier, given that you can fight again." Grant would have thought so too. He didn't know why he felt disappointed with the task of defeating Krell. It was far better than attending Kane's pointless conference. "I don't suppose you know anything about the situation on Sciatric that Izard hasn't already given me?" "Probably not. But I'll look into it a little more." "Please do." Cool wind blew across the bridge, whipping Grant's hair and flapping his jacket. A few of the passing civilians gave out little gasps, frightened or exhilarated, he couldn't tell. They seemed very childish to him then. "If the rebels ever come to this place," Morell said, looking over his shoulder at the tourists, "they can kiss this kind of life goodbye." Grant nodded. He didn't share Makati's ardor about preserving the core against all enemies, but he agreed with its basic spirit. The core, and Imperial Center most of all, had been a bastion of order and civilization against chaos for millennia. He had no romance about the virtues of the Empire, but even in its death throes it was surely better than the anarchy the rebels' alien horde would bring. Maybe that was why he hadn't taken Kane's offer immediately. Maybe a part of him, after all these years, still believed in the simple virtue of keeping order against chaos. Or perhaps his motivations were as petty as proving himself to Izard. He wasn't sure of anything. It had been so long since Octavian Grant had truly believed in something, he wasn't sure what it felt like anymore.